Recording in progress.
Good morning, Mr. Clerk. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the May 23rd, 2023 City Commission. To start off this morning, it's an incredible pleasure of mine, somebody who I hold in incredible high regard and esteem, Rabbi Jonathan Fish from Temple, Judea, who is going to lead the charge this morning and bestow some grace on us, God willing. Come on over, Rabbi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to share a few words that hopefully will resonate with each one of us. A prayer. Almighty God, we come before you today to pray for our city of Coral Gables. We are grateful for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us, and we ask for your continued guidance and protection. We take a moment to pray for our military personnel who are serving our country overseas and here in our great country of the United States of America. We ask that you keep them safe and help them to return home to their families and communities soon. We pray for our police and fire departments. We thank them for their dedication and service to our sacred community. We ask that you protect them as they work to keep us safe, secure, and grounded in law. We pray for you, our very own city officials. We ask that you, Adonai, our God, guide them as they make decisions that will impact our community. We ask that you help them to always put the needs of our community first. We pray for peace, justice, and harmony in our community and in the world. We ask that you, our Maker, help us to resolve our differences peacefully and respectfully so that we may live out your prophecy to know war no more and to ve'ahavta lere'acha kemocha, to love our neighbors as ourselves. We pray for growth and prosperity in our city. We ask that our God of our mothers and our fathers help us to create a vibrant and thriving community centered on communal acceptance, outward kindness, and just plain good people doing good things. God, help unite our community. We ask that you help us to come together as one people regardless of our differences, and we thank you. Most of all, we thank you for all that you have done for us. We ask for your continued blessings as we walk this earth, doing the holy work that we have been set out to do. Let us all say,
Amen.
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 Amen. Rabbi, as always, thank you. We send you our best wishes, also to your congregation, which plays such an incredible part in our community. So we will, like I say many, many times in this commission, says your community, your Jewish community, is an integral part of what we're doing here in the city, and we're blessed to have you in our backyard.
Thank you. Blessed to have you.
Thank you, my
man.
brother. I appreciate you. Commissioner Castro is running a few minutes late. I was going to have her do the Pledge of Allegiance, but I'll ask Commissioner Fernandez to please lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pledge allegiance
Mr. Clerk, do we have Mayor Thompson here, or she's not gotten here yet?
I don't see her here yet, Mr.
So I
Mayor.
didn't know if she was stepping outside. I know that we have a 9 o'clock with the senator. I guess we'll move on to item A3.
Mr. Mayor, if you could move A3 a little further down, they're not here yet.
Okay. Perfect. Then let's move on to A4. And we have a special guest here with us today that I wanna acknowledge. Somebody who never fails to say that she's present, who we've worked on a lot of great school board projects together, and she comes to serve all the residents. And she'll speak a little bit more about it, and I want to steal her thunder because she's one of the hardest working people I know in public service. She has been doing office hours here in the city. She's one of the few school board members that I know that does that. and I want to commend her for that. Maritere Rojas, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for being here, and thank you for everything you do, and we look forward to your engagement here in a few moments. But thank you for joining us. Not the first time. She's here all the time, and it's a blessing to have you in our backyard. So we're moving on. You want to do, Mr. Clerk, you want to do A4?
That's fine. Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on to A4. Presentation of a proclamation declaring May 8th through the 12th as Teacher Appreciation Week. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to start by thanking all the teachers who are here today. You are really the ones that make our children shine every day by educating them, caring for them, and loving them. And the work of teachers is often not appreciated as much as it should be. And I think our school board member has always said teacher appreciation is probably one of the most important things. I got to serve on the School Community Relations Committee, and we were able to start this process of acknowledging and recognizing our Teachers of the Year and Rookie Teachers of the Year. But you all represent every single teacher out there. So thank you for what you do. Whereas teachers help to establish supportive, inclusive, and high-quality learning environments, which provide students with the education and skills they need to secure meaningful jobs, connect with the world around them, and experience the realization of high expectations and the fulfillment of steps towards achievable goals. And whereas teachers have a profound influence on student learning and engagement, helping students to discover, develop, and realize their potential, as well as inspiring students to think strategically and to integrate experience and knowledge to form reasoned judgments. And whereas we hold our teachers in high regard, understanding the value placed on their skills and abilities, and recognizing the impact they have in our students' lives. Thus, it is important to recognize, acknowledge, and thank teachers for their continued dedication and commitment to the education of our students. Whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, mentoring, and coaching students. In observance thereof, I call upon the citizens of our City Beautiful to join me in acknowledging the numerous teachers, either who reside in or teach in our city of Coral Gables, and express our gratitude for their many significant contributions. I also want to acknowledge, if I can, the chair of our School Community Relations Committee, Winnie Chang, and our longtime member of the committee, Sam Joseph, who is also here today.
Perfect. Thank you, as always, for your service. Commissioner, would you like to move forward and start addressing the teachers?
Sure.
One by one?
I don't have that list.
Okay, so I have it here. So what we'll do is we'll move forward on that item. Here we go. We'll start, and then we'll acknowledge them.
All right, Teacher of the Year, George Washington Carver Elementary, Ms. Claudia Cámara. George Washington Carver Middle School, Ms. Dania Mustelier. Sunset Elementary, Ms. Christina Chica.
Please rise as I call your name.
Henry S. West Laboratory School, Ms. Claudia Rubio. Coral Gables Preparatory Academy, Ms. Keisha Richardson. Ponce de Leon Middle School, Ms. Stephanie Campos. Coral Gables Senior High School, Ms. Tanya Phillips. International Studies Preparatory Academy, Ms. Anna Alamo. Our Rookie Teachers of the Year, George Washington Carver Elementary, Ms. Michaela Phils Aim. Ponce de Leon Middle School, Ms. Rocio Guevara. Sunset Elementary, Ms. Didimari Castellanos. Coral Gables Senior High School, Mr. Maxwell Wood. And International Studies Preparatory Academy, Ms. Maria Belén Sanchez.
Thank you so much for your service. As the commissioner mentioned, your role that you play in our community is critical, is essential to our way of life. Without your commitment to the future leaders, we'd be in a tough place. I visited a lot of your schools along with my colleagues here on the commission, and the labor of love that you put out every single day in regards to these students is paying dividends. How's it paying dividends? Because we live in a civil society because of people like yourselves, along with parents that teach these children what a privilege it is to live in the greatest country in the world, how important it is to be educated and to become contributing members of our community. So every time that you sit down with one of these students, remember, and I say it all the time as we mentor young men and women here in the city through our PAGE program, and Commissioner Menendez has been working on that for a long time, along with my colleagues on the commission. The individuals that you're teaching every single day, that you're with more than we are as parents, at the end of the day, 8 hours, 9 hours, depending on if they play sports or not, are going to be tomorrow's leaders. That's it. Bottom line, they're the ones that are going to be sitting up here. So your efforts you may not see that dividend payment right now, but you will see that dividend payment in 10 or 15 years. So thank you, and to the School Relations Committee for their hard work in ensuring that, that we can have days like today to honor you, and we don't honor you enough. So thank you, and God bless. Let's take a quick picture. Take a picture with everyone who's honored today. Sam, please join us. Whitney, please join us. Madam School Board Member.
Give it to them. That's it. I'm safe.
Thank you so very much. Of course. Well, good morning, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, our commissioners, our wonderful city manager and attorney, and everybody here in the City Beautiful. It is always such an amazing pleasure for me to be able to come here to this group who cares so much about education. You certainly are putting your priorities in the right place. And I can say this without any hesitation: the involvement of our mayor and of our vice mayor, our commissioners here with our schools is truly commendable and should be emulated by many others. And so I thank each and every one of you on behalf of my colleagues on the board, our superintendent of schools, Dr. Jose Dotres, and everyone in the Miami-Dade County Public School family for taking time to do this, to recognize these teachers who do God's work on earth each and every day. Teaching is a calling. It's an absolute calling. And these are dedicated, committed, passionate, compassionate, tenacious teachers that make the difference in our schools each and every day. We are now, I must say proudly, the third largest school district in the nation. We beat out Chicago. We are also now, again, hoping to receive another A. We have had a district-wide 8 status for 3 years, and we have graduation rates that are the highest that we've ever had in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, regardless of the challenges that we have faced with the pandemic and other issues that we've had to confront. And we continue to shine every day because of these teachers behind us. Our teachers truly make a difference in the lives of all of our children. And if you haven't thanked a teacher yet, you're here, I'm here, we're all here because of them. They deserve one more round of applause. If you... I'm just going to conclude with a little poem about our teachers very quickly. But I do want to say one more thing. I have the pride and joy of saying I hired Miss Chica, our teacher at Sunset Elementary, who has done amazing things as well. So it's such a joy to be able to see those teachers shine. Teacher, you're the heart of every classroom, the mind behind the message that learning is cool. Your patience and understanding cannot be undersold. Your courage and commitment is that of a legend told. Each day you teach our children is a day to rejoice. Because of you, our children will have their own voices. So thank you, dear teacher, for passing knowledge through the years. You thought you were merely teaching when you were eliminating fears. Thank you to every teacher who shines like a diamond in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. And thank you all for taking the time to recognize them.
Thank you, Madam School Board Member. Send my best to the superintendent. Send my best.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Fernandez, thank you. This is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to item A3. Belkis, good morning. Please bring up your team.
Good morning, everyone. So on May 10th, we had a spring sip and shop. It was an event that we had a lot of 18 businesses on Miracle Mile participating. And the goal was to bring more people to the downtown. We partnered with the Community Foundation and we partnered with Beaux-Arts. We sold tickets, and what it did, it got you to these participating businesses, which provided some sale items, promotions, light bites, and you got to sample wines from around the country. So it was a win-win for everyone, and Beaux-Arts definitely benefited from this, and they brought out their leadership as well, so we want to thank them. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to leadership from Beaux-Arts.
How are you?
Thank you so much.
How you
Good
doing?
morning. On behalf of Beaux-Arts, as the president this year, I just want to thank the city of Coral Gables for having us here, as also members that have resided in Coral Gables for over 71 years, serving our community. It was an honor to be a part of this. I also want to thank Coral Gables Community Foundation for also allowing us to partner with them with this opportunity. So thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Also, thank you to staff. Francesca did a great job. She put it together mostly by herself, and Genesis and Solange helped too. But I know you have a check for them.
I do.
So
I would love to take credit for this, but this is all Solange and your team at the end of the day. All we did was just sign it. So I want to thank Bose, who does an incredible job, and it's something that we enjoy because we live a stone's throw away. So it's always an opportunity to get out and enjoy the University of Miami campus and some beautiful art. So thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you.
From the people who attended, they were very, very happy and satisfied. So congratulations to that.
Let's take a quick picture. Everyone join me, come on.
They're just smiling. Yeah, they're taking pictures.
Few privileges of being a mayor, you get your
It makes you feel more
What are you
special.
gonna order?
Moving on to A5. Presentation of a certificate of recognition to the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables, A5.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
With great pride, I'm going to read this into the record. We have a certificate of recognition for historic preservation, and it's a really, the association, the laborious efforts that they put into making sure that our city remains special. One of the crown jewels of our city is the historic structures that we have. We take great pride in them, and they're a symbol for our city and its history. So I'll go ahead and read the certificate of recognition. Whereas People Saving Places is a national theme for this year's Historic Preservation Month. A national high five to everyone doing the great work of saving places in ways big and small and inspiring others to do the same. And whereas the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables was instrumental in the restoration of the city's Whiteway lights, advocating and collaborating with city officials to save these historic streetlights from decay. And whereas it is altogether fitting and proper that we present this certificate of recognition to the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables during National Historic Preservation Month, as they continue to promote the understanding and importance of historic resources and their preservation throughout the city of Coral Gables. So now, Mayor of the City of Coral Gables, along with the members of the City Commission, do hereby extend the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables our warmest measure of gratitude for all their contributions in helping protect our city's rich history. Thank you
Vice
very
Mayor.
much.
Please join us.
Please join us.
Good morning, Galeria.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for being here.
You look beautiful.
Thank you. My name is Carelia Martinez Carbonell. I'm president of the Historic Preservation Association, and I thank all of you for recognizing HPACG, as we lovingly call our organization. And I'd like to just read just a few, just a little bit about us and some milestones that we've accomplished. We were established in 1991, and we say that we are a 30-something, mature yet youthful organization with a solid past and an eye to the future. And the group continues its mission of promoting the importance of historic resources and their preservation. For its young age, HPACG has achieved outstanding success in historic preservation efforts. In carrying out its mission, HPACG has effectively communicated the value of historic preservation to its membership. Through its promotional activities, HPACG has exhibited leadership in issues of importance to historic preservation and has established itself as one of the leaders in statewide preservation advocacy. The organization has taken an active role in partnering with the city's historic preservation efforts. Members of HPACG have been active in supporting applicants for special certificates of appropriateness and determination of historic designation. Moreover, the HPACG disseminates information of the local tax incentives available to homeowners of historic properties. A former HPACG member and past architectural historian for the National Register of Historic Places observes, quote, "Without reservation, it is highly apparent that the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables has demonstrated superlative achievement in the field of preservation and has espoused the national trust for historic preservation's ideal to save America's historic places. The focus of HPACG throughout its existence is indicative of its desire to protect properties that convey special sense of time and place," end of quote. And I just want to say some of the milestones that we have accomplished, but it could not have been possible without you, especially Mr. Mayor. In 2011, our board spearheaded the signature project, which was the restoration of our Whiteway lights, which at that time there were only about 70 up still around, and unfortunately between that we've lost several more. But that was 2011. In 2016, we then funded the marker that when you drive by the library is up, and that was part of our funding to recognize, and then we had a ceremony. And then 2017, we also funded another marker, which is the writing school, which is right across the museum. That was also part of our initiative. And then in 2018, with the mayor's, really his instrumental help, we succeeded to fund the project of restoring the White Way lights. And it's ongoing, and some now are up. I don't know if you've seen some of the ones that are around the University Drive, I guess, San Sebastian area. But that was really the turning point for this project. In 2018, we had national recognition through the National Trust when we advocated to save the LaSalle building. Unfortunately, we couldn't, but we did get the national recognition for that. We also hosted in 2019 really a first symposium on brutalist architecture here in the city at with really names and preservation, names in architecture and preservation fields and professors. So that was an educational symposium. We've also hosted the Association of Preservation Technology. We have then in 2019, again, along with the mayor, we partnered with the city and we brought back 2 restored Arcadian White Way lights, which went back to their original place in front of the country club. So that was, again, an effort that we partnered, and I get goosebumps, I don't know. It was such a wonderful thing to do. And then we've had our organization covered in a local publication as a cover story. We actually in 2020 we nominated successfully the McFarland Historic District to the Florida Trust to their list of 11 to save. And so that was, again, part of what we've done. And we were nominated for the National Trust for Historic Preservation's Trustee Organizational Award. In 2021, we inaugurated the Founders Day, June 3rd. Again, I have to mention Mayor Lago, because I worked directly with him, and we were able to officially recognize June 3rd, of course, George Merrick's birthday, as our annual Founders Day celebration. And in 2021, we partnered with the Traditional Building Conference, and we organized architectural tours in the residential and commercial districts here in Coral Gables. In May 2022, we celebrated National Preservation Month, which was last year, with a symposium with a National Trust speaker, bringing the intellectual rigor of merging preservation and environment movements together. And that's really been a merging field. It was called Preserving Our Patrimony, Preserving Our Planet. And then finally, if you have a chance and you leave the chambers, we were also instrumental in having the shadow box where George Merrick's medal, as many of you know, he was knighted by King Alfonso XIII, and his medal hangs right. And again, I have to thank Mayor Lago. So thank you again. Thank you, Mayor Lago. Thank you, everybody. We couldn't have done any of this without the support of our leaders. So thank you. I'm very honored.
Maria, thank you again. We're grateful to have your leadership here in the city. You're a driving force in regards to not only historic preservation, but to a litany of other things that you're engaged in. So we're grateful for that. And thank you for giving me credit for a lot of things, but you brought all those ideas to the city. All we did was just help get them funded, get the plan started, and now you're seeing the fruits of all your hard work. So thank you.
Well, we have a friend.
Yes.
Thank
we do.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick photo.
Yes, thank you.
All right, moving on to item A1, a presentation honoring Colonel John Jack Thompson. And I'd like to please bring up Mayor Thompson and have her come and join us. When we talk about the city and we talk about her family, there is no other family, in my opinion, that has given more or engaged more in the city. You're in a race between the Kurdikes, but I think that between your son working at the police department, your family's engagement here in the city, your service, we can't thank you enough. Sadly, as everyone is aware, in March, we learned that Jack Thompson's passing. In addition to being our beloved former Mayor Dorothy Thompson's husband for more than 60 years, that's to be commended. In his own right, the Colonel was a civic, community, and church leader. Many people don't know that he was involved in making Coral Gables what it is today by looking to recruit major corporations to our city. He was indeed a true visionary to make our downtown what it is today. Today, we're joined by his lovely wife, Mayor Thompson, who never ceases to amaze me as she writes me little notes once in a while, and she'll tell me, Vince, you need to do this, you need to do that, you're falling short here, you can do better. And I'm grateful for every one of those notes, and I've saved every single one of them. We're also joined by his daughter, June Morris, and her husband, Alan, and her son, one of the finest of our officers, Robert Thompson, who I might also add just got off his shift to be here, so thank you for your continued service. Fortunately, we were able to capture Mr. Thompson as part of our Centennial video project, so I would like to show this video quickly.
Being husband of the First Lady Mayor of the city of Coral Gables is, I'm very proud of Dorothy being the First Lady Mayor. It also has the effect of making me the first and only first man of the city. Wherever we went, people would come up to Dorothy and with a friend, and they said, I want you to meet the mayor. And they'd automatically put their hand out to me and say hello to me. Everybody would laugh then and make fun of it. And Dorothy said, no, I'm the mayor. In 1963, I noticed that the North-South trade was going to New Orleans and Houston, Texas. And I mentioned to George Wilson, then a city commissioner, and I said, George, we're losing the business. We have the airport, we have the city that's got the business availability to handle all business that we would bring in. Why are we letting other people take it when it should actually come to us? He went to his fellow commissioners, and they decided to form the Community Development Board and go after the North-South business. And that's when I was appointed to that board, and we set about making Coral Gables the Latin American corporate headquarters. And Sam Crispin was our advertising man who got the word out that Coral Gables was the city that was situated to handle your business in South America. We were 5 miles from the airport. We had schools. We had all the things that a city ought to have to attract the corporate leaders to come and live in Coral Gables and work in South America. And we really worked it so that by the time I finished my first 10 years on the development board, we had over 100 corporates, and we were on the road to be in the Latin American corporate headquarters.
Mayor, your husband was an incredible person. I have so many fond memories, and I'm just thinking about that, I get emotional because besides being an incredible lawyer, an incredible leader, it was never about him. He was just a soft-spoken gentleman.
always soft-spoken. He really
Soft-spoken gentleman.
never lost his temper. I
And
mean,
never saw it.
No, that was
And
the
he
way
was, an individual who had a good wit to him, but was always a steady hand for you. So,
Yeah, we were actually, this November would mark our 70th anniversary, wedding anniversary. So it's been a long journey, a long life, and I've always been so proud of him, and we've worked that good partnership together. And I'm so thankful that the city is doing these oral histories for the centennial coming up, because that is invaluable. And I thank Martha Pantine's division and the city manager, of course, putting this all together, because those stories and so forth would be lost forever otherwise. And don't forget, as you've just seen, this was the genesis, if you will, of the international city syndrome here in the city of Coral Gables. It was just a small little town. I can remember that, and most of you cannot because you're too young. But it was just a small little city, and it would about 5 o'clock, the city would just close up. Miracle Mile would be dead, completely dead. It was a wonderful awakening, and it was a gradual over decades having had this happen, starting back in the '60s, and he's always been very much involved in it, and very proud of the fact that he was part of the burgeoning and of the city of Coral Gables, from a small town, little beautiful city always, but small town into what has become a very international city. It has been absolutely wonderful to see this, and he's a native son, born and raised here in Miami. So he and of that era is vanishing very quickly. So it's so good that you have captured this on this film. And I wanted to also say that he's stayed so involved with the politics and what's going on in the city. And I want to just shout out to the city manager. He thought you were so wonderful to come to this city to lead it, because we have a lot of young commissions, coming up, and you serve like a bridge. Or should I say that? You're the engineer to begin with. You're a bridge. Okay, but no, he was very happy that you became city manager. We knew he was in good hands, transitioning from the old to the newer and beyond. And I'd like to for a moment, and I apologize for coming in late. I didn't know you changed the time. I knew it was on the agenda, but I didn't know you enacted it yet. Okay.
Madam Mayor, you can show up whenever you like.
Okay. I'll take the privilege for a moment. I want to have my daughter speak for a moment.
I'm unprepared, but I would just say thank you so much for giving my mother this opportunity to speak before you and honor my father. My mother, throughout all of her years, was in the spotlight, and my father was behind her, as you heard there. People would always think that he was the mayor. And so on his last day, my mother was just telling him all the things that he had accomplished too. And to do this for him is, just, it means so much to me that you're honoring him this way. Thank you for taking this time to do that.
Thank you, Jude.
Yeah, just thank you for recognizing my dad. Being born and raised here in Coral Gables, I've spent a lot of time and seen a lot of growth and seen a lot of things happen, and being a part of it too, working out here daily in the streets and just be keeping everybody safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. I'll just say I've known Jack and Dorothy all my life, having been born in Coral Gables and grown up here. I never imagined that someday they would be my mother-in-law and father-in-law, but it's been great to call Jack Thompson my dad for the last 10 years. So thank you all for honoring him and Dorothy.
Thank you, Alan. What a privilege.
Believe it or not, I knew Alan when he was 3 years old, because we all went to the same church. We're not a church, still going there. And one more thing, and that is what June said. My husband didn't die of a heart attack or a cancer or any of the dreaded diseases. He died from a simple infection, sepsis. So it can happen very easily, especially when you go to a hospital these days, it seems like. But nevertheless, when he was in his last hours of life, each one of us spoke to him. And I just remember when June said that, I took the time to speak to him, and he was uneasy and moving around and everything else. And I recounted, if you will, what he had done for the city. That's exactly what I did. And he was so quiet, and he listened to every word that I said. And I always remember that moment in the hospital when I told him how wonderful and great he had done. So I'm so happy to have this culmination of his life, and to know that the old generation, what they did, they're forgotten. And my name Thompson may go down in history as being the first elect mayor of Coral Gables, female, but yet he was doing all these things. And it's he that really deserves all the credit. But I'll do my part by bringing his surname down to history.
Mayor, thank you very much. Your humility is something that I can learn a lot from. We can all learn from. So
thank you very much.
it is incredible. It is incredible to see you speak, to hear you speak today about your husband. That is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I just want to say thank you for mentioning Martha Banting. She does an incredible job.
Yes, she did a wonderful job.
She came up with this, even though she gets a little upset when you give her credit in public, and also recognizing the manager.
Oh, yes. Thank
May your husband rest in eternal peace. He was a true gentleman, like I mentioned before, and just the epitome of class. So thank you, and thank you to your family for all their hard work and commitment to the City of Beautiful. God bless you.
Our honor.
Thank you.
You've set a wonderful example for the rest of us and a great foundation to start from.
That's all right.
So thank you for setting such a fine example.
I just want to add that you know my feelings towards you and Jack. We shared many times, at least from my perspective, and maybe with Commissioner Anderson, listening to a great many of those stories where I was in complete awe of the work that Jack and you both together did over the years. And truly, we continue to be a great city because of the work, the foundation that you and Jack laid for generations to come. And after listening to the stories, I spoke to Marta and I go, you have to get them their story, because it's the Coral Gables story. And the impact you both have had is amazing. And and I've told you my cute little Jack story, which is part of the reason why I'm even more in awe of him as a human being, is when I was so happy that you joined us for many of the movies I sponsor. And I don't remember which classic movie it was, but this one was at the Art Cinema. And everybody was so happy and excited. I go, free popcorn, it's going to be free beer. If you want beer, get your beer. Nobody got beer. And when I sat down, you were next to me, Jack was next to you, and the movie's about to start. And I look, there's Jack with his beer, just kicking back, relaxing. And I go, when I grow up, I want to be Jack Thompson.
It's incredible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a blessing to have you here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just a couple of words. I think a testament to you and Jack is your children and the dedication they've had to Coral Gables and our community. They've all been involved still today. Friends of Gables High, our police department, in the arts. I mean, the incredible work that you've all done as a family, I think, has to be commended.
Thank you, Commissioner. Congratulations, and to you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Let's take a picture. Yeah. Mayor, can we take a picture, please?
What are we doing next?
Now, moving on to item A2, which is a 9 o'clock time certain. I'd like to welcome our senator who is here. Please join us. Please join us. Today, I'd like to welcome our city and our state senator, Alexis Calatude. The senator will provide a legislative update on this year's session. We in Coral Gables are extremely grateful for her ongoing support. She was a sponsor of 3 of our requests, all of which were funded in this year's budget, in no small part because of her incredible work and her strong advocacy on behalf of our city. The following projects were funded: the citywide bridge repair program, fire station number 4, and the Venetian facility repairs for a total allocation of more than $2 million. By the way, I also want to give her credit, along with our other colleagues. We got 7 out of 8 projects funded this year. I mean, that is a huge lift. And Senator, I would like for you to tell our new colleagues on the commission, how incredible that is for the city of Coral Gables. Not only that, last year's work was incredible too. We got $4.5 million funded in the state. That's the most we've ever gotten. And that's as a result, again, your leadership. So I just want to say thank you over and over again. And although a freshman senator, she's not a freshman, working her first session, she spearheaded the Live Local Act to facilitate the development or construction of affordable housing, which is an incredible accomplishment, a big lift for this community. I want to thank you, Senator, on behalf of the commission for your work, and we in the city of Coral Gables look forward to continuing to partner with you. I know you have a presentation. The floor is yours. We have a small gesture that we'd like to give you, but I want you to please take the time to take a moment to explain to the residents and to this entire city all the hard work that you've done and all of your accomplishments, because you deserve it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to present to our community the work that we've done in Tallahassee this year. So this is my first time. Perfect. I'd like to start off saying that our district is huge. The Senate district that Coral Gables is a part of is actually represented by 2 senators, Senator Ileana Garcia and myself. We worked very hard to make sure that the projects that were important to Coral Gables were prioritized within Florida state budget. I think it was beautiful to be a part of honoring the mayor and her husband, because it reminds us that Coral Gables is so essential to the engine that is the economic boom of South Florida to the state. And so it's so important that we fight hard to bring back the hard-earned dollars that taxpayers in Coral Gables are paying. I want to begin the update today by discussing the policy that, as the senator for Coral Gables, we were able to accomplish. The first is the Live Local Act, the most consequential workforce housing policy in the history of our state. It is only near peer is the Sadowski Act of 1992, in which we are prioritizing and investing in the workforce that powers Coral Gables and the entirety of Miami-Dade County. We are making strategic investments of $711 million to focus particularly on households that make between 80 and 120% of the area median income in our community. We know that market rate costs for rentals and for homes have become astronomical. Because of the immense success of our communities, everybody wants to live here. And so we've had discussions with chambers of commerce at the local level and the state level. The number 2 issue, other than economic support, reducing regulations, is difficulty for high-value talent to find a place that's affordable for them to live. The Live Local Act is Florida's flag in the ground to say that we will lead the nation in making sure that the hardworking people that make our community run every day, that make our lives possible, our teachers, our firefighters, our police officers, the county and the county and local government staff, that they also have a place to live in our communities. We also passed the teacher recruitment and retention policy. That's one of the most substantial in recent years. We are investing in making sure that apprentice teachers pay zero tuition their last 2 years of state college. We're also paying them those last 2 years and providing a mentor bonus to high impact teachers already in the classroom to mentor them. This is our pathway to increase the amount of high quality teachers in our education system and increase the amount of teachers entering the profession. We've also created a bonus for first responders who want to pivot into a second career in education. We also expanded KidCare, which is Florida's subsidized child health insurance policy. It currently serves between 133 to 200% of federal poverty level. A family could achieve health insurance for their children for $20 a month. Once they passed 200%, it went from $250 a year to $3,000 a year per child. Our policy makes sure that families, the working poor and the working class, have the opportunity to continue their upward descent into economic self-sufficiency without terrible trade-offs between their children's health insurance and accepting promotions. That policy is an investment of $34 million into healthcare access to children across the state of Florida. We also work with the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce to ensure that we can continue pooling small businesses so that they can act as a larger entity and be more competitive in the health insurance market. Make sure that our families in Coral Gables and the Greater Miami area are able to have access to lower cost health insurance for their families. We also accomplished the removal of the 30-year-long prohibition on dog breeds, contingent upon the governor's signing. We also created more severe civil and criminal penalties for ethnic or religious intimidation, threat, or intent to harm. This is a protection for all our religious and ethnic communities. We've had increases in Asian hate, in anti-Semitic activities. This is Florida's response as sternly as possible, one of the most aggressive in the union, to say that that is unacceptable and there is no place, there is no harbor in Florida law for such actions. We also, with the terrible example of what happened in Fort Lauderdale and the immense flooding that affected even our gas prices here in South Florida, we passed a law in which would require all upcoming buildings to do sea level rise impact studies, regardless of their proximity to the coastal areas, so that we're able to better mitigate flooding risk, whether it's related to sea level rise or torrential storm. We also passed legislation that puts Florida as a leader in teaching mathematics in the K-12 system. We are mirroring the best student intervention and supplemental supports around the nation to make sure that our fourth graders, our eighth graders can achieve at a world-class level and be prepared for the economy of the future. And the last, we've created a nonprofit funding grant program for hardening and security of nonprofits and faith-based community organizations, which is very much in line with the ethnic and religious protection I mentioned before. We are beside our community and we will make sure that they are safe. That's a smattering of the policy we were able to pass this legislative session. We also achieved $975,000 for the Coral Gables Fire Station, and I'm advocating for all of these policies strongly with the governor's office to make sure that they are incorporated within his final budget. We achieved $900,000 for ambulatory services for the Nicholas Children's Hospital. So excited about that. Our citywide bridge repair program, $600,000. The Coral Gables Venetian structural and surface repair, $500,000. The Fairchild Growing Beyond Earth STEM education program for our kiddos, almost $1 million. I partnered with the county on 3 anti-violence initiatives in which we are hoping to prioritize this funding in our district. This is Second Chance Returning Citizens, to support the process for individuals leaving the correction system to enter a pathway of economic opportunity and stability. We also were able to acquire $850,000 for violence interruption and prevention, and for community healing and mental health, $1.6 million. We're also looking We've also been able to achieve $375,000 in energy optimization of our wastewater facilities. This year is our final go at the underlying funding. This is the last bit we needed, $2.5 million. And so this would be the phase 3 expansion to our neighbors down in South Miami. And that's me. Wanted to invite the community of Coral Gables to reach out to our office at any time. And I want to thank so much this board for your advocacy during legislative session. The mayor and the vice mayor were constantly with us and helping us better advocate for their projects. That investment in your time and energy and travel away from your families was very successful, as we can see through the numbers we were able to achieve. Thank you.
Senator, you're incredible. You know, you fueled us in Tallahassee. We made 4 trips this year. Your office gave us coffee. You never said no. Martha went up there with us. Our team went up there. You know, my colleagues on the commission went up there. You fought hard to get these projects funded, especially the fire station, which is critically important to public safety. As you're aware, you're one of the strongest advocates in regards to public safety, free speech, religious rights, sea level rise. You know, the city of Coral Gables, one of the things that I think sold a lot of our legislators up there was when we talked about our financial strength. And that is something that Martha reminded me on a continual basis, along with my other colleagues, that we need to talk about, that we're putting away several $1 million a year as a commission. I think we're one of the only commissions in the state that's putting away several millions of dollars a year for sea level rise mitigation. That we are ensuring that our triple bond rating is, we're one of 3 cities in the state. And I say it again because, like I told you, and like I told the governor when I met with the governor and our other leaders, you know, let's reward good behavior. Let's not reward bad behavior. And we're saving for that rainy day, and we're ensuring that the next crop of leaders who are going to be sitting up here are going to feel secure and that we're taking care of our unfunded liabilities. You know, we're ensuring infrastructure. We're dealing with public safety. We're dealing with issues that are not here today but could be here tomorrow in regards to sea level rise. And that's something that I think caught your eye because you talked about it a few times. And when you were able to advocate on behalf of the city, said, listen, I'm going to make this stand for Coral Gables because they're doing what we need to do to ensure their viability and they're not being reckless. So I want to say thank you for your advocacy. It's incredible. You always answer your phone. You're a stone's throw away. You know, you saw us walking in the hallways. You're like, come into my office. You know, you make coffee for us. So, you know, you're an incredible leader, and we're blessed to have you here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also have something simple. I want a little gesture so you can hang it up. Also, I want to thank Martha for this. Today's Martha's Day. She put this together along with my team at the office, in my office. So if we could take a quick picture with this, it'd be awesome. Come on. Senator, are you the youngest senator? Thank you, Senator. Moving on to item A6, Water Safety Month in Coral Gables. Commissioner Menendez, I think you have that proclamation. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Fred? Good morning, sir.
Thank you for having us today. As may or may not know, yes, May is National Water Safety Month. We want to make sure that we are always calling attention to the need for water safety. And there are a lot of statistics out there that will tell you that drownings are a serious issue, especially with children. And it's one of the leading causes of death. Sometimes, depending on the ages, it's the leading one. So that's why we try to make sure that water safety is always kept at the forefront, not just in this month, but in many things that we do. I'm going to call up our Venetian pool supervisor, Jose Villar, so he can tell you a little bit about water safety, and then we'll introduce also the Venetian Aquatic Club, who's here, who plays such an important part in water safety. And if we have a representative that wants to talk, they can come up as well. I don't know.
Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Jose. I've been the aquatics manager now for about 5 years, and I can tell you every day is Water Safety Month over there. It's extremely important for us, and as you can see, how many people are here in blue shirts and everything for us to have our programming and prevent all the drownings and be able to not only prevent drownings, but educate people in water safety. So I believe that there was a total of 58 rescues just this last year that we prevented people from drowning, and over 600 swim lessons that we were able to educate children to move forward in their swimming careers if they're going to go that way. But more so, none of this matters without the team behind us. Without the club, without the employees, the lifeguards, everyone that we have here, water safety wouldn't be possible. So they're the heroes here when it really comes to it.
We have someone from the Venetian Aquatic Club that would like to. I want you to talk about the wonderful things you do for us. It's better coming from you.
Good morning, all. Morning. I just don't want you to get sick of me. I think this is becoming an annual thing, but it is important. Water safety is a very, very important topic that needs to be in the forefront. It can't just be 1 month of the year. It needs to be all 12 months. But as you know, we do what we can, and we start in the immediate community. We're so fortunate here. In the city of Coral Gables, we have a historic facility that we can use. It's not just a beautiful pool, but we are able to, since 1959, provide a program that not only reaches children from 5 years old and older, but also adults now. We've been using the adult program, and each summer it becomes more and more successful. So that's another exciting part of the story, that people can, no matter how old they are, if they're not fortunate enough to learn at a young age, they can still learn as their life proceeds. So, and then it's also just talking about it. I mean, we've had another graduate class we teach every spring to help enforce our teaching. And in that class, one of them is a yoga teacher. And so she suddenly listened to what we were talking about, and just even something as simple as breathing. When you swim, you inhale with the mouth and exhale with the nose. But in yoga, you inhale with the nose and exhale with the mouth. So she was listening intently, and she realized she could take this opportunity, being the month of May, and incorporate that in her dry land yoga class. And so she ran back to her yoga school and immediately implemented it with her children and went through some things. So even in that sense, when we always combat that we may not have a swimming pool facility, but we do here in this city where we're fortunate, but in other areas they're not. But we're here, and we're just so fortunate to be able to provide the program that we provide, and we love it, and we can't speak enough about it. But thanks to Fred, of course, and Carolina, and Jose, and Anna, and Darren, and all the fabulous lifeguards and the entire team of the water program that we run, because we also have children who work with us, as well as young adults, and it's really incredible. So thank you for keeping it going and allowing us to do it. And if we can just get some more hours, hey, Fred?
Hey, we'll talk. We do have a video, if we can bring it up real quick.
Club started in 1959, and the reason it was initiated was due to some very clever ladies who were mothers who had many children, and they realized that there were all these waterways and there was no real programming to make their children safe. So they were aware of the American Red Cross, and the American Red Cross has a long history, not just in America, but with the Venetian pool. So luckily these ladies in 1959 organized this program where they got the American Red Cross to teach them how to be water safety assistants, and then they started teaching their own children and then growing the program into something that was offered throughout the city, so anyone could join. You don't have to be a member of the city of Coral Gables. And exclusively in those days, it was just for the summertime. The children would learn in the mornings, and we still have the same time slots of 8:30, 9:10, and 9:50. They're 40-minute lessons. They're offered to children beginning at 5 years old to as old as 18, and then we have our adult program, which has different hours. We follow the American Red Cross system, so of course that's what keeps our our teachers certified. They have to maintain certain qualifications. If something changes within the certification program, we make sure everybody's aware of it. So that too keeps us as a great authority. We're very fortunate in that respect. It's very rare to have such a combination of this city beautiful 1924 historically registered facility and yet a functioning program since 1959 that is based of volunteers. We have a lady who's volunteered for 52 years. Her mother volunteered before that. We have people now and they're teaching their grandchildren, you know, so there's generations that are growing up in the facility and re-putting something back into the community. It's rare to have a facility that can just bring you such joy that you're willing to contribute and keep it going year after year after year. When it comes to the child part of the program, that's the most important thing that we want the child to recognize is how to be safe around the water and how to pay attention to their surroundings and be very much aware of the moment and where they're at. I've been in the program since, you know, the mid-'80s. My mother was part of the program since then. So, I mean, it's just such great privilege and pleasure to be able to have a chance to help these children, you know, and these adults. I can't tell you, my gift in life is to teach swimming. Might not be good at anything else, but that I can do. So that I enjoy.
Before I read the proclamation, I just want to say I took some of my swimming classes back in the day at Venetian Pool, and I think Coral Gables historically and today even more than ever we're on the forefront of water safety and educating the public. So kudos to everybody who's involved because you all are definitely the gold standard in South Florida. Now for the proclamation. Whereas the residents of Coral Gables recognize the vital role that swimming and aquatic activities play in maintaining good physical and mental health and enhancing the quality of life for all people. And whereas the residents of Coral Gables understand the essential role that education regarding the topic of water safety plays in preventing drowning and recreational water-related injuries. And whereas the City of Coral Gables is aware of the contributions made by the recreational water industry as represented by the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance, National Drowning Prevention Alliance, the National Recreation and Park Association, the World Water Park Association, the American Red Cross, and Jeff Ellis and Associates in developing safe swimming facilities, aquatic programs, home pools and spas, and related activities providing healthy places to recreate, which contributes to the quality of life in our community. And whereas the residents of Coral Gables recognize the ongoing efforts of the Venetian Pool lifeguards and the Venetian Aquatic Club volunteers who have dedicated 64 years to the prevention and elimination of drowning and other catastrophic aquatic events, and to further educate the public on pool and spa safety issues. And whereas the residents of Coral Gables understand the vital importance of communicating water safety rules and programs to families and individuals of all ages, whether owners of private pools, users of public swimming facilities, or visitors to the city's very own Venetian Pool. And whereas the Venetian Pool and its lifeguard were awarded the prestigious Gold International Aquatic Safety Award presented to only the top 20% in the world by Jeff Ellis and Associates for consistently exceeding their criteria in aquatic safety and offering the highest degree of swimmer protection. And whereas the Venetian Pool lifeguard staff performed a total of 58 active water rescues last year, each of which resulted in the prevention of a possible drowning. Now, therefore, I, Commissioner Kirk Menendez, along with Mayor Vince Lago and our colleagues on the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 as National Water Safety Month in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, we urge residents of Coral Gables to do their part in the prevention of drownings and to take advantage of the city's Learn to Swim program at the Venetian Pool. Congratulations.
A7, presentation or proclamation declaring May 21st to the 27th as Emergency Medical Services Week in Coral Gables.
Are they here? Oh, they're here, okay.
Chief, good morning. How are you? Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Likewise. Good morning to ladies and gentlemen of the commission, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
To discuss the significance of EMS Week, I'll ask our training and EMS Chief Xavier Jones to say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So good to be here this morning. Today, we're so happy to celebrate this EMS Week. This EMS Week is pretty significant. It serves as the 49th year. In 1974, President Ford designated this week as EMS Week to celebrate the significant contributions that was made by EMS personnel around the world. We're so grateful today to be a part of history as this year's theme says, emergency care starts with EMS. We're so grateful. That's a literal statement for Miami. We noted that a few months ago that we talked about Dr. Hirschman, where emergency medicine actually started here in Miami. The first EKGs were transmitted here from Miami. In addition to that, we're so proud to celebrate and appreciate our 140 members of our fire department that serves as sworn personnel that continues to serve the community every day through emergency medical services. So 8,000 calls per year, whether it be lifting up someone off of the ground or lifting or saving someone in a cardiac arrest. We're so appreciative of this proclamation and the contributions that they make every day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Whereas emergency medical professionals provide medical care to victims of sudden life-threatening injuries and illnesses, often under stressful situations and conditions and in high-risk situations to save lives. And whereas Florida's residents and visitors benefit daily from the knowledge, skill, and judgment of paramedics, emergency medical technicians, firefighters, educators, administrators, emergency physicians, emergency nurses, and others who encompass the emergency medical services system. And whereas emergency medical personnel must rapidly assess, manage, and effectively provide care in unpredictable situations requiring life and death judgments. And whereas Florida Emergency Medical Services EMS teams unselfishly serve on the front line of healthcare when responding to man-made and natural disasters at the local, state, and national levels. And whereas it is critical that the general public be made aware of, understand, support, and effectively use its local emergency medical services EMS systems, and whereas recognition is due for the emergency medical services EMS system for its countless accomplishments and contributions towards the improvement of public welfare through the healthcare system, medical transportation, injury prevention, education, disaster response, homeland security, and other initiatives reducing healthcare costs and saving lives. Now, therefore, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables and on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st to May 27th, 2023, as Emergency Medical Service Week in the city of Coral Gables. In observance, therefore, with the EMS Week theme, where emergency care begins, I encourage the citizens of the City Beautiful to join me in a salute of admiration and appreciation of the emergency medical services teams whose dedicated efforts continue to bring our community a significant measure of comfort and security. In witness whereof I have hereon to set my hand and cause this great seal of Coral Gables to be affixed on this 23rd day of May, 2023.
Thank you, Commissioner Castro.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chief?
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item.
We'll go ahead and move on to the next item.
A9?
Yes. A8.
Excuse me, I apologize.
So item A8, every year during EMS Week, we select one of our crews in recognition of medical excellence. It fits that Chief Jones just said that in the scope of time, EMS is a relatively young concept and a relatively young industry. So what started as a theory that firefighters strategically located throughout our community could be taught by physicians to do advanced medical care and save folks in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest has evolved to one of the examples that we bring before you today. So last year, April 6th, Lieutenant Eldat Simovich, SWAT medic David Diaz, and paramedic Lazaro Triana responded to a call of a 76-year-old Gables resident. The gentleman was working outside. He went inside, started doing some paperwork. He said he started feeling odd, some numbness. He said he needed to stretch out his back. His wife came into the room and noticed that his words, he was mumbling and slurring. So he said, "I'm all right. I just need to stretch out my back." He asked her if she can hand him a massager. And as she went to get the massager, she also called 911. In a video that was produced by the hospital, they mentioned the fact that it seemed like within 2 minutes, our rescue crew was there. They quickly diagnosed that he was having an active stroke. They treated the patient, started their transport, and activated the stroke system with Baptist Health, communicated with the neurologist through our telemedicine program. The patient went straight to CAT scan and then was administered the clot-busting drug. A year later, for us, that was almost a routine day. A year later, the gentleman shows up to our headquarters and asks to speak to this particular crew. He is a silver medalist in the 1972 Munich Olympics. He was a rower for the Olympic team, and he had made 100% recovery. Strokes is the second lead cause of disability in the United States. So this crew's rapid assessment, rapid intervention, and rapid introduction into the stroke care network significantly made an impact on this gentleman's life, where he has full restoration, full capabilities, and zero deficits. So for their actions on that day and the impact that they had on him and his family, we recognize Lieutenant Eldat Simovich, firefighter paramedic David Diaz, and firefighter Lazaro Triana with this year's Medical Excellence recognition. Thank you very much.
Few words? Gentlemen.
We can move on if you want. I know you gotta
All right, we'll move on.
I'm not trying to slow you down.
We'll move on. That's good. But I want to make sure we honor these gentlemen who work so hard on behalf of the city. So we're moving on to A9. By the way, this is a point of personal privilege for me on A9. So
to represent or to recognize our firefighter of the month for April, he wasn't here last commission meeting, so we moved him on to this one. And to introduce him to you, I'll ask Deputy Chief Gil Hernandez to do so.
Chief, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good morning. This is a privilege for me to recognize our firefighter of the month for April. It's driver engineer Eric Marrero. He's been with our department now for 5 years. He was nominated by his captain, Captain Ofkridge. Captain Ofkridge could not be here this morning, but I want to read some of his words from the nomination quickly. Eric goes above and beyond what is expected of him. He consistently demonstrates excellent technical skills and strong work ethic, and always making safety a top priority. In addition to the outstanding work of the driver engineer, Eric also serves as a role model for upcoming driver engineers. He is always willing to mentor new recruits, as well as share his knowledge and experience with others. Eric takes pride in his work and shows commitment to excellence, and it is evident in everything he does. Recently, Eric got involved with the Fit to Thrive program, which aims to improve health and wellness of firefighters. He is passionate about helping firefighters maintain good physical and mental health. Driver engineer Eric Marrero is an exceptional firefighter who consistently goes above and beyond his duties. He is a role model for his colleagues and a valuable asset to the Coral Gables Fire Department. And for these reasons, he is our firefighter of the month for the month of April.
Mr. Marrero, will you please come forward and say a few words?
Well, thank you all for this incredible honor. I'm truly humbled to be recognized as Firefighter of the Month. I'd like to share this recognition with my incredible team and with the unwavering support of our chiefs. Together, we'll continue to serve, protect, and continue to make a difference every day. Thank you.
So I'm gonna just take a quick moment here to embarrass this gentleman a little bit. So Eric, how long have we known each other? It's okay.
Say 10 to 15 years, I would say.
So Eric and I have been training CrossFit together for probably over a decade. And I remember when he came to me and said, listen, I have an interest in potentially becoming a firefighter or going into some sort of public service. I said, listen, not only have you embody, good health, very disciplined. He's an individual who, again, when I've had the privilege of working out with him or being in a similar class with him, he's shown his ability to lead and lead many people, in a class, in a health regimen, in a workout, which is something, again, that takes some sort of leadership when you're in that position, especially when you're dealing with a lot of people who are a lot older and they want to kind of do their own things, and he's got to take control of the situation. So when he came to me and he talked to me a little bit about becoming involved with Coral Gables, we talked about it. I had the privilege of starting to introduce him to some of the people here in the city. He took control of the moment. He did everything that was required to become a City of Coral Gables firefighter, and this is where we're at today. You have been an exceptional role model, not only when I have the privilege of working out with you and enjoying those classes, but also here in the City of Coral Gables. All I've heard is great things about you, and I'm beyond proud that you chose this as a career of service to the residents and to the business community. So I wanted to congratulate you. I've congratulated you before, but I wanted to congratulate you in public because you're exactly the type of person that we want in the fire department. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And he also happens to be my cousin.
So he's a popular guy on the dais, I believe. Mayor, just a few moments of personal privilege. We'd like to recognize Captain Daniel Amador, that's behind me. Later tonight, he'll be recognized as Stewart Coral Gables Hospital's Paramedic of the Year for his leadership during COVID crisis. As you well know, we were building the plane as we were flying it when it came to the pandemic. And he was our EMS captain at the time. So a lot of that heavy lifting went to him. He became the face of the fire department to our hospitals and Department of Health community. And tonight he'll be recognized as Stewart Hospital's Paramedic of the Year. So I just wanted to take a few moments to congratulate him as well here.
As a board member of Stewart Health, thank you for your service, obviously, and congratulations, well deserved. Let's take a quick photo.
I'm getting there.
Your white hair. He always teases. We're kids. Good. Sure. Here come the police.
Chief, moving on to A10. Chief Hudak, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, sir.
Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Madam City Attorney, it's my honor today to present to you our detective of the first quarter. As you know, we recognize our officers and our detectives for their great work. Today, we present to you Detective Emilio Flores. He's a member of our Crimes Against Persons, our Crimes Against Property unit. In this quarter, he has cleared by either arrest or connecting them together 17 cases. From residential burglaries and tent jobs, from retail thefts at the Victoria's Secret, as well as retail thefts that have targeted our areas and the Target department stores in the north end of our city, as well as stolen vehicle recoveries and arrests, burglary, vandalisms. Again, Detective Flores has been with us a long time. What year did you start? 2006. He has been a stalwart in keeping our crime rates down. A lot of people with the proliferation of our cameras has assisted a lot of the detectives in doing things, and our officer of the year, one of his partners, Detective Riza Martis as well, is what takes what could be a shoplifting case, and we know making those kind of arrests actually moves and helps our retail business people and helps really fix their policies to keep crime and those violent crimes staying out of our city. So because of that, he was nominated by his supervisor as well as the rest of his unit that is here today. And because of his usually regular work, which he does on a regular basis, this month or for this quarter, he was awarded the detective of the first quarter. So with that, Detective Emilio Flores.
Thank you all. It's been a long journey. I know when we started looking at the cases, I didn't know I had done so many. I want to especially thank my family for understanding what I do. It's been long hours that I spent on a lot of these cases. I'm going to also thank my coworkers. They always been behind me, always backed me up. They always helped me anything I needed. My supervisors always help me out. But I think, you know what, this is not only our group, our department. I think it's just in general the whole police department. I got help from patrol, just transporting a subject to the jail. It kind of really helped me out a lot. And just anything that I needed, they've always been there for me. So I want to thank also, the chief for being there for us. Thank you very much.
Officer, just before we take a picture, I noticed that you're wearing a U.S. Marine Corps pin.
Yes.
I always try to acknowledge, along with my colleagues in the commission, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
It's incredibly important to us, and it's really why we enjoy these freedoms and why we're here today. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Item A11 will be deferred. And item E2 has also been removed because it's potentially being protested.
B2?
Yes. Approval of minutes for B1 regular city commission meetings, March 28, 2023.
I'll move it.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Perfect. Before we move on to item F1, which is time certain for 10 o'clock, I'd like to pass these out to my colleagues on the commission. Please pass this down. Here. Yeah, you're next. Just I want to say one thing. Okay. So this is a memo that I'll be sending out today. I'm giving you a copy of it. I already sent another one out in regards to another matter which deals with the TPO that we'll be discussing later. At the last commission meeting, I pushed all of my mayor's comments to this meeting to ensure that my colleagues in the commission, especially my new colleagues, had an opportunity to be able to have all their items heard. So none of my items were heard at the last commission meeting. There's two things that I want to address. Number one, in regards to public comment, I wrote the legislation about public comment. I think it's a great thing, but I want to make sure that we stick to 3 minutes. The reason why I'm asking for everyone to stick to 3 minutes, no matter what side you're on, will be fair, is because I got calls from several different residents and people who saw me and said I wasn't able to speak on a certain matter. I had to go to work because of how long the meeting went. That's number one. Number two, I will be employing Robert's Rules. If you're not familiar with Robert's Rules, it's very simple. You can get it online or a city attorney can provide you with a copy. Every single item that's spoken on the commission here goes through the mayor. That's the way that every other municipality does it. And we're going to start producing some rule and some law and order here so we can push these meetings forward so that these meetings don't last till 9, 10, 11, 10 o'clock at night. Because we have a lot of things that we want to address, and I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to have their voice heard. And third and final issue, in regards to items for discussion, it is not required, these items that for discussion on commission are not required to have public comment. So we'll be moving forward. These are discussion items amongst the commission. If anybody would like to discuss an item that is on discussion, they can do it during public comment. They have 3 minutes of their time to discuss all the items that they would like. Moving forward, let's move on to item F1 on the agenda, which is a time-certain appeal to the Coral Gables City Commission for the decision of Historic Preservation Board, September 21st, 2022, to designate the property located at 1221 Milan Avenue.
Good morning, Mayor. As you said, item F1 is an appeal to the Commission from the decision of the Historic Preservation Board to designate the property located at 1221 Milan, legally described as Lot 9, Block 39, Coral Gables, Granada, Section revised according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 8 at page 113 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County. This is a quasi-judicial item. Pursuant to Section 14-208.6 of the City Zoning Code, this appeal is based on the record of the hearing before the Historic Preservation Board and shall not be a de novo hearing. What that means is that no new or additional testimony shall be taken or considered. This is an appeal based only on the record. As a reminder, your role in considering this appeal is 1, whether due process was afforded, 2, whether the Historic Preservation Board decision was based on competent substantial evidence, and whether the essential requirements of law were met. The Commission's role is to determine whether the zoning code was followed, whether competent substantial evidence supported the decision denying the request for historic designation. After the City Commission's review, the City Commission has 4 options as provided in the zoning code. 1, the City Commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which in this case designated as a local historic landmark the property located at 1221 Milan. The City Commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board with conditions. The City Commission can override the decision, which in this case would mean the property shall not be designated historic, or the City Commission can remand for further proceedings to the Historic Preservation Board. The Mayor, as Chair of the City Commission, with me as parliamentarian, has issued a procedural order that was provided in advance to the Commission and to the parties. Pursuant to that procedural order, the appellant will be allowed 30 minutes for presentation, which shall be limited to the record before the Historic Preservation Board. Next, the Historic Preservation staff will be allowed 30 minutes for its presentation, which will also be limited to the record below. Next, there will be time for questions by members of the City Commission to staff or the parties, and then public comment will be allowed, but will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Because the review of this appeal is not de novo, public comments shall not be considered testimony in this case. Finally, there will be time for additional questions and discussion by members of the City Commission. Because this is a quasi-judicial item, I do need to ask if there have been any ex parte communications that a member of the City Commission needs to disclose.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you could please disclose those at this time.
Let's go through, like I mentioned before, let's have everything run through the chair, and then we'll move forward from there. So as the chairman of the commission, I had a conversation with this gentleman yesterday. We did not talk about, any particulars of the issue, and I said that we would have this conversation in the commission floor as required by law. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I also had a conversation with this gentleman. I listened. It will not affect my analysis of the facts. I will rely upon the record on appeal.
Madam City Attorney?
Mayor, just one clarification. When you said, and when the Vice Mayor said this gentleman, I just want to clarify for the record, you mean the property owner?
The property owner.
Property
yes.
owner.
He was the only one that came to the meeting. Yes. Anyone else? Commissioner?
Yeah, the property owner came to meet with me in my office. I listened to him, and I also have received several emails from members of the community regarding this matter, but I know I can move forward in an unbiased, focused way to reach a determination.
Commissioner, that's a great point that you made. I'm happy you brought that up because I know that we were all copied on emails that are part of the public record.
If those can be forwarded to the city clerk, if they have not, if that has not already been done, please do so.
Mr. Clerk, we'll send you those in the break.
Thank you.
I think it was about 5 or 6 emails that we all received.
The property owner also met me in my office, and any conversation that we had was already on the record. There was no new information.
Commissioner?
And I met with the property owner as well. I had a member of the city attorney's office present to ensure there was no issues with that meeting.
Moving forward, Commissioner, Madam City Attorney.
So Mayor, if you're ready, the property owner can start his presentation.
Please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners and staff. My name is Wayne Pathman. I'm with the law office of Pathman Shermer, 2 South Biscayne Boulevard, Suite 2400 in Miami. I'm here on behalf of Peter and Ann Salimonis. As you know, this is an issue coming from the HPB and their decision to declare their home at 1221 Milan Avenue historic. Typically, I would be the one presenting everything before you, and my client would wait patiently behind me, hoping that you would make a decision in his favor. This morning, though, you're going to hear from Peter because Peter knows his house better than anybody. He also knows the report that was filed by the board that to determine his house historic better than anybody, and has spent many, many hours and extensive research, as you'll see from what's being passed out now to you, in studying his house, studying the decision of the board, and learning all about historic preservation. I would ask that I be given a few minutes when he's concluded to make some final and closing comments, and if you're going to have any rebuttal after any presentation by the other side, I'd appreciate a few minutes to respond to that as well. With that, Peter.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you. What do I just, I don't know if they're up. And that. Okay.
Is that your presentation, sir, or no?
So good morning. My name is Peter Salimonis, and along with my wife Ann and my daughter Gabrielle, sitting behind me, we're appealing, of course, the historic designation for our home at 1221 Milan Avenue. Our home was sold to us with a clean title, no encumbrances, no historic designation. And now that we're trying to exercise what should be our right to build a better, safer, and more sustainable home, we're facing, without our consent, this prejudicial historic designation. The hardship created by this designation will affect me and my family forever. Now, I understand that I need to address what was already stated on the record during the Historic Preservation Board meeting, which means I need to demonstrate why the report from the Historic Resources and Cultural Arts Department stating that my house meets the code is wrong. The packet I've provided, everybody has a packet, okay, comprises the entire report, and which we'll now review together. Thank you. But first, please, bless you. But first, please take a look at the code. So if you will, please turn to page 1 of the packet. This is the code that determines whether my home meets the standards for historic designation. So to designate a home historic, it must have significant character, interest, or value, and meet one of the 11 criteria listed in categories A, B, and C. The report asserts that my home satisfies historical cultural significance. Criterion 4 exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. And in category B, architectural significance, criterion 1 portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural styles. And criterion 2 embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. The code isn't simply an architectural checklist. One can't say stucco, check, concrete block, check, wing walls, check, etc. It has to have significant character or portray the environment in an era of history or embody those distinguishing characteristics. Please turn the page to the city's report. As we review this report, you'll see that it's vague. It doesn't state that this is an historic trend because of this, or this is an economic trend because of that. In fact, much of what's in the report has nothing to do with my home or even the code. Yet, at the end, it simply states that my home meets the criteria for historic designation. Please turn to page 1 of the report. You might already be there. The first paragraph states that my home was one of the first moderately priced cottage homes commissioned by George Merrick. Now, it doesn't explicitly state that because my home was moderately priced, that makes my home part of an economic trend. But I don't know exactly what else it could be alluding to. Just because my home was moderately priced doesn't mean that it was part of an economic trend. In fact, in the 1920s, Merrick was building all sorts of homes, moderately priced to more expensive, luxurious homes. And if there was any trend that characterized the Roaring '20s, it certainly wasn't moderation. Overindulgence, big spending, and luxury personified the Roaring '20s, not moderation. Anyway, you can't just say because a house was affordable, it represents an economic trend. Paragraph 2 is devoted to the architect who designed my home, Louis Brum, and a resident, Dr. John Tom Holdsworth. Please turn to the next page. This is, again, the historic code. It states significance when the home is, quote, associated in a significant way with the life or activities of a major historic person important in the past. I see that the PowerPoint seems to be moving. I'm not doing that. I don't know. It's not part of the presentation yet, anyway. Okay. But the report doesn't say criterion 1 applies to my home. So why include Brum and Holdsworth if they're not major historical figures? Because there's no true justification to declare my house historic. So the report writes about these figures to give the impression there's something historically important associated with my home. Please turn the page, which is page 2 of the report. There are 3 paragraphs devoted to Coral Gables and the ideals of historic preservation, but nothing to do specifically with my home. But even though those 3 paragraphs, have nothing to do with my home and nothing to do with the code, including it in the report affects the reader's impression. In fact, when I first read the report, I thought my aspiration to build a new home was doomed. But as I reread it, scrutinized it, and analyzed the code, I understood the report had little to do with my home. At the bottom of page 2, it references the code, asserting that my home satisfies 3 criteria. Please turn to page 3 of the report. There's a bit on Coral Gables history, followed by this statement. The home at 1221 Milan Avenue was constructed in 1923 and is indicative of the type of architecture that was the founding premise of Coral Gables. So what exactly is the founding premise of Coral Gables? It doesn't say in the report. However, in the book Coral Gables, Miami Riviera, an architectural guide, which was used as a reference for the city's report, it states that the City Beautiful movement, which was the premise of Coral Gables, resulted from the need to refashion cities to promote social, cultural, and economic harmony. The architecture was secondary. Merrick wasn't developing a new city to demonstrate the beauty and benefits of Mediterranean architecture. Of course, he liked the style, as do many of us, but his premise for developing a completely new city wasn't to promote Mediterranean architecture. He was inspired to create a new community. And I think that that's an important distinction, the ideal that buildings are always secondary to people. Page 3 continues with more Coral Gables history, prominent architects, and Mediterranean designs. Then it states that, quote, the home at 1221 Milan Avenue exemplifies the Mediterranean ideals and climate adaptations espoused by city founder George Merrick, end quote. I find this misleading, writing about Frank Bunton, Denman Fink, and other significant architects that had nothing to do with my home, then immediately following it with a statement about my home. It just makes it look as though my home had something to do with those people. In fact, everything written about Coral Gables history and its historical figures have nothing to do with what does or doesn't make my home historically significant. Please turn to page 4 of the report. There's more information about Merrick's overall plans for Coral Gables, the Garden City movement, etc. Also, it has nothing to do with what does or doesn't make my home historically significant. On pages 4 and 5, there's more information about the city's development timeline, including my neighborhood, which, by the way, is not in an historic district. Please turn to page 6 of the report. There's a quote from a 1925 publication from George Merrick characterizing the design tenets of moderately priced Mediterranean homes, design tenets of which my home doesn't even have, such as a cloistered entrance whose slightly pointed arched and carved columns lead to an open patio as finely thought out and executed as a Renaissance palace. That'd be great if that was my home, but it's not. At the bottom of page 6, more development timeline, again, irrelevant. Please turn to page 7. More about cottage homes and a quote from George Merrick about how he and Mrs. Merrick felt pride and accomplishment as they drove through moderately priced neighborhoods at night, which speaks to my point about Merrick's true premise for developing a new city, that it was first about community. Then there's a half page devoted to Merrick's brother-in-law who helped finance my home and the story of Francis Guest, who held the mortgage for my home. Once again, this has nothing to do with any of the criteria the report is using to claim why my home is historic. These are not major historical figures, and including these stories in the report simply tries to influence the reader's impression of my home. Please turn to page 8. Another paragraph on Coral Gables history, which talks about a lull in construction following the 1926 hurricane and a post-war building boom, where Mediterranean-style home construction was abandoned. Immediately following this historic recap, the report states that my home, quote, retains its historic context. This is not the correct way to measure whether a home is historically significant, as virtually every home can certainly be tied to some sort of historic context. There's the post-war period from 1946 through the 1960s. Are all of those homes historic? Should a South Gables Ranch home be declared historic because it was built during the post-war building boom? Absolutely not. But according to the logic of this report, it should. If you designate my home historic, then you might as well designate every 1920s Mediterranean home, and that doesn't make good preservation sense. From the bottom of page 8 and pages 9 and 10, the report discusses that my home was one of the 8 cottage homes on Milan, which it wasn't. More on that later. Please turn to page 10. It states that, quote, the home at 1221 Milan Avenue, one of the earliest homes built in the city, was built as an archetype upon which Coral Gables was founded. There's absolutely no evidence to substantiate that claim. None. But if that's truly the case, that my home is the archetype upon which Coral Gables was founded, and I don't mean to sound sarcastic, but why did it take so long for anybody to realize this? And not only should my home be declared historic, but the city should buy it and restore it to its original condition and turn it into a museum. Continuing on page 10, discusses how Mediterranean homes work well in tropical environments. Nothing to do with whether my home is historic. Anyway, I really love Mediterranean homes. In fact, I want to build a new Mediterranean home, one with unique design features and better structurally, with a concrete roof to protect my family during a hurricane, and higher off the ground to protect against the possibility of future flooding. Continuing on page 10, discusses architectural features, some of which don't exist, some are exaggerated, but which do not qualify my home as historic. I'll discuss those later in the presentation. Pages 11 to 20 discusses changes to my home and architectural features, and claims that only a few changes were made prior to the changes I made. This is not correct. I will demonstrate those changes later in the presentation. Please turn to page 21. You can find it with the tab.
21.
It discusses ownership history, focusing on Dr. Holdsworth. Once again, if the report isn't making the case for criterion 1 that the house was connected to a major historical figure, why does it devote so much space to Dr. Holdsworth? Because there's no relevant evidence for historic designation, so it included irrelevant material to try to boost its case. Please turn to page 22, all about the architect who designed my home, Louis Brum. And once again, he's not considered a major historical person, criterion 1, or a prominent designer, criterion 3, but his inclusion affects the reader's impression on my home. Please turn to page 23. The report concludes reciting the code and then states that my house meets historical, cultural, and architectural criteria. The next few pages of the report are references, a review guide, a list, which we'll get to soon, and a sketch. So, the report cited 3 criteria as reasons for declaring my home historic. Regarding category A, criterion 4, it didn't cite a political, cultural, or social trend. Instead, it tried to assert an economic trend because my home was affordable, and an historic trend because it was built in the 1920s. As you can see, my house doesn't satisfy criterion 4. That leaves category B, criteria 1 and 2. Criterion 1 states significance when a home, quote, portrays the environment in an era of history categorized by one or more distinctive architectural styles. To satisfy this criteria, my home would have to possess an architectural feature specific to the era it was built and no other era. So, if an historian was looking at my home, he or she could say, you see, that's a 1920s arch, and no other homes in that area have those. Or only homes in that era have those. But there's not a single distinctive architectural feature on my home that isn't also prevalent in other eras. Thus, my home does not satisfy criterion 1. Please turn to the next tab and look at 2 photos of my home. The one on top, which was the one on the cover of the report, and the one on bottom, which is the way it currently looks. This is what you'd be designating: a simple, boxy-looking home, something a realtor would euphemize as charming. When there are so many great examples of Mediterranean architecture, ones designed by prominent, significant architects and designers, what's the point in designating mine? It just doesn't make good preservation sense. Criterion 2 states significance when a home embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. So, does it embody an architectural style? The report says it does for Mediterranean and cottage homes. As I'll soon demonstrate, my home isn't a cottage home. Is it Mediterranean? Well, of course it is, as is every home that's built with concrete block, textured stucco, barrel tile roofs, and a rounded window. Is that enough to declare my home significant? Absolutely not. Its characteristics are not only minimal, but commonplace. There are far better examples of Mediterranean architecture in Coral Gables and by prominent artists, designers, and architects like Phineas Pace, Denman Fink, Frank Button. In fact, declaring my home significant, I see as an insult to the collection of truly beautiful and truly significant Coral Gables homes, and further diminishes the integrity of those remarkable homes. Regarding the claim that my home embodies the distinguishing characteristics of a period, a plain, cheap home without distinguishing characteristics built during a time when so many wonderful and interesting Mediterranean homes were built contradicts the period, not personifies it. And finally, regarding a method of construction, like almost every home in Coral Gables and South Florida, it's built of concrete block, stucco, and has a crawl space, nothing at all distinctive. If my home meets any of these criteria, then virtually all Mediterranean homes in Coral Gables can be declared historically significant. And not to be repetitive, but again, that does not make good preservation sense. The report relies heavily on the fact that my home is one of the original Coral Gables cottages. There are 2 reasons why it isn't. First of all, the construction of what is now referred to as Coral Gables cottages began October 25th, 1923. Please turn the page. This is my home's tax card, showing that my home was built in 1922, the year before Coral Gables cottages were built. Secondly, my home doesn't have design features of a Coral Gables cottage, not as described in articles from 1923, but most importantly, not as defined by Code Section 8202 criteria for designation as a Coral Gables cottage. Please turn the page. To be defined as a Coral Gables cottage, it must meet 12 of 19 criteria, which are original with the cottage. My home only meets 6, which I've highlighted. I'll quickly go through them. Coral rock or stucco finish, yes, my home is stucco. Combination roof type, technically yes, but not a very good example. Front porch, no. Projecting bay on front elevation, no. Masonry arches or arches springing from columns on front elevation, no. Decorative doorway surrounds, no. Decorative and or predominant chimney, no, it's not original. Detached garage to the rear of the property, no. Similar decorative features, parapet and or roof slope on main house and detached garage, no. But the report states I have a detached garage and my parapets were designed to mirror the main house, but that's not correct. Porte cochere or carport, no. Decorative wing walls, maybe, but not good examples. Barrel tile roof, no. My home has non-original S tiles. Varied height between projecting and recessed portions of the front elevation, yes. Vents grouped as decorative accents, yes. Cast ornament and or tile applied to front elevation, no. Built-in niches and or planters, no. First floor above crawl space, yes. Casement or sash windows, no. And loggias, arcade, no. So that's 12 no's and 6 yeses, well short of the necessary 12. So my home, according just to the code, is not a Coral Gables cottage. And all the exaggerated, false, and misleading claims from this report, this was the most egregious. And by not disclosing the code, not disclosing the tax card, it's clear that this report was not created objectively, which violates the rules and standards set by the city to historic preservation, and as such, the entire report should be declared inadmissible. Even the members of Historic Preservation Board were fooled. Please turn the page to the transcript from the Historic Preservation Board hearing on my home. Board member Donna Spain states that, quote, when you're talking about a Coral Gables cottage, that was also talked about by Merrick, but there is a specific term in the zoning code that is a Coral Gables cottage. And so they listed, I think there's, please turn the page, 19 criteria. And if your home qualified for 12 of these, it was considered a Coral Gables cottage. And that's the list that Elizabeth had in her report, which she checked off. That's 12. Kara Couch responded, there are 19 criteria. Donna Spain continued. That's what she was doing. She was going to that part of the zoning code and then checking off those things that your property has that qualifies it as a Coral Gables cottage. I responded, quote, I'm not sure if those are still on my home or if they were even ever a part of it. I think some of those are perhaps inaccurate. If we can look at them, because I went to, and Donna Spain interjected and stated, I can guarantee that they went out and looked at your house. I'm sure the staff went out and looked at your house in order to check off those criteria. I know that. I wasn't with them, but that's what they do. Nowhere in the report does it refer to that section of the code, stating the 19 criteria, demonstrating my home meets at least 12 of them. However, please look at the screen. If I can do this. There we go. Which shows page 27 of the report titled Character Defining Features. On the left, you can see how this checklist mimics the cottage home criteria checklist. There's 13 features, one more than necessary 12, and each item is meant to mimic one from the code. I'll quickly go through some of the features. Combination roof types and heights. There's one pitched roof in the front of my house and the rest has a flat roof. Arched openings. There's no openings. Spanish-inspired chimney, not original. Detached garage whose parapets were designed to mirror the main house. I don't have a attached garage. It has a very simple parapet. Wing walls, supposed to be decorative wing walls, which they're not. Projecting bays. It's supposed to be on the front of the house, which it's not. Recessed casement windows. I have none. Flat roofs with stepped parapets. No stepped parapets. Everything's at one level. In the words of an historic preservation expert, who was, of course, not allowed to talk today because he wasn't at the original hearing, if you designate this house, you might as well designate every 1920s Mediterranean home built in Coral Gables, and you're certainly not going to do that. What the report should have said was that although my home was built in 1922, the code does not place significance on a home merely because of its age. The home was designed by Louis Brum, who was not a prominent architect. There were no people of major historical significance associated with my home. It has a few design features similar to Mediterranean and cottage homes, but not enough to satisfy the criteria for historic designation. Therefore, this home is not historically significant. But not only does my home not meet the code requirements for designation, it's also undergone significant changes. When I met Warren Adams, he advised me to speak about these at the HPB hearing. I did my best to illustrate them, and Historic Preservation Board member John Fullerton voted against designating my home historic. Please look at the last page in your packet. Where John Fullerton said, quote, "I'm looking at the Brum and the Fink drawings of the house. That doesn't seem to have much relationship to what we see today. And in fact, the house today is a pretty poor example of what he left behind, let us think it was supposed to look like." And then I looked through all the photographs that we have, and there are 3 or 4 different iterations of what the house looked like. There's this thing on this crown on top of the chimney, and there's no chimney, and there's nothing on top, and then there's a diamond-shaped thing. It's all over the place. I just don't know what we're designating except of an image of what has been added to and subtracted from for the last, well, at least since 1967, the last photograph I could see on here that had any architectural feeling to it at all, end quote. Now, I can't fault the other board members for not seeing what Mr. Fullerton saw because they only had an original sketch, which, as you will soon see, is pretty difficult to make out. I was only given 2 weeks to prepare for the HPB hearing, which, among other things, didn't give me enough time to properly demonstrate the changes. But with the time allotted today, you can now better see the changes to my home. Please turn your attention back to the screen. So this is the original sketch from the house. As you can see, it's very difficult to make out to understand what the house used to look like. From that, we made a little bit better sketch, just kind of filled in the lines. And from this sketch, we created 4 renderings of what the house used to look like back in 1922. This is the front elevation in 1922, and as you can see, the next photo is the earliest photo from 1940. And the differences during that period that were made, somewhere between 1922 and 1940, there were 2 awnings added, a decorative feature on the parapet was removed, the front porch was added because the awning should be the length of the front porch. The decorative features were removed on the parapet as well. Then the next photo, sometime between 1940 and 1967, these changes were made, changing from screens to windows. Shutters removed, barrel tiles removed, decorative garage door was removed, and then sometime up until 1979, casement window was replaced by jalousie. Sometime between 1979 and 2009, the chimney was altered. They put barrel tile or some type of tile on top and took away the diamond-shaped configuration. Planter was added in front. The window frame was changed. The S-tile roof was added. And then in 2023, front porch enclosed and new stairs in front. Here's a list of all the changes that were made since 1922, just on the front elevation. Here's the, which elevation is this? West elevation. There are no historical photos. The photos on bottom sort of cut the elevation in half. The windows were removed. The loggia was removed. The door removed. Basement windows removed. All the shutters removed. Screen replaced by window number 22 there. Base and pedestal removed. And the porch added. Why it says porch added? Oh yeah, the side porch added. And the door added. Here's the other elevation. Screened-in porch added. Here you have a sometime before 1982. They added that screened-in porch. French door inside the screened-in porch was added. And then continuing on this elevation, you have pictures from 2023 now. All of the casement windows removed and replaced with jalousie. Shutters removed. Decorative window sill and hood removed. Screen replaced by window. Barrel tiles
Excuse me,
removed.
sir.
Yes,
Can you speak directly into the microphone, please?
I'm sorry. Barrel tiles removed. Pyramid-shaped parapet removed. And the rear elevation, barrel tiles removed on top of there. Screen window removed. French doors removed. Porch enclosed. Decorative vent removed. And windows added. And, you know, here's what my intention is, to build something that, as you walk by, you say that house is probably built in 1923. At least that's the intention. I want something similar to that. So here's renderings of what I worked with through my architect. So, I mean, there's nothing remarkable about my house. It's just old. Secondly, based on the code, my home doesn't meet the criteria for historic designation. And thirdly, the character has completely changed from the original home. And what's now there has little resemblance to how it was originally built. The code doesn't assign historic designation simply because of age. But really, this is more than just about the code. It's about doing what's right for the community. Please put yourself in my shoes. I'm sure my story isn't unique. You know, when we bought our home, I was 29 years old, my wife 28, and my daughter Gabrielle 1. It was the only one we could afford in Coral Gables, and it was great for a while, but so much has changed since then. The condition of our home, sustainability issues, and my family. And now that we've lived here for 25 years, we've developed wonderful relationships with our neighbors. We're a community within a community. We help each other out, you know, in the many ways that neighbors do. We take care of each other's pets, you know, keep an eye out when someone's away, helping with the kids, you name it. I'm there for when my neighbors need me, and they're there for when they, you know, I need them. But why should we, or anyone for that matter, have to choose between dealing with the stress of an old home or leaving our community? For what? So that when someone walks by, they get to see an old house. Because I bought an old house, not historically designated, not in a historic district, my family's sentenced to forever live in that old unsafe house. Requiring me to remodel my home is cost prohibitive and financially idiotic for myself and anyone else who would buy my property. This is not sensible preservation. Please, for my family and for the community, don't let this happen and uphold our appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. I think
Madam
my
City Attorney?
attorney would like to say something.
Yes, Mayor, pursuant to the procedural order, well, I think the property owner's attorney has asked for a few minutes, so it's up to you, Mayor.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to emphasize a couple things. The HPB is empowered to look at your community and decide what property should be historic and maintained. Clearly, as Mr. Salimonis has demonstrated, this is not one of them. This is not a property that deserves historic designation. Most importantly, you should look at the report that Peter just went through and look at what they relied upon in making that report. One of the key elements is 1923. Remember that year, because everything they say about a cottage home was 1923 and beyond. But this house, based upon archive records of the building permit, was built in 1922. The report fails to establish any competent substantial evidence why this house should be declared historic. In addition to that, at the time that the report was read into the record, the woman who read the report into the record appeared by videotape. Mr. Salimonis did not have a chance to cross-examine that person in a quasi-judicial proceeding. So therefore, the report itself should not even be allowed to be submitted for your consideration and should be devoid of any ruling on your behalf to determine that this house is historic, because the report fails to establish, as Peter demonstrated, the criteria in which to consider the house historic. One last thing that I'd like to point out is that you're empowered to make these decisions. Peter is a 25-year resident, and his family and his wife Ann, of this city. This is not what should be done to someone who's a good citizen, who obviously has taken the time to make an excellent presentation, who's taken the time to look at his house, read the report, determine what's historic. He'd be all in favor of committing to making this house historic, if in fact it was. As he says, it's an old house and that's it. And that's all you should consider. At the very least, because he was not given a chance to cross-examine the person who read the report into the record, it should be remanded back. But I ask you today not to remand it back. You should determine that the house is not historic based upon the information that was presented both at the hearing and what Mr. Salimonis just did in walking you through the entire report. And again, I want to remind you, it is not a 1923 house. That is most important to remember. And they can't change that. The building card says 1922. So it doesn't meet any of the qualifications, along with the other standards that Peter read concerning architectural significance, significance by who owned it or lived there. None of that even matters. They didn't meet that criteria either. But what does matter is it was built in 1922. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Director? Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I have a throat thing, so I'm just going to leave this
No
here
worries.
if you guys don't mind.
No worries.
So I am the Acting Historic Preservation Officer for the City of Coral Gables, Kara Kautz. If I can have our PowerPoint brought up, thank you. I would like to, okay, go back. Okay. So I would like to bring up for the record that the renderings that were shown during the applicant's PowerPoint were not presented to the board during their meeting at all. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about why this property is before you today. The current owners purchased the property located at 1221 Milan Avenue in 1998. In February of 2021, a code enforcement citation was issued for work without a permit that included construction of a side patio, lighting, and a front facade addition. In June 2021, the owners filed for an after-the-fact building permit to legalize the front porch enclosure and other work. The permit was reviewed and denied by all city reviewers. In June 27, 2022, the owners filed an application for a historic significance determination in order to demolish the house. As you all know, per Section 8-107G of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, all demolition permits for non-designated buildings or structures must be approved by the Historic Preservation Officer or designee. So this requirement has been in our code for almost 20 years. It was put into the code in order to save properties that were considered significant but were not yet designated when they were eligible for demolition. August 1st, 2022, the significance determination letter was issued stating that the property did meet the minimum eligibility criteria for designation as a local historic landmark. Staff's report for the designation of the property was presented to the Historic Preservation Board in September of 2022. At that time, the board found the property met the designation criteria as outlined in the report and moved to designate the property. I would like to note that the board reviews each designation on a case-by-case basis. It is not a comparative review. It is not, is this one better than that one? It is based solely on the evidence provided to them. We also provide a detailed report about the entire property in order to give context to both the property and the city and to give the full history of the property. Not necessarily using all of the information to build the criteria, but we are obligated to give the owner the full history of the property. So to refresh your memory, the single-family home was designed in the Mediterranean Revival style in 1923 by architect Louis Brum, who was a key member of George Merrick's, the city founder, design team. It's a very early example of the Coral Gables cottage prototype and was commissioned directly by George Merrick. It was permit number 402 in the city. So these are two photos that you saw previously. One is from the 1940s and one is from 1967. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Zoning Code, criteria for designation, a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, architectural, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. A property only needs to meet one of these criteria. The Historic Preservation Board designated the property based on the three criteria shown here and also delineated in the staff report. So we know that the board relied on the evidence presented to make their decision to designate, but I wanted to clear up on record a few of the statements made. As noted in the designation report, the home was constructed in 1923, and it's a very early example of a Coral Gables cottage, one of the first. The owner has stated that staff has made an error concerning this date, and I would like to clear that up for you. So they rely heavily on the city's tax card found in our microfilm. Those tax cards are used by staff. We pull them, we use them for every designation report that we write. And in our many years of doing this, we have found that they're all not always accurate, especially when the homes when the construction of the homes predate the incorporation of the city, as this one did. So yes, the tax card states 1922, but I will show you why it was built in 1923. So the home was constructed in the Granada section of the city, and as you can see from the 1922 map shown on the right-hand side of the screen, Merrick had not yet acquired the portion of the city denoted in purple, where the Granada section would eventually be platted. In fall of 1923, which you see on the left, Section F, which is highlighted in blue, was significantly expanded and renamed the Granada section. You can see Milan Avenue denoted in red on the southern border of the Granada section. In September of 1923, newspaper articles announced the start of construction in the Granada section. Lots in this section were first offered for sale in November of 1923 to much fanfare. So the home was constructed after the Granada section had been platted, constructed, and sold. Additionally, Louis Brum didn't announce the opening of his architectural practice in Miami until March of 1923. And we also believe that the plans are dated December 24th, 1923, as you see on the right. Why is it important to note that the home was constructed in 1923? That year, Merrick specifically commissioned 3 architects, including Louis Brum, to design 58 Mediterranean-inspired homes in this section of the city to demonstrate that the smaller, moderately priced homes in Coral Gables would have the same quality of construction and aesthetic as the larger homes. Of these 58 homes commissioned by Merrick, 8 are on Milan Avenue, and this house is one of them. They were the first of what would be later classified as Coral Gables cottages. So during the Historic Preservation Board meeting, there was much emphasis given by the owner on the architectural description of Coral Gables Cottage, as noted in the staff report. The quote in the report is not intended to delineate the features of this home in particular, but of the aesthetic qualities of the cottage in general, and the fact that the early small houses were designed just as thoughtfully as the larger houses. As the board discussed, a cottage designation is a separate process than a landmark designation. It has a different set of criteria. Those are also found within the zoning code. So while those criteria identify a home as a cottage type, they are not the same criteria used to designate a property as a local historic landmark. Board member Spain asked the cottage designation criteria be made part of the record. These are listed here, and you can see these features that we use to identify a cottage prototype home. And I'd like to go back and point that this ordinance was introduced in 1994 in order to identify and protect the smaller homes in certain parts of the area that were being demolished and redeveloped. The home is designed in the Mediterranean Revival style and retains its prominent and character-defining features of the style to this day. Those features include, but are not limited to, those on the screen and listed in the report, and these are the features that make it a Med Revival house that the board designated the architectural criteria upon. As you can see, over time, this is the house over the last century. Visual assessment of the property, along with review of permit documents and historic photographs, indicate that there are a few changes to the character-defining features of the home prior to the unpermitted alterations by the current owner. A very detailed discussion of those alterations is provided in your designation report that I'm assuming you've already read. So alterations that occurred prior to 1998 are shown here and include the enclosing of the 2 screen porches that were sleeping porches, or the sleeping porch on the rear and the screen porch on the front, installation of an S-tile roof, and a roof porch added at the rear of the home in 1981. Those alterations are shown in blue and orange on the survey on the left. I would like to point out that some of the decorative features that the owner cited in his presentation as being removed were actually never constructed. Frequently, 1920s permit drawings do not accurately depict what was actually constructed. We know from comparison of early permit records, our collection of 1920s and 1940s photographs, and other city records that very often changes in design were made during construction, on the fly, and in the field. The parapet, for example, is not a character-defining feature that was relied on by the board. They designated the property as it is today. The current owner purchased the property in 1998, and this slide illustrates some of the alterations undertaken since then. The alterations were done without permits, and a code enforcement case is ongoing. Additional details are provided in the designation report, and I'm happy to elaborate on any of the alterations that you see on the screen. The areas on the left and on the right that were added, enclosed, altered are shown in the photographs as well. If you need me to go through them, happy to. Again, the board did discuss the alterations and did not find that they outweighed the designation of the property. Current photographs of the property are included in the record in the designation report and the PowerPoint shown to the board. I'm not going to include them here to walk you around the building. Again, I have them if you'd like to see them. This is a photo of the property as it is today. I just have a few more points to address some of the discussion. At the meeting, the owner stated that there is nothing special about the owners of the property. As staff, we present the overall history of the property to the board. Ownership is in fact one of the designation criteria found in our zoning code, but here, in this case, we did not employ that criterion when designating this home. Additionally, the owner spoke about the condition of the home. I would like to remind you that the condition of the property is not a criteria for approving or denying the designation of a property. The board's only task is to determine whether or not the property meets the criteria as outlined in the zoning code. So this single-family home, 1221 Milan Avenue, was commissioned directly by city founder George Merrick in 1923. It is one of the earliest homes built in the city before the incorporation of the city, was built as an archetype upon which Coral Gables was founded, and while it has been altered, it's still clearly recognized as one of Merrick's early cottage-type homes. We are here because the owner applied for a historic significance determination in order to demolish the home because a permit to legalize unpermitted work and rectified code violations was not and could not be obtained. It is our belief that we can work with the owner to help rectify this situation. The Historic Preservation Board, after discussion to clarify the issues of the home, voted to designate the home as presented in spite of the alterations based on the criteria found in the code, and we ask that you uphold their designation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cala. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do.
Let's proceed.
First speaker, Maria Cruz. We do have a speaker on Zoom, Mr. Mayor. I believe is Ms. Carele Carbonell.
Okay. Ms. Carbonell, welcome back to the city.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I on?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Floor is yours.
Okay. Sorry I had to leave. This is Carelia Martinez Carbonell, president of the Historic Preservation Association. And on behalf of our organization, we ask the City Commission to side with the Historic Preservation Board and affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board to convey landmark designation of the property at 1221 Milan Avenue, as recommended by the city's preservation staff. The City of Coral Gables preservation staff presented a well-documented report, as you just heard Ms. Kara go over, detailing the home's historical significance. And when we say it was commissioned directly by George Merrick, that should give it a great weight, because and the homeowner should be proud of that, from 1923. It was voted by the Historic Preservation Board, which granted the designation landmark. So with that, the home is significant. It is an important home in the history of Coral Gables, and also not that it was part of the criteria, but the home was the first home of Sergeant Cyril Guest, who we all understand he was a hero here in Coral Gables, first police officer that died during his duty on Christmas Day in 1925. So please keep that in mind. The home does have some significance in that sense. So thank you for the time to listen to this request.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Madam, will you come up? 1 second, I have a few questions for you, just a little bit of clarity. So, what are our options today? Uphold, deny, and remand, correct?
Correct.
So I have a few questions, and I'll go back to a project that I voted for designation, which the Historic Preservation Board said no, and that was the LaSalle Cleaners. I believed, and to this day I believe, that that should have been designated. The board itself disagreed with me. They're the professionals. They said that that building had been altered in a fashion that could never be brought back to its original glory, which I disagree with because I've been involved in a few historic preservation projects, which have actually even won awards in Miami Beach and in downtown. One of them being Boulevard Shops, another one being the Fountain in Miami Beach, which was 5 years ago, was awarded actually an award for historic preservation. So I'm not a historic preservation expert. I just was lucky enough to be able to do that work.
Okay.
You can always bring back a building to its original glory. It just takes money, and a lot of money like that. And I thought the LaSalle building was a critical building in our history. Am I wrong?
No, I don't disagree with you.
In a critical building in our history that should have been saved. So I think I was maybe 1, if not 2 votes when we lost and the building was demolished, which is a shame. Explain to me, even though I understand now, which when I met with this gentleman, he did not share with me that he was the one that made some of the alterations in 2009, which is important, but that doesn't bear my decision today. The building is altered. It doesn't look anything in comparison to what it did when in 1923, when George Merrick had a hand in one form or another. Can you give me, and I know I'm giving you a long-winded, but I'm just trying to get my hands around this. This house has been altered in a way that is unrecognizable from its original intent. So help me understand that, and I know I'm comparing it to LaSalle, which is a commercial building versus a residential building, but I want to understand why something applies to LaSalle and it doesn't apply to this building, this structure, excuse me.
So the board evaluates every property on a case-by-case basis, as I mentioned. So what happened with LaSalle, what happens with this house, what happens with the next house, there shouldn't be a comparison. So I understand where your mind goes with that, but the reality is they should be considered differently. The board in this case specifically, upon reviewing the record, the importance of the home as an early cottage, its typology, the fact that it was commissioned directly by George Merrick, the fact that the owner did undertake the work, that's a consideration. So are you going to penalize an important home for work that was done to it without a permit that obliterated, in your mind, maybe, what made it significant?
And going back to LaSalle,
yeah,
and correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been some time, that structure was also altered without
But
permits.
they had permits for the exterior work that was done to it.
I think it was it was the interior work.
Yeah, and the interiors aren't designated, so people can remodel, people can update.
No, I said it was a long time ago.
Yeah, no, those, and we said, how could someone have done that to that building? But it's true, they were permitted. So I think, I can't speak for the board, but in our view, the alterations are reversible in this case. That front porch can be removed, and that's a huge part of what you're seeing from the front facade. The garage access has been blocked by a patio. They've removed the garage door. That can't stay. Code has to have a covered parking space, so that's all going to have to be removed regardless if it's historic or not.
Is that a CVS block structure building, or is that wire lath?
No, it's CVS.
The entire-
And there's a concrete deck in front of it raised up 3 feet, so you can't get to that garage.
Is that on a slab, or is that on actually like a crawl space, some sort of crawl space?
The garage?
No, the entire structure of the building.
The garage is on slab.
Okay.
It's on grade. The deck is raised. So there are things that have to happen to the home, even if it's not historic. He's going to have to undo a lot of what was already done.
I mean, that's the case when most people do work illegally. They have to bring it into compliance.
Correct.
In one form or another. So I have 2 last questions before I swing it over to the commission. So again, Louis Brum, Has any home ever been designated that Louis Brum had a hand in?
Yes.
Okay, how many homes would you say?
I don't know off the top of my
But
head.
it's-
But
but
he was considered one of Merrick's design team with Fink, with Hampton, with Howry, and Brum were the four who were his core early design team.
And this gentleman also hangs his hat on the criteria, the 19 points on the criteria. He says that he did not meet the 12. Can you give me a little bit of, can you go over that? I think it's important for the commission to understand where maybe the board says, no, you do. I need your expertise to tell us where he meets the criteria.
Give me one.
No problem, take your time.
Remind you all that the cottage criteria is a separate section of the code. You can be designated as a historic landmark and also as a Coral Gables cottage. You have to be a landmark to be designated as a cottage, but you don't have to be a cottage if you're a landmark, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So the cottage criteria that, excuse me, were displayed are a separate set of criteria used to identify a Coral Gables cottage and make it a cottage designation. What the board designated this property on was the fact that it was a Mediterranean Revival style building based on its architecture, not as cottage types. However, that being said, this home is a representation of the cottage type. So if you look at the list that was, again, put here,
What page?
towards the end, like four back from the end.
He put it on page 13. You have page 12, page 11, excuse me, from the presentation provided by the.
So these criteria are what we would use if someone came to us and said, I'd really like to use the incentives outlined in the code, which we give people incentives for being a cottage. So I want you to designate me. Can you go through this checklist and see if I qualify? And when we do. So we look at the property, the intent of the property is how it is today, and sometimes, depending on if it's minor, what it was like before. In this case, the property would meet the 12 of a cottage if they were coming in for cottage designation. Coral rock or stucco finish, combination roof type, front porch. The property had a front porch. It's now been enclosed with concrete block at the behest of the owner. Projecting bay on the front elevation, which it does have, and it had even more significantly before the front was enclosed. Masonry arch on the front elevation, it has that. Decorative and/or predominant chimney, it still retains that. Detached garage to the rear of the property, yes, it has it. It's still there. Is it a garage? Can it be used as a garage right now? No, because the owner altered it. Similar decorative features, parapet and/or roof slope on the main house and attached garage. Yes, they both had a simple parapet. Decorative wing walls, varied height between projecting and recessed portions of the front elevation, vents grouped as decorative accents, and a first floor above a crawl space. So it had these things. It even had more. It had a barrel tile roof. It has an S tile on it now. It should be a barrel tile roof. It had casement windows originally. Should have those again. If it were designated and they came in to change the windows, we would ask that those be put back. Again, these are not the criteria on which the board designated the property. These are the criteria in which it was evaluated and identified as a Coral Gables cottage type. So, does that help? Okay.
No, that was incredibly helpful, and I think it helped the commission. Does anybody have any comments they'd like to add, or anything else for the record?
I had one question for the city attorney. One of the things that Mr. Halfman brought up was a request to remand because they did not get to cross-examine a witness. Could you elaborate on what took place or what the request was?
So his request right here was to remand it back to the Historic Preservation Board, which is within your purview. If you all determine that there's something that can be done, further proceedings that would be helpful or necessary. My understanding is that Ms. Guin, who there was a video presentation by Ms. Guin, who was not present in the room, but she went through the report. But the Historic Preservation Officer at the time, Mr. Warren Adams, was present. He had been sworn in, and he was there and presented the video, as well as you, Ms. Kotz, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, staff was present to answer any questions, to be cross-examined if they had wished. The presentation that was played was a voice-over PowerPoint, just to, give them the report in a visual format.
Okay.
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. I watched the Historic Preservation Board meeting last night on video, just to get a sense as to what was that. I have a question for city staff. George Merrick commissioned this and other properties. How that there's a reference to George Merrick commissioned these homes.
Correct.
How many homes did George Merrick commission over his time with the city?
I can't say.
Was it just for this period, or was it for many, like going for? I
well,
think he was with the city until 1928, till
Right.
things didn't go well.
So as noted, probably in the staff report, but certainly throughout everything that we write, so the city boom basically occurred up until 1926. So during the before Coral Gables was incorporated in the 1922, 23, up until 1926 was sort of the push for the Mediterranean revival style architecture in the city, and George Merrick's hand in what was happening.
The reason I ask is my impression of the whatever history I know of that time. Anything that was built would have been basically would have to receive George Merrick's blessing at that point in time, pretty much everything.
Well, no, it would have needed Phineas Pace. I mean, that's the supervising architect for the city. But there were specific properties that were specifically commissioned by George Merrick in order to achieve a specific goal. So this happened, again, for example, on Obispo Avenue. He was very keenly interested in developing Obispo Avenue as a small collection of moderate homes. And that almost the entire street of Obispo was built out within the course of a year because he commissioned architects to design houses on that street. So his focus was, yes, the overall city, but he specifically commissioned certain properties in certain areas to achieve specific goals of his that were important. I don't know the number that I can say he did this many, but they were very specifically placed, if that helps.
So this was he had his hand in throughout the city in different areas.
Yes.
There was mention about significant people that lived at the house or were involved. And in the P&Z, I think one of the gentlemen was identified as not having lived there, but actually been the person who lent the money was a lender, not didn't live. But the impression was that the gentleman actually lived there, but he was the lender. And there was, I think, reference to someone at University of Miami, business school, director of the business school that perhaps lived there too. My issue with the report after the rebuttal or after the presentation, the back and forth, is there are factual elements of the report that to this day, after listening to the Historic Preservation Board and listening to today's president, there are factual items here that I don't know which way. I don't know what is factual and what isn't factual. I think even in the Historic Preservation Board, things that the property owner brought out, and I know that you did a great job also of addressing, there's still not clarity as to what's the right answer. That's where I'm having a difficult time. And John Fullerton's statement at that meeting did stand out. It's interesting that it was mentioned in today, but he brought out a lot of inconsistencies too. So many inconsistencies, at least from my perspective, and factual uncertainties. I think it makes it very difficult for any board to render a airtight decision when there's still so much doubt lingering in the air.
Not sure if I heard a question, but I would like to address the ownership and the report issues that you feel. So the report, we try to give as robust of a history of a property as possible to the board. Everything is well researched. Everything contained in that report is fact. If we cannot verify it, we don't include it. So when we give the board ownership history or things that may seem tangential to the property and the question at hand, the board, for two reasons. So the first is basically the reports are a gift to the owner. So that they are, if people who want the designation, they really love that part of it. They want to know who lived there. They want to know what happened in their house. The second part of that is that the Historic Preservation Board does not have to follow the criteria that we give them. Of those, that full list of all the different criteria, they can choose whichever ones they want. So if they, for some reason, or know more, or bring something to the table, want to designate the property based on an ownership or based on an association with a specific individual as based on another criteria, they can do that. They can add it. They can also subtract. So if they thought that it didn't meet the 3 and it just met 2 or just met 1, they can say, listen, your report's great, but we don't think you met these 2, but we do think it meets the architectural. So we're going to designate it on that one only. So we give them as much information as possible so that they can make a decision on how they want to proceed. And that's why we do it. And we have to.
No, I understand, but like I said, after listening to 2 presentations and just compliment the property owner of all the these types of hearings that I've had, the work that the research that you did was amazing. But I know the city has its position as well. So I honestly think that there are questions that have not been answered. So my position right now, when we go to, everybody makes, their comments, but I'm not comfortable with the information that's before us in terms of its accuracy or reliability, because I think there's a lot that still needs to be cleared up.
Okay. Commissioner? Vice Mayor?
I do have a few questions, but first I want to ask the city attorney whether in our capacity we can remand this matter back to the board to specify what are the facts that they relied upon in determining the historic significance of this home. Because as I sit here now, I'm guessing. Was it the porch / which really looks like a stoop to me? Is that a porch? Does it qualify as a porch in the original drawing? Which is very unclear to begin with. And aside from the newspaper articles, I know there's some historical references as to, a building being commissioned, but after having studied Mediterranean revival style, I'm very confused as to exactly what the features were on this home that qualified for Mediterranean revival style, and it wasn't specified by the board what they relied upon. And I found it enlightening, the comment from the member who noted that it's Mr. Fullerton, that it just wasn't moving him on architectural significance. Those are my comments on this, aside from the fact that it's unclear. Is it reliable? Is it competent? If it's not reliable, how can I make that finding without even knowing what was the thought process through the board as to the facts relied upon to reach the conclusion they reached?
Vice Mayor, should I respond to the Vice Mayor's question?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, it would be within, if the commission's conclusion is that further proceedings are necessary, you can remand it back to further proceedings before the Historic Preservation Board. Essentially it'd be a conclusion that there isn't, the record doesn't contain competent substantial evidence to support the agency's decision, the Historic Preservation Board's decision, so you'd be remanding it back for that. And you can give specific instructions as to the further proceedings that you think are necessary.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner, any comments?
Yes. From the evidence and from the report, I see that there's significant difference in structure, and I don't know if that, I know because the property previously had it, I don't know if that's sufficient as to the property is completely altered at this point. And I don't know either if they'll be able to get back to the state of 1922 or 1923. One of the questions I have is, what happened to the carport? Because it looks like a complete different house. Yeah.
Oh, but hold on one second. Before we could I have the director come up, please? The commissioner asked a question about the work that was done without a permit. The carport, the porch.
There was no carport. It was a garage.
Okay.
Okay. So it was a garage. Is the garage still there? Is the structure still there? Because from the pictures, I really can't see. I see like there's a little garden, porch, or.
There's, right, so I didn't take away the garage door. That was done before I arrived. What I did was I put on a side porch. And I didn't attach the garage to the house. That was done when the porch was made in around 1982 in the side. I didn't do that either.
But you did enclose the porch, correct?
Right. The porch in the front of the house wasn't original. At some point, it was constructed, and then I did, and I'm happy to talk about it if you want. But I did enclose something that was not original with the house. Yes.
So whether it has a permit or not,
Right.
it's already been altered in a very significant way. The door was changed.
Yeah.
The structure is completely different. It doesn't resemble what was there before.
Madam Director, will you respond to the commissioner in regards to, the gentleman made a comment about the fact that the front porch was not original to the house?
So again, there was a front porch shown on the original drawings of a certain size, an uncovered porch. In the 40s photograph, you see the awning that's wider, and the porch, we can't see the porch, but it's assumed that it's that wide, and that's how it was up until it was enclosed with concrete.
Can we show a picture for the record?
Sure.
Please?
Can you pull up either?
You can look
But
on my.
the actual structure was actually altered because the door was removed because the door was on the side and now it's in the front.
So
correct?
if you see,
Commissioner,
this
the
area.
door in the front, the door in the front that you see in the bottom picture is not original to the home. That was done without a permit.
This whole area was enclosed and roofed, which it was not previously without a permit.
Right, that's exactly what I'm noting, but
Right.
that's why I'm saying that it loses significance. Or does it not?
Okay, in our opinion, it was designated, excuse me. It was designated as it is today. And the board acknowledged that these alterations has been made. There are things that will have to be undone in order to make this legal. So as it stands now, there's a good possibility that that won't be staying that way if the house is designated or not. So the board felt that there was, that there was enough material, historic material and fabric still left on this house to identify it as a Mediterranean revival and a cottage. So yes, they acknowledged the alterations, but felt that it did not detract from the designation.
Commissioner?
I have a follow-up on that. So you're saying it's being designated as it is today?
Correct.
So if it's designated as it is today, are we grandfathering in those changes?
Absolutely not.
So we're designating it as it was at what point?
You're designating it as it looks today, right? So, but you're not legalizing anything that they've done. The board did not legalize anything that's already happened.
So if I may, so I think and I didn't do it on purpose, but I brought up LaSalle because it's always been like a thorn on my side because I wanted that designated and I lost. We're treading on some very thin ice here because people do work illegally without permits here in the city. And if we're not careful, over time, you start changing the look and the character of neighborhoods and of homes. Again, this home, whether you believe it's, appropriate to be designated or not, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the amount of changes that were done to this home to make it look like today. I have to go based on the originality of the home, on whether there's enough substance there to bring it back to its original glory. What do you have to do? You got to knock down that door and bring it back to where it was before. And, the board would provide that guidance, correct?
Correct. And staff can help do that as well.
And my final question, and maybe this just for the consideration of the commission with your guidance, would be, this home, if it's brought to its original glory, could also have an addition added to it, correct?
Of course. Of course.
That's happened in historic homes.
Absolutely. And as you'll see in the next case, the board has allowed front porches, screened porches, to be enclosed with glass. I mean, they've allowed alterations, like I said, to properties. You know, I don't really want to put this out there, but by not designating this house, and I don't like using this phrasing because it always comes from the wrong angle, but it sort of sets a precedent where you are allowing someone to alter a house without permits and then coming in and saying, well, now you can't designate it because now it doesn't look like what it used to. And it's kind of rewarding bad behavior. And I don't want to be that adversarial person, but I mean, we as staff can help with the code violations and help bring the property back. But, you know, I just hesitate that that's a loophole.
I think that we as a commission need to take that into consideration. And if Commissioner Menendez wants to remand this back to the board for further clarity, I don't have an issue with that. But I know where I stand on this decision. And we have three options. We can affirm, we can override, or we can remand. And that is the will of the commission. And I need someone to take a position. If you have more questions, more discussion, well, let's do it. We'll have more. I just want to say that's where we're headed. So we're going to have that discussion now.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what you're saying, and I think that would probably be a loophole to getting rid of a historical significant home. However, maybe we can approach this in a different manner and with a different conversation, as you know, higher consequences of penalizing people that are actually messing with the structure of a home that could be significantly historical, right? Maybe we could address this a different way. Where I stand, a motion to remand to the Historic Preservation Board because of not enough evidence. I just don't feel 100% confident of what both parties. I don't know exactly what the truth is, as Commissioner Menendez is saying.
Mr. Mayor, I had requested a couple of minutes for rebuttal. May I do
Perfectly
that?
fine. I just want to make sure that my colleagues are done. They have nothing else further to
Just
say.
one question for the city attorney, simple question, because I was trying to research it. And so, for clarity, designating a property historically, significant, is it based on, I know we're basing it on today's structure, but based on today's structure, because once it looked like it did in 1922, 23, it's a little confusing.
The determination is whether it satisfies one of the criteria. It just needs to meet one of those criteria. That is what you are reviewing. That's the standard and the law that you are to apply, whether it satisfies one of those criteria. Once designated, as Ms. Klotz said, it would go through, and they want to make changes to it, it would go through a process for a certificate of appropriateness for any changes and alterations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sir?
Thank you. I'd like to point out a few things that I think have been somewhat of a misdirection here today. First of all, this is not a de novo hearing. This is an appeal. So you must look at the record. And what does the record reflect? What is the competent, substantial evidence? Please remember those three words. What competent, substantial evidence did the experts from your HPB board demonstrate at the time of the hearing? One thing, the report. Mr. Salimonis went through that report and showed you all the things that are wrong with it. What you just heard from your expert again was not things that were on the report. The demolition and all those things, design, the way it currently is, are not in that report. What's in that report is what should the house have looked like, okay, if it was a cottage built after 1923. We showed you a building permit that says 1922. That's the only thing, and that's the only competent, substantial evidence that you heard today, or that's on the record, that shows when the house was built. Everything else you heard was hearsay.
Excuse me one second. Would you mind please coming up? This gentleman made a comment, and I'd like for you to clarify, provide a little, give us some further color in regards to the city's position.
So
the permit.
That, again, and I can show it to you, it's in my other file. What he's referring to is a tax card.
Yep.
It exists for every single property in the city. It has a basic diagram that allowed the city to apply taxes to every property. On that card, it says the date, says the year it was built, it says, sorry, permit number, year it was built, square footage. That tax card says 1922. When the city was incorporated in 1925, it went back and assigned permit numbers to every property that was built in 21, 22, 23, 24. So it went back and then started taxing. So when that happened, those numbers, that date, 22, isn't always accurate. We find that time and time again. So we rely on other evidence and other factual information that we find in order to identify the year it was built. That's the tax card. And so that's the only thing that has a date of 1922 on it. They're frequently wrong.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, sir.
Again, you mentioned at the Historic Preservation Board meeting that there were, I think, mentioned to 8 properties, but there were 11. Like, there were 3 properties outside of the grouping that the city referred to. You made reference that the numbers didn't match in terms of number of homes.
If I correctly remember right, they said that there were 8 homes on Milan that were part of the cottage homes, but in fact there were 11 during that time period, so it's not, doesn't mean that my home was one of them. But also, you know, during that hearing, Mrs. Kaut said when she was asked about the tax card, it's in the transcript, but I don't think we have this copy with you. She said, it may be right, it may not be right. So it may be right because there are homes built in 1922 in Coral Gables, and there were homes built on Milan prior to the Granada section sale. That's the only way that it could be also right. But at the end of the day, the evidence we have is the tax card, and there's no other evidence to state that it was built in 1923. Did you want to add to it?
I think that I'd like to clarify some just procedurally. Competent substantial evidence is the standard. You can check with your city attorney. What is the competent substantial evidence that was presented at the time of the hearing? It's the report. That was the best that they have. It's still the best they have. Everything they've said today is hearsay. But in that report, in the hearing itself, there was proof that in 1922 something was done with that lot, which therefore you have to look at, because it's competent substantial evidence, is the best evidence, not 1923, not things after 1923, not hearsay after 1923. And again, this is not a de novo hearing. You must take the facts as they are presented on the appellate record, okay? And that's what I'm trying to clarify here. With regards to other questions, there's nothing in the record in that report that meets your requirements in your code to designate the house historic, regardless of what was done without a permit. Nothing. You shouldn't be considering that. You shouldn't be listening to that today. That is not what the essence of historic preservation is, or how you find the house. You go back, which is what the report did. They didn't include it in their report when they went before the board. Why? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant just as it is today, it was then. What you should consider is the competent substantial evidence. The only issue, and I would prefer that you reach a decision today finding that the house is not historic, the board has not met their burden, they don't meet the burden under the requirements of your own code, as demonstrated by Mr. Salamonis when he put on his presentation. And as you noted, Commissioner, he put a lot of time and effort. Not because he's trying to win something that he doesn't have. He wants to do something with his home. He didn't buy a historic home. He didn't buy it in a historic district. He's very passionate about it. And, you know, usually I'm the guy doing all the talking, and I get paid by how much I say. So I didn't get paid very much today because he said everything, right? But the point is that the other issue at the hearing itself, we'd be in a better position today, and it shouldn't be remanded for this position, but if you're going to rule against us, then remand it, is that the presentation that was made was the report. The person who made that presentation on the video, and Commissioner, you said you watched it. I assume many of you have as well. We didn't get to cross-examine. They can't rehabilitate by other witnesses. We have the right to cross-examine that person. Okay? Have you ever gone to a trial or been about a part of a trial where you can't cross-examine someone? They say, oh, we're going to have this other person testify. No, that's not how it works. We, under quasi-judicial rules, we should have had an opportunity to cross-examine. And had we done that, we would have cleared up all this stuff today that we're now presenting and why it was done incorrectly. But you shouldn't reward the board to act incorrectly and take up more time with Mr. Salimonis and his home, his family, his wife. He's obviously had a lot of stress from this. You should make a decision in his favor today because the evidence, the competent, substantial evidence before you is in his favor, not in the board survey. They failed to meet their burden.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other further comment from the commission? If not, I'll entertain.
One other thing, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. There are a number of other people that were here that wished to speak. You took one person on the record. I don't know if you want to take any more or not, but they came and they're your citizens. I don't know if you want to have them speak.
How many people would like to speak? Did they sign up to speak?
I don't know if they did or not, Your Honor.
But it's, at this point, it's not on the record, it's right.
It's
I mean,
not considered sworn, it's not considered testimony, but we did allow public comment, but it's not testimony that's to be considered.
So how many individuals would you have?
1, 2, 3, I don't know, 4 maybe?
So
5?
let's do this. Please sit down. Have those individuals stand up. They can fill it. They can fill the document out. Here with the clerk. Please stand up. I need to have individuals who are going to speak. You need to come, fill out the document here with the clerk, and then let us. And then, if you'd like, so because we have a time starting at 11:30, I'd like to come to see who'll be the. Sir, would you like to speak first? Would you like to speak first, and you can fill that out after? Would you like to speak first? Anybody like to speak first? Sir, how are you? How you doing? Please state. 2 minutes. You have state your name and your address, please.
Ernesto Perez, 1216 Milan. I am Mr. Saliamanis' front door neighbor. As a point, my opinion, like I say, the only thing historic, in my opinion, that's happened across the street from my house is that Peter and his wife Ann have raised an incredible family. And I think, quite frankly, when it comes to this, we're on pretty much shaky ground, as a couple of you guys have said, because the point here, eventually everything gets sold. When you guys are gone, when we're gone, is the entire city of Coral Gables and every home built for some reason or the other going to be historic? And again, changes have been made over the years all over town. I think all of us have lived here pretty much. I've lived here almost at this point in time, practically all my life at this point in time. And again, I think, again, that a person, a family, sometimes their home is their greatest asset. And to be tied down with a historic designation simply because somebody arbitrarily, quite frankly, because the person representing the board actually said, well, you can't take these documents that are of record, for example, the 1922 thing, you can't take that, and you can't take some of the plans because some of the things weren't built out, some of the things didn't happen, and then by the same token ask you to accept certain documents that they have. So you either have one or the other. Either you're a cat or you're a dog. So with that being the case, I just see no reason why they should be placed under this burden when all they want to do, all they've done in this town since I've known them, we've been front neighbors for about 20 some odd years. So when you look at that, all this family's done is work hard. And when we realize that home ownership is one of America's greatest values that a family holds, that they pass down either from generation to generation, I think this, quite frankly, is impeding on Mr. Saliamanis' right to do as he as is every American's right, So that's all I got to say about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir. Mr. Clerk.
Eduardo Benedetti.
Eduardo Benedetti, residence of 1225 Milan Avenue. I've known Peter and Ann for 20 years, 15 years. Basically, what they said before, I don't think, one of the things that are not being taken into consideration here are the rights of the owner. They're being imposed something that they don't want to. It's simple. I don't want my house to be a historic preservation classification. That's my decision. If you're talking about setting precedents, that is a precedent. You're forcing somebody to do something against, who's the owner of the property? It's not the city. It's the man who pays the taxes and pays the salaries of the city employees. So,
thank you, sir.
No problem.
Mr. Clerk?
Bruce Bernstein.
I'll keep this short. The important thing for me is that Pete is able to do something that fits in with the character and the style of the neighborhood in a cost-effective way. What's there now is less important than what could be there, and you certainly have control of that. Designating this property as historical only makes it more difficult and costly for him to do that. It's an old structure, and old doesn't necessarily equate to historical. I've lived in the neighborhood for close to 50 years. In his particular case, like I said, old doesn't equate to historical. The truth is, his house looks nothing like the structure I remember seeing 40 years ago when he moved in. And even then, there was nothing historical about it. It wasn't particularly historical 40 years ago. It's not particularly historical today. A neighborhood, and this is to me the most important thing, a neighborhood is about neighbors as well as buildings and structures. And Pete has been a great neighbor, and I'd like to have him as a neighbor in the future and be able to stay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk.
Arturo Fanjul.
Good morning, Arturo Fanjul. I'm a resident and architect here in Coral Gables and a friend of Peter, and also assisted him with the initial process of trying to rectify the code violations that he found himself in. Basically, I'm here mainly as a resident and as a friend. I reside at 902 Pizarro Street. I grew up on 921 Malaga since 1976, have been a longtime resident of Coral Gables. I've worked with the Historic Preservation Department before on several other homes, and the staff is great. The reports that they provide are thorough, and as she said, they should be a gift, and they are in many sense. But in this case, we were trying to actually secure a demolition permit, and it came back to haunt us in a very, very grand way. He did not ever imagine that he owned a historic home. We went through the process. You all know it's already difficult enough to get a permit in this town. And this just elongated the process tremendously to the point that when we couldn't figure out the violations, the idea of removing the house and starting over and creating a home that he could pass on for generations is what came to fruition. And then in that process is when we found out that the house was historic. So this has been a very long process for him and for his family, extreme stress. And as an owner in Coral Gables, I don't want my home to be designated and set with another encumbrance when it wasn't of my free volition. She mentioned earlier that many people come to historic preservation in order to designate their property so that they can get the incentives, you know? And I really believe that that's what the preservation department should be for. And you guys, as the commissioners, are elected to make sure that the city's servicing its residents. And in this case, it's impeding. It's impeding what this resident wants to do with his property. I think it's great that they provided the information and then let them acknowledge that. And at the same time, I get it, but it's not what I want. So please let me move forward with the private property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk.
Catalina Perez.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am also a resident. I own a 1925 Old Spanish. I think when anybody buys a home that's almost 100 years old or over 100 years old, it's a certain person who buys those houses. They're respecting history. They're loving this neighborhood that has that historic blood and has given it importance. And that's a gem within the whole entire city of Miami. I know Peter and Ann, it's true what Peter said. He does believe in community and neighbors. They've even babysat my house when I've traveled. And I feel like rules and regulations are extremely important. That keeps our city beautiful, beautiful. But we need to consider the homeowner and consider what the plans are of the homeowner. What they would like to do is not a boxy modern home, which I have seen go up in my own neighborhood. I live on Toledo in a Fink house, and I was actually shocked that the city permitted that and saddened by it because it does deteriorate from what we're here for today. However, and the house that was there before was not from, it was old as well. So I agree with you, the LaSalle situation, rules are rules. But I also feel like homeowners need to be heard and to see what it is that they want to build. They want to build a Mediterranean-style home. And I know that even non-residential buildings get maybe a little bit extra help with taxes, whatever, if they are built in a Mediterranean style. So we're going along with this. Well, not we, they are going along with this. That's something that needs to be respected. They're not asking to demo an old home, not a historic home, an old home in order to put up another one of these boxy homes. They want to keep the Mediterranean style. And I think that that needs to be heard. They are the homeowners and they want to keep this going. Like Peter said, he wants people to go by his house and say, what a pretty 1920s Mediterranean home.
Thank you very much.
They are the homeowners. They should be respected at least and have that opportunity to present that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Doris Yeomans.
First of all, I want to tell you thank you very much for keeping our city beautiful. I am the owner of 1410 Milan, and I drive by this house every day. And I invite you to drive through around this neighborhood every day, and that house does not look like is historic. The only thing historic is maybe that I just learned it was built in 1920s. The only thing that is really, that has a characteristic to our city beautiful is the Salimonas. They contribute to our community. He volunteered throughout the Coral Gables Youth Center, and, you know, just the fact that he really belongs to Coral Gables. He is part of the characteristic of living in Coral Gables. He contributes to our community. And the last thing I want to say, because I'm sure everybody's tired of hearing about this, but it's an added value that whatever he's going to do to this house, because right now, like I said, please drive by, and the pictures I've seen, there's no doubt in my mind that this is going to be an added value to the community and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I had not planned to speak, but I'm getting a little frustrated. If we follow the arguments that we've heard from the public, no house will ever be historical in this city, because the owner buys a house that's old and decides that it's too old, so I shouldn't have to fix it. But in this case, he did fix it. He did make changes. He was planning to stay there, I guess, because look at how much money he spent, except that he didn't pull a permit. Okay, so his intention was not to demolish it from the beginning. Okay, he's lived there a number of years, and all of a sudden, he's decided that, you know what, that land is valuable now. It wasn't then, but now I can make a larger house there. Okay, I'm sorry. This city, anybody who moves here knows that we cherish history. And if you move into a house that is that old, there is the possibility that it could be historical. And they need to have considered that. And I'm telling you, you're going on a very dangerous slope, because every person who buys an old house in this city can come and tell you, I'm the owner, I can do whatever I want because it's mine, and forget history, I don't have to honor history. That is wrong.
Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, will we close the public comment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What is the will of the commission? I need a motion, just to reconfirm.
I want to clarify just, after doing a few of these, protecting, respecting, but protecting the process is vital. I also think I've learned that these decisions have to be made based on the facts, on the record, from a legal and a technical perspective. There are a lot of amazing stories out there, subjective stories, but if I'm not mistaken, Madam City Attorney, we're really looking at the numbers, the facts, and even though we are moved for the right reasons on the subjective stories related to the issue, we have to look at it from a legal technical perspective. Is that
Correct. Your review today is based on the record before the Historic Preservation Board, whether there was competent substantial evidence to support their decision, and their decision that this property satisfied one of the criterias for historical designation.
So moving forward, like I was mentioning, we have three options. We can affirm, we can override, or we can remand. I need a motion from the commission.
You want me to make the motion?
Go ahead.
I'm going to make a motion to remand. I noted that there was lack of clarity as to what the factual basis was for the board's decision. Right now, I feel like it's conjecture on my part to determine what the architectural features were that the board found were significant. And I'm going to specify that it would have to be based upon its restored condition as opposed to the matter where you take it as it is right now, because otherwise we'd be condoning the code violations and that occurred there and building without a permit. That's my motion.
Can I, just to clarify, so if you would remand, I don't think we've had a case that's been remanded in the 7 years I've been with the city, so I just want to make sure we're all clear here. If you remand, the Historic Preservation Board would consider the designation of this property. I understand there'd be specific instructions, and I just want to confirm your motion, specific instructions for the board to specify the competent substantial evidence for its findings and on what it's basing its determination on.
Right, and if they're dealing with addressing the architectural features, to specify for us what are those features that
Understood.
they would find as if it was restored, not with the code violations.
I don't think that's the standard, though. So we can't change the standard in the zoning code. It would just have to be whether it meets one of the standards in the zoning code.
Currently.
Correct.
If it meets it currently.
Correct.
As it is.
Correct.
And it'll be point by point, the list that they have.
Mhm.
I'd like to know, go one by one, because when I heard it, it seemed like, yeah, the city presented it, we're approving, what's there, but I would like them to go one by one for them to let us know why they think that those points are the valid ones.
Wait. Again, second time I mentioned in the meeting, I don't want to be the bad guy. We're implementing new rules, same rules that are being used in every other city, Miami-Dade County, City of Miami, Miami-Dade County. Everything goes to the chair. So
Okay, Chair, you'll always be
let's
the
do
bad
this,
guy,
okay?
so.
Everybody can speak, but let's do this the right way. Robert's rules. Who would like to speak?
Through the chair?
Yes.
What I said a moment ago?
Perfect.
That.
Okay. So that's your motion.
No,
I'm clarifying her motion.
So motion, that's your second.
I'm seconding her motion.
All right, perfect. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Ken, one further point. So I just want to serve, so everybody's clear. My understanding of the motion is that you're remanding it back, and the Historic Preservation Board can determine that it is historically significant, and it can determine that it's not historically significant. And you want the basis for its decision to be specified.
Correct.
Understood.
All right, we have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
No. All right, moving on. I'd like to move on to the next item is G8. La Park, we have these individuals here. I'd like to see if we can do this as brief as possible because we have another item that was time certain at 11:30. But I know they're here, so I want to make sure we take care of them. Okay? This should be very brief. Should be very brief. You have 4 items that are sponsors of this item. So who would like to take the lead?
What number is it?
G8.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I asked it to be put on for staff to come back. Do you have something additional?
I'm just going to add that, I think the administration met with each one of us, and I think there's been progress in finding a longer-term solution for the current operators, and we'd like to get an update as to the status of the park.
Mayor, may I respond? Yes. I believe we have met with the entire commission. We're working on certain initiatives that I found were fine with the majority, and we will be coming back once that contract is completed, based on our individual discussions.
Okay. So I want to be very clear. I support the park. I think it's wonderful. I think they're doing great things, but we got to be very careful. Okay. I know that we want to be nice to every single person, but we're running a business here. This is a business. Like they're running a business. This is a business. I'm going to give you just some quick facts. Okay, put this on the record. Ordernique owed the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Coral Gables Country Club, millions in deferred maintenance, and was not doing the right thing by the city in regards to our payments. Burger Bob's was being charged $1,000 a month, okay, and was not accepting credit cards. We have to be accountable. We are the stewards of the public dollar. We have to be accountable. People have to be charged market rate. People have to be charged market rate. There's no favors here, and we need to do what's in the best interest of the city. They're a great family. They're doing great things. But at least under my watch, I don't want people to say, hey, listen, we gave somebody a sweetheart deal that at the end of the day locks the city in for 5-10 years. We have to be very, very careful. I'm in favor. I support the family. I want them to be there. The product is great. We enjoy everything, but we need to be very careful and very methodical, because today we're talking about the park, and we're going to do Burger Bob's. They're going to be watching very astutely to see the deal that we give Burger Bob's.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that we give to the park. Okay?
Through the chair?
Yes, sir.
I guess the city learned its lesson. We all learned lessons based on past experiences. The type of agreement being proposed with the park, or that they currently have, and the type of agreement that's being proposed for the diner, formerly Burger Bob's, it's a different contractual arrangement than the types we had, right, in the past. Those were they, in the past, they basically had ownership of everything. Here, it's more or less a partnership. We're sharing revenues. That's important. We need to clear that up.
Hi, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Zeta Sardinas, Asset Manager. Yes, we have used now both for the La Park agreement and the proposal that we've received from Ms. Tennyson contemplates concessionaire agreements, which is what the city attorney, what we did for the La Park agreement in August of last year. That started in August of last year, yes.
Where we retain more control
Where it's a
over
revenue share.
inspections and things that go on there. I mean, we retain much greater oversight.
Where the equipment is ours, where everything remains under our overview, and where the operator basically buys the food, makes the food, serves the food.
Mayor, excuse me. Yes, in these two deals, the tenant has no tenant improvements. There's not an investment there. And in my view, business deals have to be good for the city and good for the tenant. They have to be good in both. It has to work in both directions, not necessarily just in one. In order for that deal to succeed. Yes, and these, as the manager just said, in these two particular deals, there's minimal investment by each potential tenant, and TI, tenant improvements, which are a big issue in other of our rentals, does not apply here. So I do believe that
that's important because I've done a lot of leases and commercial leases. You know, the TI plays a big factor in how much rent you charge, because the more TI you give, the less rent you charge over the life of that lease. So that's the way that these deals are structured. So I want to work with them. They're great, but we need to make sure that at the end of the day, we're not signing these long-term leases where we buy all the machinery, we did all the TI, we're handling all the credit card payments, all the water, electricity, cleaning. There's a litany of things that we're handling that in a triple net lease, they would be handling. They would be handling, including the insurance, including, electricity, water, all those things that we're handling. So we got to be very flexible. It's got to work for both parties, but we need to be very thoughtful because if we get into a long-term deal, it's very hard to get out of these deals. Very hard.
And you're very correct, Mayor. Ortonix is a tenant improvement of 1.3 to 1.4 million.
Yep.
Senora Martinez, 1.5 to 1.8 million. In these two cases, it's almost negligible.
Yep. So I'm asking you, please, with my colleagues in the commission, I was the only one that didn't sponsor this, please come back with us. I would like for you to sit down with them, finalize a deal, and bring me back an example of a similar deal that works for other communities so that we can feel comfortable, they can feel comfortable, and maybe the deal can grow, can have a sliding scale as they perform more. We can figure something out that benefits both parties.
Yes, Mayor. We've taken into consideration the meetings that we had with you and all of your input, and we're working on that. And the city attorney and I are going to be drafting the term sheet and everything else and sharing it with their attorney so that we can go ahead and draft an agreement that is agreeable and that will come back to you for your review.
Okay.
And,
All right.
right?
You have yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've always had a pleasant experience when I go to the park. To me, what's important is that the agreed language on the contract is clear to both parties and enforced by both parties. Expectations and consequences should be stated and agreed to in a very clear manner so that you know what to expect. And if you're not hitting those benchmarks or milestones or goals, then you could start prepping to what's going to happen next. And also the city would probably need time to but then again, this is something that both of you would have to agree to.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything else? No. All right. So, Mr. Clerk, are there any comments? I know that we were gonna hit discussion comments on public comment, but we never hit it. Not yet. That's the next thing we're gonna do when we come back. Is there anything else we can talk about? No public comment?
So we did have members of the public requesting to speak, but because since you had said that you weren't
I
going to
understand, but we were trying to get certain things done. We're good. So I'm giving a little flexibility. Is everybody happy, or you want to say something on the record? Okay, go ahead. Okay, did you fill out? But let's fill that out. Talk first, and then we'll fill it out. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenny. I don't know
Your name and address?
Jenny Krawick. I live in Little Gables,
Perfect.
4465
Awesome.
Southwest 13th Terrace. I don't know city government. I don't know business, but I am a community member on the outskirts. And I was there when Liberty Cafe was there, and then I was there when it was gone. And I think the building is such a part of the community, and we felt a void when there was nothing there. And I think community is built over time, and it's taken the park some time to build that, as I'm sure it did Liberty Cafe when it was there. And so as a community member, seeing Liberty Cafe, then vacant, then Le Parc build this beautiful community where you go for a workout and then sit outside, or for lunch, or for a meeting. The thought of that happening again, and there needing to be another rebuild, I think it's worth considering the community aspect and how much citizens and those on the outskirts invest in that.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just a comment on her comment. The family that's running Le Parc, I mean, the way I look at it, they built that restaurant, the cafe, on scorched earth. Because after the aftermath of the amazing battles that we had with the prior group for the country club, with Burger Bob's closing down, with the challenges with the pool at the country club through inspections in the state and everything that we had to go to, they were the only show in town, in that part of town. And indeed, there's been folks that perhaps vowed they would never return, and they're returning back to that cafe because of the service and food. And the other day, I actually wrote it on my phone, those two couples sitting, having brunch, and the gentleman asked one of the servers to come over. He goes, I want you to know the service and food here are out of this world. So I wrote it down just to be ready for today's meeting, but I'm looking forward to even better things for the community, the park, and our city.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Clerk, I think there's directions been given by the commission to staff through the manager, and we look forward to having a resolution with Le Parc and having that brought before the manager for action. Okay? We're going to take a 5-minute break, a bathroom break, and then we'll come back and deal with public comment as quickly as possible, and then F2, which is...
And I want to do my...
Yes, go ahead, do it now. Let's do it now.
Sorry.
Yes, I apologize. My bad. I'm sorry.
No. We've had a busy morning, and I can't wait for the busy afternoon.
He's excited.
And I am inviting you all to breakfast afterwards.
Lunch, you mean?
It'll be breakfast, or maybe lunch. Important item. It was mentioned earlier today that there's a bill before the governor to sign, and he hasn't signed. And I did a little bit of research when that bill was mentioned. It's SB 942. And it was described as end to dog breed bans. And that bill, that legislation, impacts the county's laws regarding pit bulls. And we already have challenges with our parks and large dogs unleashed where children play. My concern is and it seems like the governor's really looking into it because he hasn't signed it yet, but that's a preemption of our local laws. That's state imposing a law that preempts our local law. I have an issue with that. I think we've always had an issue with the state preempting what we do as a county, as a city. But because of my concerns of having this pass, because of the size, strength, and just the size and strength of these dogs, if they were to suddenly to appear in our Catalonia Park, at our local parks, and we already have problems keeping kids safe because owners sometimes let their dogs loose, I have a very big concern. So I don't know what the sentiment or thoughts are of my colleagues on this, but if the governor hasn't signed it yet, I urge the residents that are concerned about this to reach out to the governor's office and express your position. And if you don't want him to sign it, communicate that you ask that he doesn't sign it for the reasons I stated or for other reasons you may have. I don't know if my colleagues are open to perhaps collectively, through our legislative team, communicate to the governor's office that we, City of Coral Gables, have reservations about lifting our own local laws when it comes to safety for our children.
So, Commissioner, why don't you, as the afternoon progresses, maybe you can draft a resolution through the city attorney's office and present it, and we'll vote on it and send it to the governor.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you for your leadership on this topic.
Through the mayor,
Vice Mayor, excuse me.
Through the mayor, in addition to the safety of the children, which is predominant, it's also for the safety of the other dogs that go in there and play.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be off leash at that point. I've had occasions where I had to get a dog off my dogs because they were biting, and unfortunately they were just Chihuahuas. This would be a much different situation, with a dog of that nature that you cannot unlock the jaw. It would be tragic. So,
and through the mayor, I want to share an experience that I witnessed myself, which is why I know the dangers. Next door to the house I've lived in for so many years, I heard a noise through the side bedroom window between my property and the house next door. Somebody had brought a pit bull unleashed in their backyard. And there was a retainer wall about, I'd say 4 feet high. One of my elderly neighbors was walking on the sidewalk going from Lejeune towards Salcedo just to get to her house. That dog was running full speed trying to hurdle that wall and kept on crashing into the wall with its chest, full speed. They would back up and try to hurdle the wall again, going full speed. If that dog had gotten over that wall, my neighbor would not have been alive. because of the determination, the strength, and the speed of that dog. And just think about running full speed into a wall multiple times. That didn't deter. And I have no issue with that, but in terms of comes to the safety, I witnessed it with my own eyes, the potential for disaster. And that's my concern.
Perfect. All right, well, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back to address item F2, which is time certain. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Sure.
Madam City Attorney, we're gonna cover F3 and F8 really quickly, since we have some staff and the applicant here. Can we get
Yes,
started with
Mayor.
F3?
F3 is an ordinance of the City Commission approving the vacation of a public right-of-way pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section 14-211, Abandonment and Vacations, and City Code Chapter 62, Article 8, Vacation, Abandonment, and Closure of Streets, Easements, and Alleys by private owners and the city application process, providing for the vacation of the 8,441 square feet of public right-of-way and dedication of 1,748 square feet between Lot 4 and Lot 5 in Palm Vista, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repealer, severability clause, providing for an effective date. F8, let me just read them both. Is a resolution of the City Commission approving the tentative plat entitled Arcana Subdivision pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14, Process, Section 14-210, platting subdivision being a replat consisting of two existing lots which total 97,377 square feet into a modified two lots in the property legally described as lots 4 and 5 Palm Vista, together with that portion of the vacated 50-foot platted right-of-way lying between lots 4 and 5, and dedication of 1,748 square feet between 5400 and 5401 Banyan Trail, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. These are quasi-judicial items. We are consolidating them for purposes of the public hearing.
Madam City Attorney, have there been any changes in regards to F3? Mr.
There
Clerk?
are no changes. I believe the city planner will be here to present after the applicant. But Mr. Clerk, anyone who will be presenting should be sworn in. I don't see the city planner yet, but I'm sure she'll be here soon.
Yes, Mr. Manager?
Mayor, this is, instead of using a cul-de-sac, we're creating a T turnaround to save the specimen oaks, and there is no change in that. The second item is the plat for this, which will be approved by the City Commission, go back to the county for approval, and then come back for the final City Commission approval.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment for F3?
No, sir.
Okay.
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear that the information I'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
There's been no changes to F3, so before you present, do I have a motion in regards to F3?
Mayor, since it is quasi-judicial, we should just have them kind of do their presentation.
And if it is okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and through the chair, if it's okay with the city attorney, given that this is second reading and the presentation has been on the record for the first, I would just like to incorporate that by reference in the interest of time.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F8 on first reading.
I'll move it.
It's just a resolution, so it's one reading.
Second.
And again, I think the T-plat has been provided for the record. We ask that you approve it, and we can begin the process with the county and come back to you for final plat eventually.
Thank you very much. We have a first and a second. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, sir. I'm sorry. Who seconded?
I did.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Have a wonderful
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item F2. Time starting 11:30. I apologize. We're 55 minutes late. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Item F2 is an appeal to the Coral Gables City Commission from the decision of the Historic Preservation Board on March 15, 2023, to designate the property located at 517 Aragon Avenue, legally described as Lot 17, in the west 36.4 feet of Lot 16, Block 10, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 5 at page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County as a local historic landmark. This is a quasi-judicial item. Pursuant to Section 14-208.6 of the City's Zoning Code, this appeal is based on the record of the hearing before the Historic Preservation Board and shall not be a de novo hearing. What that means is that no new or additional testimony shall be taken. This is an appeal based only on the record. As a reminder, your role in considering this appeal is to determine whether due process was afforded, whether the essential requirements of law were observed, and whether the Historic Preservation Board's decision is supported by competent substantial evidence. After the City Commission's review, the City Commission has 4 options as provided in the Zoning Code. The City Commission can affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board which in this case designated the property as a local historic landmark. The City Commission can affirm the decision with conditions. The City Commission can override the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, which in this case would mean the property shall not be designated historic, or the City Commission can remand for further proceedings to the Historic Preservation Board. The mayor, as chair of the City Commission with me as parliamentarian, has issued a procedural order that was provided in advance to the commission and the parties. Pursuant to that procedural order, the appellant will be allowed 15 minutes for presentation, which shall be limited to the record before the Historic Preservation Board. Next, the Historic Preservation staff will be allowed 15 minutes for its presentation, which will also be limited to the record below. Next, there will be time for questions by members of the City Commission to staff or the parties, and then public comment will be allowed, but will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Because the review of this appeal is not de novo, public comments shall not be considered testimony in this case. Finally, there will be time for additional questions and discussion by members of the City Commission. Because this is a quasi-judicial item, I do need to ask if there are any ex-parte communications that a member of the City Commission needs to disclose.
Yes, I've met with the gentleman. We had a very brief meeting. And I think we've probably received some emails also that will be submitted for the record to the clerk. Any of my colleagues, anyone else? Madam Vice Mayor?
Just emails received.
We spoke on the phone briefly. Nothing that's off the record.
Just emails.
Okay, moving on. Sir, please commence your presentation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for hearing me, and I know you're very excited to hear another one of these so soon. I was born and raised here in Miami, and I've lived in the Gables for 7 years at 231 Mallorca Avenue. My wife and I, fell in love in the Gables, got together, and got married last April, and we looked to find a place to live here for our forever home. We didn't find anything that we particularly liked, so we wanted to find one that we could extend, renovate, that would work for our growing family. We've loved living here, working here, our neighbors, our friends, many of us live here, and would love to live here for the rest of our lives if we can. And we purchased 517 Aragon in November, like 6 months after looking, with the purpose of building our dream home. This was this past November. And for our permit, obviously our first step is to go for a letter of historic significance. I'm an architect myself. I do design build work in the city of Miami, other places. And I know about the process, and I never thought that this home would qualify for designation because it had extensive renovations permitted in the 60s and 90s, long before I bought it. So I thought that would have happened then. But to my surprise, during the historic designation process, the staff recommended it for designation, and it was designated in March, stopping any plans that me and my family had for the home. The home as it is does not work for our future plans. It's essentially a 2-bedroom. And my wife and I hope to have children, and we hope to be able to have a place to host our large Indian families. And this home does not work for us as it is now. We wanted the best chance to be able to make the home work for us, so we've hired and retained Ed Martos from Weiss Sirota and Joey Cardona, an architect with experience in historic preservation, to analyze the property. And they're going to give you a quick version of their report, and I'll come back and close it out. And hopefully, we don't take up too much of your time, but obviously this is really important and personal to me. So, I appreciate you guys listening.
Thank you. Councilor?
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. I'll speak rather quickly, but please stop me if I'm going too fast. Edward Martos' office is at 2800 Ponce de Leon Boulevard here in beautiful Coral Gables. I'm going to make one request, which is we're not going to take all 15 minutes, we hope, but we would like some time to reserve for rebuttal. Okay? All right. So let's start with the legal criteria, because that's the crux of this entire presentation. Your code lays out in section 8103 exactly what it is you need to look at before making a historic designation. And while oftentimes in hearings like this one, and also at just about every hearing at the HPB, you hear about there being a long list of criteria and there only needing to be one of those criteria met, the reality is that that's not the way the law reads. The law has an opening paragraph, you could see it there, and I've highlighted 2 key points there, right? First, before you look at any other criteria, you need to find if the property possesses integrity, right? Sorry. And then second, you got to ask yourself whether it is significant. Those 2 are preliminary questions that must be asked, and frankly, the staff very frequently loses the forest for the trees. Rather than ask these overarching questions first, they go right down to nitty-gritty criteria. And I think that's an error. It's a legal error. It's a very important one. These 2 in the law, we usually call these ideas threshold questions. You look at these questions first, and then you go into the minor details. And when you look at the minor details, you look at them with the overarching principles. that the threshold questions lay out. Again, here, those questions are significance and integrity. So let's talk about significance. When you're asking about any significance of anything, you got to ask to who, right? And here, I think the obvious answer is the heritage of the city. I'm worried about city of Coral Gables, okay? So let's examine that. This is the building that we're talking about. And an architect's going to walk you through the architectural features of the building, but when you look at this building, you don't immediately think of George Merrick. You don't immediately think Mediterranean. You don't think Spanish colonial. You don't think it's any of the designs of George Merrick's villages. You don't see it's made of coral, right? This is not what made Coral Gables historic. And no, we're not commissioned by George Merrick or have any sort of factors. So why was this building designated historic? Staff and the HPB honed in on this idea that we are what's called minimal traditional. What the hell's minimal traditional? I had no idea when I started doing some research into it. What I learned and what HEP board staff ultimately brought out for themselves in their report was that this was a architectural style developed in the Great Depression when they couldn't do other designs like Mediterranean Revival, Spanish Colonial, etc., because it was too expensive, right? It's the Great Depression. And so the staff themselves acknowledged that this traditional style was flexible, right? To get more context, I moved to the county's historic standards, and they define minimal traditional too. This isn't something that your staff created. It exists out there. But the county acknowledges it's a catch-all term for buildings in this era. And also, it's actually a response as Mediterranean Revival and other styles got less popular, and they were very expensive, of course. This style was created, right? When you look at the style, there's no commitment, and you see that on that last line I've highlighted there. There's no commitment to any one particular element, which makes this particular style very challenging. And frankly, for a city like Coral Gables that has such a strong history, architectural history, and a distinct brand, I'm wondering, how is this significant at all? The second standard, the second threshold question was integrity, you may recall. What is integrity? Your code actually defines integrity in this context. And what it's a long definition, but I'm going to highlight one sentence from that definition. Article 6 of your zoning code reads that historical integrity is in the definition, it specifies that a building not only must, let me slow down. It reads, not only must a property resemble its historic appearance in order to have integrity, but it must also retain physical materials, design features, aspects of construction dating from the period when it attained significance. It's got to be the same building. And what our architect is going to highlight for you is that it has changed. This particular building has changed many times over its history. Now, at HEP Board, we went to a deep dive, and I went through all the different properties that the city has ever designated minimal traditional. I'm not going to do that here for the sake of time, but I want to highlight just a couple points. If you look at all the other staff reports that the city has prepared for minimal traditional, and there's only 3 of them. I don't want to make it sound like there's a dozen of them. There's only 3. In those 3, there is 1 paragraph, a page and a half, a very short paragraph saying, and they all pretty much say the same, there have been no alterations. Okay, here's some quotes from it. There have been no structural changes, minimal alterations, only routine maintenance on those other buildings. When you look at the staff report for this building that you're going to examine today, it ran over for 4 pages of changes. Our architect is going to go into more detail, but I just want to highlight one thing. The one property, other property besides ours that had changes was 737 Menorca. And those changes happened in 1939. You can see those changes on the left of the screen there. In contrast, our building had changes, all those pink areas were major changes. And the big block on the left side of that drawing, that's an addition. So I'm going to turn it over to the architect, but I'm going to highlight the legal conclusions that we think are clear from his factual findings, okay? And those are, 1, that you've lost integrity. So you've lost that special something that the building had. Two, modernizing it for a modern family is actually going to take away what made it minimal traditional. It's a minimal building, right? So you're going to add on to it. How is it so minimal, right? And then he also finds it's not significant. Minimal traditional wasn't in George Merrick's vocabulary. This is a Great Depression response for very hard economic times.
Thank you. Mr. Architect, welcome to the Gables.
Thank you. Yeah, I got it. Mr. Martos, thank you for your thorough presentation. Dear Commissioners, I thank you in advance for your time. My name is Jose Cardona, and I'm a registered architect and the principal architect at Design Space Architecture, located at 9990 Southwest 77th Avenue, Penthouse 15, Miami, Florida 33156. My team and I have over 20 years of experience dealing with historic homes in Coral Gables. We've played critical roles in remodeling, renovating, and upgrading historically designated properties, as well as a large number of homes in Coral Gables not historically designated, but that date back as far as the 1920s. Minimal traditional architecture. Its core values stem from a retraction of ornamentality, lavishness, and complexity. The style of architecture is not what Coral Gables is known for. In fact, Coral Gables is proudly represented by an assembly of extraordinary homes. This house on 517 Aragon Avenue at one point had glimpses of minimal traditionalism. However, through its life, several extensive renovations and additions have obscured any hints of its intended style. If this building's design ever marked a significant moment in Coral Gables' architectural history, it's lost that since. This house also claims to be minimal, which speaks to the simplicity of the architecture, but it also celebrates a small and modest house. As such, we must ask ourselves, how can one accommodate a modern family in a minimal traditional home? Here we have a diagram that juxtaposes the original massing of the house on the left and the current massing of the house to the right. On the left, you can see the house's attempt at establishing a horizontal front facade, which is now essentially modified with that double car garage, which sits 18 inches proud of the original front wall of the building. On the original massing, we see the facade alterations behind the carport, where small single leaf doors once existed. The previous owners constructed oversized double doors and decorative steps leading up to it. We can also see the original covered terrace in the back, which was since enclosed. And in the front, we see this semicircular opening in the front porch, which has also been enclosed. This is the same diagram that Mr. Martos went over. It's essentially a map of all the alterations that have happened since the house originated. Here we see the original front elevation drawings of the house on the top of the page and the current state of the house on the bottom. As we mentioned before, the front aesthetic now has like this segmented feel to it, which deters from what it originally used to be. This is the back elevation showing the enclosed porch of the rear of the house between the two gable end roofs. We can also see several changes on the original windows and doors. This is the left elevation, which was completely altered during a 1988 kitchen renovation. As you can see on the original elevation on the top of the page, the house had two slim doors and small windows in the kitchen. During the kitchen renovation, all openings were sealed and one large double door was installed with decorative steps. A large window was also installed adjacent to the double door. Again, nearly all openings on the right elevation facing east have been modified. You can see here how the new garage mass reads proud of the original structure and takes up a significant portion of the facade. It's apparent that the house has undergone several modifications throughout its history that have unfortunately removed its inclusion of the group of historic homes that exemplify the history of minimal traditional homes built in the 1930s. These homes were meant to be an architectural response to strenuous economic times. As mentioned, one feature of this house was the carport fashioned on the west side of the residence. When Frank Lloyd Wright coined the term carport in his Usonian homes, the intent was to move away from fully built garages and provide an economic solution for storing vehicles. The minimal traditional style of this home was aligned with that notion. The core value has unfortunately been tarnished by the inclusion of a double car garage on the main frontage of the building, as shown on this image. Here's an image showing the rear of the garage addition, which reads, they've essentially taken away the transparency from the street and vice versa. We also noticed some inclusion of exposed rafters on the eave of the front porch. That's a very decorative gesture, which again, doesn't necessarily align with minimal traditionalism. Here we see some interior alterations, exposed rafters with no insulation. This is an interior view of some of these enclosures that have happened. Some different views of alterations with windows and doors. Sorry guys, I'm trying to speed up to meet time. We also did my team and I, we performed an extensive inspection on the structure of the house. The red dots are areas that we found rebar, and the orange shaded areas are the areas that have deteriorated crawl space. So the most striking thing here is the lack of rebar, as well as the size of the rebar that exists. Current codes require 3 pieces of rebar on the corners, on each corner of the house. Here we see there's 1, and even the one that's there is undersized. So thorough structural modifications are going to have to be made. Just some more views of some of the repairs that have happened that are improper and essentially deem the house unsafe. These are all unsupported fixes. So in sum, the alterations that the house have experienced through its time have pushed it further and further away from what could have been considered a humbly designed home in an era where cost of construction was a major driver in architectural design. We urge the commissioners to move away from designating this property as local history. Coral Gables has a plethora of beautifully significant local gems, and we feel as though including this home as part of that group would dilute the esteem of being labeled a historic home in Coral Gables. Further, I implore the commissioners to entrust that a newly designed home on this lot will be adding to the beautification of this marvelous city, and that the meticulously appointed Coral Gables Board of Architects will undoubtedly aid in approving a design that adds to the embellishment of the city beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, and I just want to say in closing, I appreciate your time. You know, I wanted to be an architect since I was 10 years old, and I fulfilled that dream and became an architect, and I have always dreamed of building or renovating my own home and adding to the character of the city that I love, so I really hope you guys allow me to do that, and you override the decision that was made at the Historic Preservation Board and allow me and my family to have the home that we always dreamed of.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, while staff comes up, may I just clarify one point?
Yes.
I would like to address Mr. Marto's comments about the opening paragraph containing threshold requirements for designation. The opening paragraph is just that. It's an opening paragraph that contains a general description of the criteria, and the code is clear that the eligibility criteria is based on meeting one of the specific criteria that's listed in the code.
Would you like to respond, please?
I can respond after staff. I just want to make sure I have a chance to respond after staff. Thank you.
We always allow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Kautz, Acting Historic Preservation Officer, for the second time before you again today. I wanted to bring up 2 points before I asked for the PowerPoint to be brought up. First is that to remind you all that the board reviews each designation on a case-by-case basis. It is not a comparative to other types, other homes in the same style that have been designated. It is specifically on the merits of the property at hand. I also would like to point out that there are not just 3 homes in the minimal traditional style designated in the city. In fact, there was an entire historic district on Campina Court comprised of homes in this style that was designated in 2005. All right, so a brief background on the item. In September of 2022, the applicant, as a potential purchaser of the property, submitted an application for historic significance determination to our department. As mentioned in the last case, this determination is normally requested in order to obtain a demolition permit per Section 8-107 of the Zoning Code. On October 19th, 2022, a significance determination letter was issued stating the property did meet the minimum eligibility criteria for designation as a local historic landmark. In November of 2022, 1 month after they had been notified that the property was considered significant and would be taken to the board for designation, the applicant closed on the purchase of the property. After multiple deferrals, the designation report finally was presented to the board on March 15th. At that time, the board unanimously found that the property met the designation criteria as outlined in the code. As you've already heard, the property in question was designed by architect William Merriam in 1937 in the minimal traditional style. I apologize, you're going to be hearing this twice, but at the moment, I will be presenting a small tutorial on this style and how it was specifically adapted here in Coral Gables. But first, I want to bring to your attention or remind you that the city of Coral Gables is a certified local government. It's a program jointly administered by the National Park Service and the State Historic Preservation Office. By registering as a CLG, the city agrees to abide by preservation standards, and as you will see highlighted in bold, the city is obligated to identify and protect resources that contribute to the story of the city over time. The history of the city does not stop or freeze in the 1920s and Mediterranean Revival architecture. We are tasked with telling the ongoing story of the evolution of the city and its built environment. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, for designation of property must meet one of the criteria as outlined in the code. Again, the Historic Preservation Board designated the property based on the 3 significance criteria noted on the screen and also in the designation report. So you've heard the city attorney their attorney talk at length about the first paragraph of Section 8-103. Our city attorney opined. The first paragraph is simply a preamble. When we issue a historic significance determination letter or prepare a designation report for a particular property, we have already made the qualification that the property in question retains its integrity and has significance, or is important to the heritage of the city. This sets the groundwork for the list of criteria that come. The specific criteria as adopted in the zoning code are listed next. These are the criteria that staff and the Historic Preservation Board must apply. They are the criteria that the board applied when it unanimously voted to designate this property. I want to remind you that a property does not need to stand out or be a prime or shining example of an architectural type in order to have significance. As illustrated in the designation report, this particular home is a representation of an early example of the minimal traditional style, and how it was uniquely manifested in Coral Gables is one of the very few homes built in the city in the 1930s and is a representation of the evolution of the city's architectural heritage over time. This is the definition of integrity as written in the zoning code with the emphasis added. As we noted in the designation report, the alterations to the character-defining features of this property have been minimal. Those features are found in the review guide of the staff report, and I'll also show them to you shortly. It does resemble its historic appearance. It retains those character-defining features and materials and construction methods that make it significant. Also, as substantially evidenced by the designation report, the qualities of integrity are intact. Location and setting, as noted on page 5, retain their original context. Design, materials, and workmanship are also evident on this property, as evidenced by the character-defining features of the home, noted throughout the report and also on the review guide on page 22. So I'd like to talk to you briefly about the time period when this home was constructed. We found that once we started discussing a type of architecture that may not be familiar to everyone as Mediterranean Revival, a little bit of background is warranted. As you see here, this home is only one of a few hundred homes built during the 1930s in Coral Gables. When George Merrick founded the city in the early 1920s, structures built in the Mediterranean Revival style of architecture became the mandate. Construction in the burgeoning city boomed until the combination of the 1926 hurricane and Great Depression caused the economy to falter, and new construction to be drastically reduced. In Coral Gables, very few single-family homes were built during the Depression era. The construction of this home occurred during this period. It is an early example of minimal traditional style that emerged in direct response to the Housing Act of 1934. It's a thoughtful execution of a home that acknowledges the city's Med Revival foundation while embracing modernistic aesthetics, and was one of the first homes in the city to usher in this new style. So it's important to point out how the minimal traditional style uniquely manifested in Coral Gables. It was a response to the economic hardships of the Depression and the burgeoning modern aesthetic of subtle ornamentation in streamlined homes. The style focused on practicality of floor plans and the emerging trend of attached garages. These homes combined influences of the modern aesthetic with traditional architecture styles of the past. In this case, as occurred here in Coral Gables, it adapted to the Mediterranean Revival style. The minimal traditional style houses in the city were decidedly modernistic, utilizing smooth stucco, overall horizontal emphasis, fenestration without sills, curving in geometric forms, and simplified roof types. The style still retained features of the Med Revival so that these homes blended with the original homes that existed in the neighborhood. William Merriam was well versed in Med Revival architecture and respected it as he began to design in this new and emerging style. Not many of these homes were built, and they are pivotal to how the city moved on to other styles after the war. This is a photograph of the home as it exists today. So this residence, again, is a very early example of the minimal traditional home and a representation of the style in Coral Gables. A very detailed description of the property is found in the staff report and the PowerPoint presented to the board. I'm not going to show you each facade, but scroll through some slides that highlight the character-defining features of the home and that style that are still evident on the home. So we have low-pitched roofs. We have roof clad in barrel tile. We have lightly textured stucco, minimal applied decorative embellishment, recessed fenestration without sills or lintels, with the modernistic impression of sort of being carved out of the walls. Interior chimney with geometric emphasis. Here you see the Moorish arched front porch, large rectangular window with the rounded sides, shallow segmental arch square opening of the carport. You have corner windows. You have exposed rafter tails. You have curved modernistic built-in planter at the southeast corner, rectangular group fence in the gable eaves. If you happen to drive by this home, you may not have noticed all these features. They're obscured by a lot of vegetation at the moment. So comparison of historic photographs with the existing structure, examination of building and public records indicate that the minimal traditional style home retains its historic integrity. On the left are the current property survey and aerial photo. I'd like to touch on the remarks made by the applicant's expert architect because so much of the information relayed in the presentation was incorrect. It's also important to point out that the Historic Preservation Board heard and considered this information before it unanimously voted in favor of designation. I'd like to point out for the record that the expert witness appears to have very little experience in historic preservation. Based on his resume and his less than 2 years of licensed practice as an architect, he has only worked on 2 historically designated properties. He just mentioned one on Obispo, and the permit was for a deck and a pergola and minor alterations to the rear of the home and was not designed by his firm. So the massing study that was shown to you is also erroneous. The massing of the home is largely intact. The only addition to the home occurred in 1961, which is the one-car garage at the west end adjacent to the original carport. The center photo here shows it shortly after completion. Handwritten notes on the original permit drawings indicate that the terrace at the rear was always a roofed structure. Awnings, enclosure of the front porch, or changes in window openings do not in any way alter the massing of the building. He also showed you a building plan study noting that about 50% of the home had been inappropriately altered. The areas that were demarcated in pink are misleading. The Historic Preservation Board has allowed screen porches to be enclosed on designated homes where appropriate. Interior alterations are not the purview of this department, so interior remodeling is irrelevant. The terrace to the rear was always roofed, and the enclosure of it and the front porch do not alter the building plan. There have been a few instances of window or door alterations. Many of the changes that were made to the original plans were shown on, with handwritten notes. What this means is that the deviations occurred at the time of construction. Some of those notes can be seen here. Window and door alterations as part of later building permits were solely focused on secondary facades of the house. The architect's statement that if this home were previously designated, these items would not be allowed or considered appropriate as they changed the home is irrelevant as well. Each property is evaluated for designation and alterations on a case-by-case basis. Designation does not freeze a property in time or prohibit alteration. The Historic Preservation Board has designated structures with enclosed carports and enclosed porches in the past and have allowed them to do so where considered appropriate. My final points on the architect's presentation are these. The current condition of the home is not a criteria for or against designation. Neither is the cost of any improvement or what might be built on the property. The board does not and cannot consider those assertions. They are only to focus again on the question, does the property meet the criteria as outlined in the code for designation? As per the code, any financial hardship claims are brought to the Historic Preservation Board under a separate procedure. That procedure has not been initiated and is not and cannot be part of today's deliberation. So clearly the board felt that this home met the criteria as listed and unanimously designated the property as a local historic landmark based on the evidence provided to them in the designation report. This home is an important early example of the middle traditional style of architecture that shifted away from the Mediterranean revival to a more modern aesthetic. Permitted in 1937, it is one of a few homes built in the 1930s. It retains its character-defining features and its historic integrity, and it serves as a visible reminder of the history and ongoing history and heritage of the city. We urge you to uphold the Historic Preservation Board's unanimous motion to designate this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Counselor?
Mayor, thank you again, and commissioners, I will be brief, but I have some important points that do need to be covered. First, I want to start with, just for housekeeping.
Madam Director, please stay here with us.
Just for housekeeping, I'd like to strike the objections by the director with respect to our expert. He presented before a board of architects and historians, and nobody raised an objection. She did not raise an objection. This is a de novo hearing, so I ask that be stricken from the record. It shouldn't be considered here. Okay. Next, I want to go to the overarching question here, which is really what the code requires, right? Because ultimately you're going to decide based on the law and not any other factors. So if I could have the presentation, our slides, slide 4 of our presentation. No, this, the applicant's presentation, please. Slide 4 is your city code. And the city attorney suggested that, somehow it's an opening paragraph, it's just that, and we don't look at it. The opening slide 4, please. I'll find it. I got it. Okay, so slide 4, there's your code. I want to highlight something to you. It's not merely an opening paragraph. The highlighted language tells you you have to look at what it possesses integrity and that it is significant to the city. That long list of criteria is prefaced by the sentence, the eligibility of potential historic landmarks or districts shall be based on one or more of the following criteria. So you find integrity, you find significance, and then you've got to hang your hat on one of those criteria. It doesn't say, if you find one of these criteria, it shall be designated. That's not what it says. It says integrity, significance, and then to support your claim of significance or integrity, you go through all of those criteria. You notice my presentation didn't go through that criteria. That's because it's my position you never get to those criteria. Because on its face, okay, the significance isn't there and the integrity is not there. Now, speaking to integrity, the director spoke and raised a couple objections with respect to our presentation and how we talked about other applications. We talk about other applications because otherwise there is literally no standard on which to base integrity and how much change occurs. A government cannot act arbitrarily or capriciously. And so if you are designating other properties that have no changes whatsoever, and then you've got another application and in your own staff report, you're laying out 4 pages worth of changes, it raises the question, what's going on here? We also talk about other applications and we talk about structural conditions because they go to, or rather we talk about other applications about the existing conditions because that goes to integrity. You'll notice the definition of integrity talks about the condition of the building, the workmanship, the materials, etc. It's our position that our close inspection, which staff did not do that same level of inspection, demonstrates, and our architect laid out why, that integrity has been lost, okay? Staff also highlights that, and she takes objection with our architect's presentation, saying that the alterations don't change the massing. I want to run over just to that useful diagram, just because it's easier to just to look at this one slide. Massing of a building is how much bulk the building has, right? Notice the carport. The original design had open windows on the side of the carport and an open carport that went straight out into the backyard. That's gone now, it's been enclosed. The original design, the original massing had a relatively short building, horizontal-wise. They've added an extra garage to it, okay? The original building had a open, breezy porch. That's been closed in the front porch. It had a rear porch. That's been enclosed. It had multiple windows that have now been enclosed. I don't see how you can say with a straight face, making the building longer, bulkier, more obtuse, not clear and open, doesn't affect massing.
Madam Director, will you respond to that, just to get a better understanding? Were all these changes permitted?
Yes. So what you see on the left is the original plan. On the right-hand side is what they're showing you as the current massing. So the terrace at the rear that's shown in light brown was always there. It was not added. The enclosure that they're showing of the front porch, it was a screened porch. It was not breezy and wide open. If you looked at that, you saw a dark void because it was screened. The massing of a building is its footprint. The footprint of this only changes when you add the carport. Otherwise, it's completely intact.
And in closing, I just want to highlight that, just checking my notes for a second, one moment, please.
Madam Director, I apologize.
No worries.
Please.
In regards to the recommendations from the board, obviously besides deeming it historic, did they mention anything about possible opportunities for an addition to the home? Or
The board doesn't opine on that.
Was there anything that
They actually had no discussion about this property. They heard both presentations and voted to unanimously designate it. There was not a lot of discussion, but that's a separate process too.
And if this, again, this home, an addition could be added to?
Absolutely.
Without a problem?
Absolutely. Later alterations could be removed without a problem as well. So if they wanted to take that second garage off, that's absolutely fine with us.
Sir.
Yeah, obviously, the concept of minimal traditional is about having a small footprint. It's about having a minimal look, a flat facade, which has obviously been changed too. So in us asking to add extensive additions or, 2 bedrooms, which I would need, it would maybe not be allowed at that level because this home has been designated a minimal traditional home. I also want to say that the report I got while I was under contract for the home, I was not allowed to back out of the contract at that point, so it's kind of moot whether or not I got it in October or November. And something else, right? I'm forgetting. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
You want to make it point about alterations?
Yeah, and obviously any alterations that will modernize the home, it wouldn't create a minimal traditional home anymore. So allowing that kind of alteration is, I think, difficult in a minimal traditional home specifically.
Madam Director, would you like to respond to a statement?
So again, what can or cannot be done to the property, even though, yes, we work with owners to allow additions, it's really not the purview of what's happening here. Does this home meet the criteria? Not what your intention is for it in the future, not how much square footage you want to add.
That's what I wanted you to put on the record.
Yes. So that is, the board is considering the property as it exists today.
Yeah, and one more thing. And she mentioned multiple times that they voted unanimously. We gave 40 minutes of presentation and they had 0 discussion and voted unanimously with no questions. And I thought that was a little sad as a citizen to go through this process, to pay for architects and lawyers, in my family, and to have that to be treated kind of like that. And I thought that was upsetting to me.
Mayor, I had a couple questions.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
We have handbooks, Madam Director, for guiding folks if they want to have additions put on homes.
Yes.
That's correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in the handbooks that say that you cannot put additions on minimal traditional homes?
No.
Okay.
Is there a section in the handbook that's about minimal traditional homes?
It's about our standards and how we apply our standards, so it's not specific to an architectural type.
Follow-up question, was there any facts or findings as to the additions that were put on the home not being compatible with the design or the massing that exists?
No.
Okay, that's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do my colleagues have any other questions, comments?
I just have you and I are thinking similarly. observation, not to do directly on this matter. It seems that over the years and over the decades, the city itself contributes to situations where we are now encountering on occasion what seems to be a head-on collision between the interests and the rights of a property owner and the interests of the city to preserve its history. I hope perhaps at some point down the road, we revisit designations so that we don't, it's not a matter that comes to us at the last minute where everything's on the line. Perhaps we can be able to identify properties based on a time frame in our history, perhaps on a particular style, so we can address this early on and everybody's on notice. But every time we have one of these matters come up, it almost seems like it's one of the game of chicken, see who's gonna at the last second turn or blink. And I think we need to revamp or look at our process because something's wrong.
Other than, through the mayor, giving staff some direction to look at instructions and particular timeframes and do it on a piecemeal basis. It's a Herculean task to do that. But if that's what you're talking about, Commissioner.
Yeah.
So what is the, Commissioner Castro?
Yes. Do you feel there was a loss of integrity?
No, it still retains its
And
character.
by adding, and by the probability of adding an addition or adding an addition, do you feel that that would tarnish the historical and cultural significance of the home?
No, I don't. But again, it's not about what could happen in the future. It's how the house exists currently. So.
Okay.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
There was something on one of the screens that caught my attention. It was on the city's presentation. I put it in quotes. The overall presence of the past. It almost like they went through a list of things that you look for, but then they go overall presence of the past. Almost like if you don't find it here, if it gives an overall presence of the past, which unfortunately for me counters what I said in the last item, which should be based on facts and technical, and overall presence of the past is a very subjective catch-all phrase. I'm not very comfortable with subjective catch-all phrases when it really comes down to the details. But it was part of one of the screens.
Right. So that phrase is in the definition of historic integrity. And so what it refers to are the 6 qualities of integrity that when we say something retains its historic integrity, what we look for. So those qualities are location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, or association. And what that sentence actually says is all 6 qualities that I just read off do not need to be present for eligibility as long as the overall sense of past time and place is evident. So what that means is the historic integrity has to be intact, and then you move on to the criteria. So it's not.
I just have an issue with the wording itself, the sense of. I understand.
It's not our wording. It's a national standard.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
I just had one question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
On the presentation, it says, we found it to be financially infeasible. There hasn't been an application for that classification.
Economic hardship?
Correct.
So that's part of a different process that would come up if there's an application for a certificate of appropriateness. So it's not before you today.
Okay. I mean, I think for me, the building massing study that you presented really shows almost the same house, except for a couple of minor changes. So I think for me, that image on its own seals it for me.
It does for me.
Commissioner Castro.
I know that you said that there was certain things that had to be fixed, and was it structural issues?
Yeah, and the subfloor, and as well as the rebar issues and some of the window openings. Yeah.
Replacing rebar, putting rebar, would that change integrity?
Nope.
No. Okay.
So, just going back to what the director said, we had this discussion back and forth in a previous property like 3 or 4 months ago. That's still an issue. And again, just because the house could potentially cost a lot of money, and it was a statement very validly placed forward by Vice Mayor Mena. at that point, that that it could cost a significant amount more money than just to demolish the house and build something new. It's something that can't be considered when making a decision, because we're not considering that. Which is, again, tough for me to swallow, but you have to overlook that and say, we're talking about the historic significance of the house, not whether the financial viability of going one route versus another. So,
Mayor, may I
yes, sir.
clarify one point? It's routine for historic preservation staff to highlight that certain changes can be undone, right? And that's why we're talking about, if you'll notice, in slide 31 is where we say that. And the headline is reversibility or restoration. No one in their right mind is going to reverse and restore without modernizing, improving these problems, okay? And so that's where cost becomes relevant. Because if staff is going to say, we think you should designate because it's reversible, or you could restore the building, then cost has to be a factor. It's almost, for the lawyers on the board, they're opening the door, and this is almost a rebuttal point. And, our architect was a little rushed for time, but if you look at his presentation, one of the slides he had was the supports underneath the floors. You can see, and this goes to workmanship as well, over time, there have been modifications. I don't think this is original. These supports, if you look at slide 30 on the presentation packet, there's a wedge of wood just holding up the floors, right? There's a beam, don't get me wrong, there's a metal beam, that's a lot of support, but there's a lot more work than you would think just from looking at windows, enclosed porches, things like that. We have rebar problems, we have foundation problems. It's a lot, and those costs, I think, have to be relevant. Even if there was no application for financial, hardship, it's relevant because if staff is going to say reverse it, well, then you have to look at what reversing means.
We do not require any changes to be made because a property is designated. We can't. We're designating the property as it exists today. So I can't go back and say, oh, we don't really love X, Y, and Z, so you need to get rid of that. We cannot tell someone when they come forward for a certificate of appropriateness for an addition, we can help guide them to the best way to do it, but we can't. We cannot tell them to make changes once we've designated. That's a penalty. That's not fair.
I agree, but the report says these are reversible. So
they're minor.
So we disagree. They're very expensive.
So, Madam Vice Mayor.
A few follow-up questions are, Madam Director, as far as the rebar issue, we don't require buildings when they're designated as historic to be brought up to current code, do we?
No, not as a matter of designation.
And as far as the floor joists are concerned, those can be also jacked or additional supports to put in if they are an issue. Is that correct?
Correct.
No, sorry, Commissioner. No, as a homeowner, obviously, I'd want to fix those things for my family, but our argument today is around significance and integrity.
Nothing further. I'm prepared to move forward if you're done.
Let me, just really quickly, Madam Vice Mayor, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, who do we have?
First speaker, Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Very simple comment. Historic is historic, and we need to maintain our historic position.
Suli Pardo.
How are you? Good afternoon.
Sorry, forgive my flustered look. I came running over here. I felt the need, I felt compelled, really, to be present at this F2 agenda item. My name is Zuli Pardo. I live at 49 Campina Court. My home is part of a historic district. That historic district is minimal traditional. In the same as Ms. Cott very aptly stated, it was a shift from bungalow-style Mediterranean homes to minimalist World War after during and after World War II. The shift, the type of architecture shifted towards minimalist homes. I shudder to think what would happen if someone from Campina Court came here in front of you to request an appeal to have their historic designation rescinded. The reason why is we are a compilation of 12 homes, and together is how we are a historic district as defined by the city of Coral Gables. I simply ask you to please, please, very carefully review this issue and don't, if it's a home that can be fixed, let me put it this way. We are the stewards, like you are the stewards of our city. The homeowner is the steward of that home. I have this home and I have to keep it. I won't be around forever, but I have to make sure that its integrity as a historic part of this district is maintained. And I feel that anyone that owns a home that is historically designated has the same responsibility. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Carelia Carbonell.
Carelia, good afternoon. We'll come back to her. Mr. Clerk, is anyone else?
There's one more person, but she's trying to unmute. There you go.
Ms. Carbonell?
Hello,
Yes.
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, again, Carelia Martinez Carbonell. I'm president of the Historic Preservation Association. You have received letters on behalf of our board supporting the affirmation of the designation for this home. But I do want to say a few words additional. And, according to the city's preservation ordinance, a home 50 years or older is eligible for designation if at least one criteria is met. That is the reality of buying an old home in the city of Coral Gables. These homeowners knew, even before they bought it, that this home was significant. It was not a surprise. There are extensive processes that staff goes through to review historic eligibility. And if staff finds the property to meet at least one of the criteria, which includes historical, cultural, aesthetic, architectural, for designation, then staff presents it to the Historic Preservation Board. This 9-member board has the power to accept or deny designation. That board unanimously accepted the designation of this home. The Preservation Department exists to uphold the city's historic preservation ordinance, first established in 1973. Preservation is not a zero-sum game, and it shouldn't be weighed whether there's one building versus another, or whether an architectural style is more significant than the other. What the ordinance wants to accomplish is that we need to protect our historic cultural integrity. In reversal of this designation, this property will be vulnerable to demolition. And so there would be no mechanism to protect it.
Thank you very much.
Residents living in a historic city. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Brett Gillis.
Mr. Gillis.
Good afternoon. This is Brett Gillis calling in. I had a presentation prepared, but after listening to the staff and the other speakers, I don't have much more to say on that. I don't think there's much to refute here. It was unanimously designated. This is a rare gem, a 1930s example of an important architectural style in our history. If you walk around these few blocks of Giralda and Aragon, it's very evident that this is a unique collection of homes. They're very beautiful and charming. I don't think the homeowner should have been surprised at all. I mean, the real estate listing was very clear. I just looked at it again this morning. It talked about the 1930s charm of the home and to consider purchasing it to enhance it for the future. It was not advertised as a tear down or that it could be demolished. I think that this area of Aragon and Giralda is a quaint collection of historic homes that, it's a single family area, walking distance to downtown, and it's something that certain people really look for, and it's a unique area of our city. So I hope that you consider that. I mean, we ask a lot of our history and architecture. We ask for it to educate us about our past, add charm and character to our neighborhoods. But today we're going to see what you do in terms of what history and architecture ask of us. I think that we have to be good stewards of it and protect it and really celebrate it. So thank you for your consideration and for your service.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. What is the will of the commission?
I make a motion to affirm the decision of the board.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So let's move to do with consent agenda. Can I get a motion, please?
Second.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wants additional discussion or review of any item on the agenda?
Nope.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Can we move to public comment, please?
First speaker today is Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is not what I had prepared for public comments today, but I have no option but to discuss something else. I guess about 3 hours ago, I heard the mayor say that following Robert's rules, first of all, every single item goes through the mayor. Every single item goes through the chair, whoever the chair is. That's Robert's rules. The other item was, items for discussion are not open for public comments. I took the time to look at the agenda for today. There is a section called discussion items. And there's no items under discussion items. There's items, actually, that's section L. There's no discussion items. There are 8 items under mayor's comments. There's 15 items on the city commission items. There are manager items. There are no city attorney items. There are no city clerk items. I think the manager items were 5. So if you add all those items, if you expect anyone to be able to discuss all these items in 3 minutes, might as well move to Havana, Cuba, or Moscow, or any of those places, because it's impossible. You are trying, in a very not veiled attempt, to silence us. And that is not acceptable. I'm going to tell you right now, the only items that the public, the residents, the taxpayers will be able to speak on will be 2 on the consent agenda and 9 public hearing items. That's it. Because the rest is under items, not discussion items, commission items, mayor's comments. Those are not discussion items. Those are comments that people are expressing. And we should be able to express what we think about items that are presented, that if we're not going to have anything to say, you know what? Might as well don't have elections, become a dictator, do whatever you want, and I guess we'll have to find a way to see you in court, because in the city of Coral Gables, you're changing precedent. We have been able to discuss anything that's brought up here. This is our city, this is our commission, this is the place where we live, and we're entitled to express our opinion. And I'm sorry, you're not a dictator, you're the mayor.
Next.
If I may, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to respond very quickly. Madam Chair, will you tell us who the chairs of the commission, please?
Yes, Mayor. The mayor serves as chair of the city commission meeting, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And also, in regards to discussion items, what I meant was city commission items. And like I said before, we We can discuss any item here on the agenda, and there's an opportunity why I wrote a piece of legislation that allows for 1 hour of public hearing, so you can have a conversation about any issue. As was clearly evident by the last commission, which lasted over 11 hours, where I did not have any of my mayor's comments addressed because I allowed my colleagues to speak on their items, so I passed all my items to this commission meeting. The meetings are lasting longer and longer and longer. So it's very simple. Anybody can have a conversation with what they like. They can talk about it here. It's very simple. But in regards to discussion items, the city attorney can give you a little further feedback. Would you like to give a little further feedback in regards to discussion items?
Yes, Mayor. So public comment is not legally required when the city commission is not going to take any official action. So when the commission is discussing items, which many of the items that are listed under city commission are described as discussion items, if there's no official action taken, public comment is not legally required. I do want to clarify that when there are resolutions, for example, all the resolutions under the city manager items, public comment will be allowed during those, for those if requested. But for discussion items where the commission does not take action, public comment is not legally required.
Thank you very much.
Can I get a clarification, though?
Sir?
Not legally required does not mean we cannot have it.
Correct.
So as a sponsor of an item, I can say I would like to hear public comment on an item, correct?
I think you could ask the mayor as the chair.
The question is, can we reserve the right to listen to public comment on items that we're putting up for?
If you want to override me, you can get three votes from the commission. You can override me. It's fine. But at the end of the day, a discussion item is meant for the commission to have a discussion item in the sunset. And if an item would like to be discussed, there's a public hearing, which is 1 hour. We can have every single item here. This is the way every other city does it. And this is the way that, as the chair of the commission, I'd like to run the meeting.
So how can we place an item on the agenda in order to ensure it's open for public comment?
It would be a resolution or ordinance. If you draft a resolution that will be voted on and be considered, then there would be public comment should be allowed.
And we're not doing anything different than any other city does. All we're trying to do is be as effective and streamline the process. And I'll tell you why again, because if you've been very vocal about it. It's about residents. Residents have called me and said, Vince, we came to the last commission meeting, we couldn't speak because we didn't have the time to speak because there was so much public comment and there were so many comments that were made that we didn't have time to speak the presentations. Look, we just took this item, which is time certain, we took it an hour late. We haven't even had lunch yet. It's 1:30. We still have all the mayor's comments, which I'm going to defer again for another meeting. And then we have all the items commencing from F4. Then we have all the city commission items, which are 15. And then we have all the city manager items, which are 15. And then we still have to have a negotiation in our lunch in regards to union negotiations. So, I mean, if you want, we can do this all night till 9, 10 o'clock at night like we're doing last time. But the point is we're not squashing speech. It's very simple. Anybody can have a comment here. They can talk. And that's why I wrote the piece of legislation such a long time ago to ensure the public hearing is available for everybody here.
I agree. The question that I have, though, is to your point, with all the items on the agenda, if residents wish to speak on more than one item, I mean, I can give you the example. We had a candidate forum where we were given a minute to address 2 different issues. We didn't have time to address those 2 issues because we're asking residents, if you want to speak on 7 different items, basically have to break it down to about 20 seconds per item. So, I mean, there could be there could be a compromise. We can maybe offer in these discussion items when the sponsor would like to open up for discussion, maybe a 1-minute comment from residents. I'm just trying to compromise with you.
But listen, it's very simple.
Mayor?
I run the agenda. I'm the chair. There's multiple opportunities to speak on issues. If you would like, you have to be disciplined on these issues. If you want to speak about an issue that's up for discussion, speak about it in public hearing for 3 minutes. Wait for the following items, resolutions, and ordinance to speak under those items. A person could speak if they want 15, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times in today's meeting. But the only item which is being reserved, as the city attorney just mentioned to you, is under city commission items. That is a time for us to have a conversation about issues that we view as pertinent. Very simple, and it's in the sunshine, and we have that conversation. If not, we will never end meetings. Look at the length of the length of today's commission meeting. It's already 1:30, and we still have probably Madam City Attorney, 50 items left on the commission
I don't know. I
to
haven't counted
discuss,
them. It's many.
plus a negotiation during our lunch, which we're supposed to have, which I don't even know if we're going to be able to have it during our lunch. So, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. There's a separate section that says for discussions, right, that I'm not seeing here?
It's at the end of the agenda.
It's at the end.
Okay, could I move some of my items for discussion? Because for me, it's really important to hear what the residents have to say according to the discussions that I want to have.
That portion is for discussion amongst the members of the city commission.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any way we can change that? Or what's the legal proceeding?
We have
resolutions.
Mayor, can I
Yes,
chime in? Just first, I'd like to clarify one thing. It's not because an item is listed under city commission that makes it so that public comment is not legally required. It's because it's not an item on which the city commission is going to take official action. If you all discuss an item and you decide to take action, which typically items on which you're voting on should already be on the agenda, the resolution or whatever action. But if for some reason there's an exigent circumstance or something that you would take action, certainly, we would allow public comment before that action is taken. But when there's just merely a discussion item, it's not legally required. The discussion section of the agenda is for informal discussion. So oftentimes, or not oftentimes, at the end of the meeting, the mayor will ask if anybody else has anything else. You all sometimes bring up items of interest, and so it's informal discussions. But a discussion item, like the ones that you've listed under city commission items, public comments not legally required, but certainly it can be allowed as we have done in the past, but it's not legally required.
Do we have any other further public? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So how do I want the residents to be able to talk?
They do.
How do I move forward?
They do. They have.
No, but on my item, not before I talk.
Then it has to be a resolution or an ordinance.
Can we move forward or no?
You unless your item is a resolution or an ordinance, you can't move forward.
It's up for discussion.
But then they can't speak. They can speak about your issue under public hearing. They can come and speak at the beginning of the meeting. They can come and speak, just like every other municipality does it. Completely the same thing.
So how is somebody going to?
The mayor.
Or you can vote to override the mayor if you like.
So how is somebody going to speak on something I haven't spoken on yet?
They can speak about it in public hearing.
Right, before I speak.
Yeah, of course. That's the way that all the other municipalities do it. They literally line up, nobody responds. They line up and they're very proficient and they move through it. You've been to many commission meetings in Hialeah, in the city of Miami, in Miami-Dade County, and they move through the process and they put their items on the record and then the commission meeting commences. It's pretty standard protocol.
I know that this is very lengthy and I feel it, trust me, I do, when I get home, but it is very important that I get input from residents.
They can get it here on public hearing. They can also come on Open Door Fridays. They can come to town hall meetings. They can submit an email. There's literally, they could speak all day in the commission meeting, but during discussion items, it's meant, as the city attorney just said, it's not my legislation. It's the way it's written in the code.
But we've done it different in the past.
Well, this is the way we're doing it now.
So you're saying no?
No.
And there's no way I could say yes, right?
No.
We can override
You can override me if you like. You can vote.
I mean, how do I proceed to override him?
So through the chair,
Yes.
I've had complaints from residents that the longer these meetings go, the harder it is for them to even track the items that they're interested in. Because they assume that on a normal day, by lunchtime, their item comes up and it could be at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So the length of the meetings is having a negative impact on a lot of the residents' ability to stay engaged. That's a given. The good news is, if history's any indicator, which I think it is, that we missed an entire month of commission meetings because of the elections. So everything's really backed up. I would hope that in the next couple of meetings, we catch up and our meetings aren't marathons, but they're actually manageable, and you have people, more engaged and more being able to participate more. So my only question, I have a question with regards to your question. So on an individual item that's up for discussion, I'm not into necessarily doing a blanket motion or a blanket to do it, because I respect the position in our charter of the authority of the person who is the mayor, because those are the powers that they're given, right? So it's in the charter. But on an individual item, let's say a discussion item, can we then decide as a whole if that particular discussion item we want to open up? Again, I'm not comfortable doing a blanket because that's the authority of the power of the mayor. But could we, instead of doing a blanket, if there's a discussion item that we feel is very heated, very involved, do we have the ability to, at least on a particular item, gauge the interest on that item?
So certainly on specific items, the mayor can on his own can decide to allow public comment. And if he does not, then a member of the commission can make a motion to allow public comment on a specific item, and if the majority votes to approve, then yes, you can have public
Again,
comment
I'm
on a
not
specific item.
comfortable. I don't want to step on, it could be Mayor Lago, it could be future, past. I want to stay clear of the way the charter reads. It's something, I don't want to tinker with that. But on an individual item, if there's options, then I think those are options we can approach.
So Commissioner, again, I'm reasonable. I'm the one that put the legislation for public hearing, but we have to have some structure.
Yes.
As we hear. In the first meeting, you let that person speak, and you let that person speak, and you let that, so we have to have structure. We had people that left the meeting last time.
Yep.
That were here to speak on an issue, said, I can't stay here, I have to go to work, I have to
Absolutely.
pick up my child, I have to do this. So, and I'm also to blame, we should not be having public hearing at 1:30. Public hearing should happen literally at 9:15, 9:20, 9:30, whenever that happens. Right after we're done with our protocol documents, if not earlier. So this is simple. It's residents, business owners, or any interested party, as long as it has to do with the city, can speak on a litany of different issues. I'm flexible. I'd be more than willing to take it case by case, but I have to crack down on pushing the meeting forward because we haven't even had lunch yet and it's 1:30. If you'd like to speak on an ordinance, you have 50 opportunities to speak on an ordinance. If you'd like to speak during public hearing, you could speak to public hearing. If you'd like to speak on an item during consent, you can pull an item during consent, correct?
Correct.
You can basically speak on everything. On the manager's items, on the city attorney's items, you can speak on everything. But when it comes to the discussion item between the commission, I'll be making the decisions, just like I'll be making the decisions in regards to adhering by the time clock, which I think we've done a pretty good job. And I've tried to stop everybody in a very respectful way. Thank you very much. Moving forward, just respecting everyone's time. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
I'm going to make a couple comments because I was one of those people waiting in the audience to talk and waiting in a prior point in my life. And it becomes unbearable at a certain point. I'm sitting there with a computer trying to run my business at the same time, having to step out doing phone calls. Hours go by. We all have a number of discussion items, and they're just discussion items. We're going to get to a point where we can maybe do a resolution, but I think the discussion will be beneficial for the public if they get to hear it first, and then come back to us and provide us their comments on our discussion. Each one of these items that we have on here are important. I think it's important for us to get the discussions done so the residents can hear it and then provide us feedback. So that would be my preference.
A quick comment. Watching meetings over the years, I have seen, though, that residents have come up with valid points that have enhanced the discussion that the commission has had. So that's why. And my compromise would be, on items that the sponsor would like to offer the public comment, I would just ask for your deference on 1 minute of public comment from residents, and we can limit it to the items that well, I guess I will commit to opening it up to the items that I think are of more public interest. Items that may not be, we'll make sure to let folks know ahead of time to submit comments. I mean, it's a compromise.
Commissioner, at the end of the day, one of the few privileges that I have is making sure who's the vice mayor and who gets assigned for the vice mayor position, along with running the agenda. We're going to run the agenda the way that I want to run the agenda, which I think is more proficient and respectful of the process. I always take everything under advisement. I'll consider it, but moving forward, we're doing it the way that I have delineated today. It's very simple, and it's nothing, again, out of the norm. You look at all the other 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade County, that's exactly how they run it. This is not a debate. This is not a debate. For too long, we had a debate up here, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. This is put your concerns on the record, give us your guidance, give us your input, and we move forward. There's multiple opportunities to have a conversation on all these issues. So
Being said, I'll make a motion to override because I cannot stand idly by as residents are silenced.
I second.
So just so we're clear, what is the motion, though? What is it?
Motion is to override the mayor's restriction of public comment on discussion items.
As a general matter?
General.
But not on discussion items, obviously on commission items.
Commission items.
Yeah.
I second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
I'm open on and case by case, but not a blanket situation. No.
Mayor Lago.
No. All right, let's move on.
Okay, so next speaker is Rip Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, the floor is yours.
Congratulations. We've got a lot of uninformed and misinformed information coming in, being flooded by Mr. Fernandez and the Coral Gables Neighbors Association, and it's hurting me on my parking and the mobility hub, which needs to stay as is. I need to alert both our sacred Mr. Iglesias and the sacred City Attorney, Ms. Suarez. I need to bring something up slightly controversial, but the attorneys here can understand that if I don't, then and if I need to file, let's just say, God forbid, a lawsuit to preserve the mobility hub as it is with a safe and successful design, and if I don't bring this up now, I have to put something on the record so that if need be, I can appeal it. And so here I go. I believe that Ariel Fernandez made dishonest or misrepresentations to me during the campaign, which induced me to change race from running for mayor to running for city commissioner, and that has had a very deleterious, it's an ambush, okay, on the mobility hub. He induced me to change races, which his assistant or friend Javier Baños said actually changed the outcome of the races, okay? We're talking about fundamental election integrity here. And I'm saying so that I can appeal it if need be and file a lawsuit if need be, that Mr. Fernandez undermined the integrity of our elections in relation to this mobility hub, and I'm the victim. Do I have any time left?
You have 51 seconds.
There's two reasons to keep the present design. Number one is safety. I've covered that a few times. Number two is the city's tax base. When we have, women do not like parking garages, but they do like a safe one like we have, the safest in the state, the safest in the country, if we stick with what we've got. And so if women who do the shopping come because it's safe, and they say, oh, I'll go shop in Coral Gables, at least I'm not going to get mugged, then we make more money, not only the property owners nearby where people are parking for, but the entire city. And so we have more money. One of the things that Mayor Lago has been saying, where are we going to get the money? Well, we'll get it with the present design of this parking garage.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you adhering to the time.
Gordon Sokoloff.
Doctor, good afternoon.
He just had knee surgery.
I could tell. How are you feeling? Don't worry, we won't start your clock till you get up here. It's okay. Take your time. You're not gonna have to. You're not gonna have to. Move that quick. You're fine. Take your time.
Last time I had one cane, I played the role of Tiny Tim.
Yes, sir.
At Coral Gables Elementary. Looks like a cane. Yeah, these guys.
So what's going on? Talk to me. How
All
can we
right,
help?
thank you very much for your time. I'll keep it short. Just two things I wanted to mention on some upcoming issues that are on the agenda. One on the mobility hub. I've already spoken to you many times about it. No one, including Commissioner Fernandez, is saying let's take down the mobility hub and lay grass. We all want to replace that parking garage with a new, better, efficient parking garage that is safe, that is well lit, that is has a net increase in the number of parking spaces, has all the necessary and new age technology that goes with a great parking garage. I think to make it the most effective use of space and keep the costs low, which they need to be because of expenditure restrictions, I'm in favor of not competing with Miracle Mile with additional retail on the bottom floor or anything like a park or something crazy on the top. Keep parking up there too, but scale it back. The most important thing is that I'm sitting here listening to all the designs and the preservation of Coral Gables and the look of Coral Gables. Earlier today, my office building, Mayor, I had to switch out some of the swale to rock. I have to pick it all up because the rock that I put down, granite color rock to go with my dark gray building, is 3/8 of an inch bigger than it should be. That's all. It's 3/4 of an inch and it's supposed to be 3/8 of an inch. So I'm calling my landscape guy and I got to take it out. We have to preserve the integrity, and I respect that. That's what we do. By the same token, however, wouldn't it be wonderful if this city, for once in a long time, constructed a building, a parking garage that had extraordinary Mediterranean features to it, not something that looks futuristic. I think, I haven't seen it. Public safety building is modern. I think as long as we're giving out a Mediterranean bonus to every other architect who built something with a Mediterranean flair, when is the city going to start setting an example? Wouldn't it be great to have your legacy based on something really special and elegant? And there are examples of that. That's my humble opinion on that. Lastly, the resident concierge service that Commissioner Castro has discussed or brought to the table. I just want to say that I love the sound of that. And I believe in this city of all cities, Coral Gables residents deserve a concierge approach. And going through the process of getting my permit and trying to get the job done at my building that I just talked about, pulling teeth was easier for me, which I did for 40 years. But it really, really was. I mean, I don't get people on the phone hardly ever. I call the main number. I never get a human anymore. I think it's time that the city looks at the infrastructure and tightens up their act. City of Coral Gables should be much better than that.
Thank you. Could I just discuss an item there with you?
Yes.
You mentioned the public safety building.
Yes.
Not an architect, but I'll defer to our manager. What was the design?
Mediterranean.
It was a Mediterranean. And did that go before the BOA?
Yes, it did.
And did that receive Mediterranean approval?
It was a Mediterranean building. Yes, we don't exceed the requirement.
So, this is where I think, Doctor, we're going to have this discussion because I called for, and my colleagues approved, is a sit-down conversation amongst the commission with professionals to come and give us different design ideas.
Right.
The mobility hub is essential. And I'm happy to see that my colleagues, especially Mr. Fernandez, is supporting me on that. It's critical for the financial wherewithal of our city.
Right.
Because they've changed the tune on that matter because they said they weren't in favor of the mobility hub. It's been all over the internet. And I'm excited that my colleagues support that because 27% of our tax base comes from the downtown. So to me, you can change the design. It's perfectly fine.
Right.
You can soften it. You can make it, med style. You can make it, more Miami Beach-esque. To kind of look a little Art Deco, which I think would be beautiful. You see certain homes in the city that are Art Deco. That's not the question at heart. The question at heart here is garnering support and finding the final scope to deliver on the mobility hub, which is critical for the future of our city as a result of the simple fact that it's in relation to our tax base in the downtown. But when we talk about Mediterranean and Mediterranean design, I would like for you, if you could, because I think that you have the voice of certain people in this community, I would like for you to tell me and help us in the next public workshop that we do, the public meeting that I called for, which my colleagues approved.
Sure.
I would like for you to come prepared with ideas of what type of med design you think is appropriate for that. If the public safety building is not sufficiently med, what do you think we should design it after? What would you like to see? Help me find some research. Help me find some examples of parking garages. As you know, a parking garage is basically a giant shoebox.
Right.
Where med has been applied and it's looked, appropriate and it looks beautiful, or it's airy and it's something that, again, I think will be something beneficial and people would want to use. So I task you with that because I've looked and I haven't, certain people med is too little med. What is the med that would make you feel comfortable to apply it to the mobility hub? And that's, I'm not asking for that today.
Sure.
If you could guide me and help me with that,
Right.
I think I would really be appreciative of that because it's important to me.
Off the top of my head, I'd just like to say that the one that is there is Mediterranean in style. There's Italian barrel tile. It's open air, really is. I mean, I parked there for 23 years. I know that lot very, very well. But the one also behind John Martin's just lays right in. It just fits in to Aragon Avenue. Like
You think the one, and I'm sorry to interrupt you think the one on Andalusia is med?
Yeah, I do. And it's got Italian barrel tile on the top, and it's got some nice curvature to it. Yeah, I do. And it's open air. It's very open.
I don't know. See, that's where we disagree because I think that I think it's more brutalist, and and this has just a few little accent tiles. I think that the public safety building has more design elements that are med than any of the parking garages on Andalusia.
Right. Right.
This is my opinion, but again, what do I know? I mean,
right. Yeah. Neither of us are architects. I agree.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sokoloff.
Of course.
Through you too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I had the opportunity, a few of us, at the symposium on Mediterranean architecture at the museum, and one thing I learned that there is classical architecture, which includes Mediterranean, Art Deco, and I learned a lot from that symposium, and we asked a lot of questions. So my mindset is to go within that envelope where you see a variety. Not necessarily that has to be Mediterranean or this or that. A question was asked. I asked the architects there, does Mediterranean apply to every type of building? And I mentioned the parking garages.
Yeah.
And Vice Mayor Anderson, I think the answer was not necessarily because of the shape of parking garages. It's not the best type of structure to apply Mediterranean.
Right.
But the concept of maybe the classical architectural style, finding the balance,
right,
is perhaps the way to go instead of perhaps going down one path, broaden that path a little bit more. I think that was part of the discussion we had at a Sunshine Symposium.
The mayor, yes.
Vice Mayor.
We did have that discussion, and there was an excellent example where they took a modern building and they put an Art Deco facade on it. You might want to stay for our discussion and then give us comments afterwards to tell us your thoughts on what's presented.
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause I do have something I'm going to share.
And I think it's also, I want to commend the Vice Mayor for her work with that panel.
Yeah.
I couldn't stay, I had to leave. Yeah. But I heard that one of the questions that was brought up, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Mayor, was the issue of, can you see Mediterranean style being really applied to a parking garage? And I think it was unanimous. I think you brought that up, Commissioner.
I asked that question.
You asked that question, Commissioner, I heard. And it was unanimous across the board from architects that it's not really conducive for a parking garage. Why? Because again, a parking garage is a shoebox.
Right.
There's no articulation. You can't really get the beauty of it. Right. So it's small windows, a lot of concrete, small windows.
Yeah.
It's not really the best fit, the
Yeah.
best design. But again, I just want you to help me out.
Sure.
If you could.
Well, I like the one behind the John Martin's, but I appreciate it, and I know it's going to include all those other features, which I hope will allay Mr. Holmes' fears, because it's going to be as beautiful, and I appreciate your willingness and openness to change the aesthetic, which I think is the most objectionable thing, for the residents. That, and there was only one choice. It'd be nice to have a few other choices, and let us look. Thank you very much.
That's the plan. We asked for the manager to bring a few different ideas and, possible design elements and, to see what we could do.
Thank you so much. I really
Just
appreciate
soften the
it.
approach again. But the vice mayor has been beating that drum for 2 years since she got elected. So I wanted to congratulate the vice mayor on her works and thank you for that. Thank you for her leadership.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Next speaker
Thank
is Zuli Pardo.
Ms. Pardo, welcome back. No, you can have as many as you like. That's the point.
Very important to me. I want to bring up the subject of that lecture, that we were present and you brought up the issue of the parking garage. Mediterranean garages are boxes. I cannot see it as the backdrop for the Miracle Theater, nor can I see the design that is now. It's beautiful, but I don't think it's conducive for the area. As we spoke previously, there was something that was asked of architect Kligian, and he said, the best parking garages are the ones that can't be seen. I was like, okay, how do I take off on that? And I felt, okay, something that complements. You can't, if it complements what's in front of it, it's a great addition. So I think I've spoke about this before with Vice Mayor Anderson and Mayor Lago. Why not a green parking lot? There's so many examples. If you go to Miami Beach, there are so many beautiful examples of parking lots that are green and complement the area. Why not?
You know, remember, Zudi, if I may,
have all
if
the
I may,
pictures. I have, pardon me?
if I may, just don't worry, your clock stops. I
Oh,
want
I'm
to bring it up
sorry.
because I want to give credence to your statement. The vice mayor brought up examples of hanging gardens a year ago. Of some
At the
beautiful
Sunshine
hanging
meeting.
gardens in the Sunshine Meeting.
Right,
So, no, just-
right.
I
So
re-
I'm
that brought my-
thinking,
that brought my
we
memory
could
back to
do, we could, to consider something with green, something even more I feel the Miracle Theater is more of an Art Deco-ish look. Maybe something in that,
Fan of Art Deco.
moving towards that end, but that complements
Exactly.
as a backdrop to what you have right now. Most significantly, the Miracle Theater. I mean, there's beautiful modern parking garages, but in this instant, I think we need to, reconsider and maybe look. I've got multiple pictures that I brought forward, and I know the vice mayor had a whole. Remember, you presented previously. Maybe we could revisit all of that. Thank you.
Through the mayor,
Of course.
I did a small excerpt of the prior presentations, and I have one more Art Deco one that we can ponder and maybe blend them. And so take a look what's attached to the item, and then there'll be a photograph later on that we'll discuss.
Very Art Deco Chia Pet.
Chia
Love
Pet.
it.
Next,
Chia
next
Pet Art
speaker is
Deco.
Mr. Robert Ruano.
Mr. Ruano, hello.
There?
Yeah, he's there, but can't hear him.
You want to come back to him? Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Sir, can you hear? We can't hear you. Can't. No, we can't hear you.
So next speaker is Ms. Sarah Conde.
Ms. Conde, how are you? Yes, we can hear you.
They're ringing maybe.
Yes.
Hello. It's very far away.
Do we have anybody else?
No, sir.
You want to go? You want to put her on hold and maybe go back to Robert, see if we can get Robert on?
Okay. Mr. Ruano, you're unmuted. We can't hear you, sir.
Can't hear you, my friend.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Just, Robert, do you want to type in whatever your comment is, and maybe we can at least get something on the record?
So we can
You want to try Ms. Conde again?
we can try Ms. Conde one more time.
Yep.
He's gonna call. He's gonna call in.
All right, call in.
Right, Ms. Conde.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
It's raining, right? It's raining, right?
I think Mr. Ruano was going to call in.
He's in.
All right, perfect. Mr. Ruano, the floor is yours.
He's joining. Just give him a second.
Here's something.
Robert's voice is very high.
Sure it's not our system?
No, it's not. Mr. Ruano's. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Ah, yes, good.
Oh,
Finally, I don't know why. I had a Zoom meeting this morning and it worked fine. Anyway, unfortunately now I can't show you the pictures, but because they were on my computer. But I would like to mention something. What I was saying, first of all, is congratulations to Commissioners Fernandez and Castro for your win and for the wonderful campaigns that you ran. I'd like to mention, hopefully some of you have already gone by or maybe will go by. You voted several months ago on some shoreline stabilization on the canal over by Tarragona. What they basically did is rip out a tree and several trees and I think 4 palms. There was no permit. There was no communication with neighbors. There was nothing. You know, all the vegetation is gone there now. It's just flat. I realize it's for a certain project, but I was a little bit upset that, especially with the city saying how it wants to protect trees, that there was no public process whatsoever. Even the times that it was sent to you, they never mentioned the real scope of the project. Unfortunately, I can't show you the pictures, but I think, Mayor, you've seen the pictures because I sent them to you. But I'd be happy to share them after this with the rest of the commission.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Mr. Diaz, would you be a gentleman and please join us? I'm very familiar with this area. This is right next to my house. So can you explain to us what were the trees that were removed? And first off, who is the contractor?
Oh, I couldn't tell you the top of my head, but I could send that information to you.
The contract is with?
With the city. The city is we're doing a canal bank stabilization on the south bank of Tarragona. And there was an email on Mr. Rano Center, which I responded to, claiming all sorts of trees were being removed. It was a handful of palms. Might have been like some sable palms, some coconut palms. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but there were several of those. But the tree on the photo that looked, it was a sapodilla tree. It was a fruit tree that was removed. And yes, in order for the canal bank to be redone, unfortunately, it's on the way. And in fact, last year, the commission approved money. Dina's team is going to come up with a design, and we're going to replant that area once they finish. And we'll be sharing that with the neighbor as soon as we're done. The whole discussion about all these large trees that were removed is simply inaccurate. The sapodilla tree looked like a fairly nice-looking tree, but that's a fruit tree, and generally speaking, fruit trees are not treated the same as oaks, but they still went through the process. It still was a permit for removal.
So it's important to put on the record, it was not an oak, it was not a black olive, it was not a mahogany, it was not a big, large, deciduous tree that we hold so near and dear to our hearts here in the city.
Sapodilla.
It was a sapodilla.
And a handful of palms.
Which is?
I couldn't tell you how many off the top of my head.
Okay, perfect, okay.
All right.
And may I speak, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
This is also stable, excuse me, it also stabilizes the shoulder, because that is a saltwater intrusion structure on the other side. When the county or the water management district, excuse me, tends to open it up, it creates a lot of turbulence through there, and we're stabilizing the shoulder so we don't lose our roadway.
So I think what Mr. Rurano is alluding to, which is what he didn't mention here, I think is the issue is the sidewalk.
Correct.
It's really, this is more about the sidewalk, which is being considered, whether it's going to be being put parallel to the street or it's going to be put behind the trees, more closer to the property line where and the swale of the city. The issue there is where we've walked the site, which Commissioner Fernandez was there, along with your staff, and Commissioner Anderson was there, Vice Mayor Anderson was there too, and staff mentioned, look, we're going to have to do a winding situation here.
Right.
Because we do not want to injure all these massive roots that are basically sticking. And I recommend that anybody go there and visit these roots. Let me be honest with you, okay? The last thing I want is to kill one of these massive black olives or mahoganies that are probably, I don't even know, 75 years old, do you think?
There is no comparison between the trees that we're talking about, which are specimen Muslim black olives, and the trees in Tarragona. It's like complete night and day.
They're palm trees, and I know that. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is we have to come to some sort of compromise, and we're going to be talking about sidewalks later. If we ever get to my item, we may have to defer to the next time again. It's just an update, but I may have to defer it again. Is the issue a very simple issue, and that is we're going to have to find a compromise, putting the sidewalks and also saving the trees.
Right.
And he is not happy, and I understand. He views that putting them next to the street is not in the best, not the best use of those dollars. And the sidewalk should be placed behind the trees, more adjacent to the property line. I understand that, but we got to find some sort of common ground.
Through the mayor, just a clarification. These, the trees he's referring to are actually on one of the side streets. They're not on Alhambra. So they're on, if you cross over the bridge, it's a street that goes along the canal.
Tarragona.
Correct.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
exactly.
Yes.
No, I was just saying, but I mean, that was one of the,
Right.
that was the nexus between the conversation, and I wanted to bring my colleagues up to date. And again, I welcome it again, if we want to have another meeting, as we progress through the project, which is a long time, that project has a lot of different pieces to it. It has sidewalks, has the stabilization, it has the traffic calming, it has the resurfacing. This area has been waiting for that for a long, long, long time.
And one of the things that we did
And
do,
bridge repairs.
yes, the bridge repairs should be almost done, if not done already. So we actually put stakes on, and we can have that conversation when the item comes.
We'll do that.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, to go back to Ms. Sarah one more time, see if we
All
can
right.
hear her.
There we go.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you now. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you.
All right, so that's it, Mr. Mayor.
You sound very far away.
So that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. So, all right, we'll move on. I feel terrible that we couldn't listen. We couldn't hear that. Before we go to lunch, I want to have one item, F4, just so we can finish off anything on second reading. It's an item that I sponsored. Madam City Attorney.
F4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 34 nuisances, Section 34-105, abandoned or junk motor vehicles on public or private property prohibited, exceptions to prohibit the parking, storing, or leaving of vehicles under car covers on city swale areas, providing for severability clause, repeated provision, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos can discuss any changes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So we did have a few changes from first reading and second reading. We tried to adopt all the comments that were suggested during first reading. So specifically, the language that has been added is we didn't want to get too specific. We didn't want to require a permit. We wanted to give it some flexibility and frankly give our code officers, a bit of frankly flexibility in order whether they need to cite or not. The way it currently reads, we've added a 10-day grace period shall be granted for any permitted construction, tree pruning, or similar work, and that being the key part. So any work that basically takes up your driveway on abutting residential properties, which prevents the use of the approved parking services. So just for everybody's information, approved parking services are your driveways. You can't park your vehicle on your grass. Okay. So as long as you have a paved road, you have the 2 ribbon strips, anywhere in your area that you couldn't park, you'd be allowed to park in the swale with a car cover, only for this very limited period of time.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions, any statements, anything?
One last, for the mayor, one last
Want to
question.
amend anything, please?
The driveway aprons, would they be able to park on there with a car cover on?
So right now, you'd be able to park you're talking about the actual apron, the actual approach?
The approach, whether it's asphalt, brick, cement.
You would be able to park there during this 10-day period if you could not use the driveway. If you were parked in that area, when this exception wouldn't apply, then no, you'd still be able to get ticketed if you had a car cover on.
What are you thinking? Tell me, Vice Mayor, what do you think?
It really just depends on how many cars people have sometimes.
Mayor, may I address your question? Are you asking about generally on private property where they can park with a car cover?
No,
On
but
their driveway?
I believe it's the approach, which is between the sidewalk and the street.
approach?
But it's not the grass area or the landscaped area.
Right.
It's the typically asphalt, or if you've done some
great
sort of
point.
improvements and you've done pavers or something like that.
Great point.
I mean, my concern is like olive trees, things of that nature.
My issue that we're seeing, and I'd love for my colleagues to help me out with this. Look, in my neighborhood, we're starting to see a lot more cars left on the swale with a tarp. We're also starting to see 18-wheelers this past week. I sent it around. You can ask code for it. I sent pictures of it. Every day at 4:45 in the morning on the way to the gym, I see an 18-wheeler that's parking in different areas on Santa Amaro. In front of Titanic, in front of different areas. They're moving around. I think they're actually living inside the vehicle. I haven't seen it this week, so maybe they moved on. Another area that's an issue too is in front of Denny's. You have people that are parking their utility vehicles and their rider rental trucks next to Denny's there overnight, and we need to crack down on that. These are things that people are bringing to my attention. So we're being taken advantage of, and residents are starting to call and say, listen, I have a neighbor that's left a car and a tarp in a swale for the last 6 months. Are they renting the house? Did they leave the vehicle there? What is the reasoning behind that? So I understand your point is very well taken. Do you want me to defer my item and we can flush it out? I don't have a problem with it. Whatever you want to do.
I just have concerns.
Hey, you want to defer it? I don't have a problem with it. You know me. I'm if you want, if you
Withdraw my motion, he'll withdraw a second. I mean, we're already there, but.
whatever you want. Let's do this. I want to hear from the vice mayor and from the commission. Let's defer, if I may, the motion in the second. I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but we'll bring it back. Can you do me a favor? Speak with the vice mayor, speak with my colleagues, see, the whole point is just to not have cars in tarps sitting on the swale. For 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, it's got to move, okay?
Understood.
All right. We're going to have lunch unless there's anything else. I'm going to come back. When we come back, we're going to hear G11 first, which is the only item on the commission agenda today, which everyone is sponsored, which is the issue of HOAs. Madam City Attorney, we have a negotiation discussion now, right?
We do, but there's no required public announcement or anything.
Okay, no, I'm saying, but I want to make sure that we're all meeting downstairs, correct?
I'm assuming the Director Lejevarrieta will be meeting with us, yes.
So please meet downstairs in the conference room.
The food is downstairs.
Yes, all right?
That's important.
I researched.
Oh, we'll be back in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. one more individual for the public comment that missed these. Go. Come on up. Talk about the association. Talk about these. I know you wanted to talk about G11 discussion item in regards to associations and moving forward with that process. So tell us a little bit about what's the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's the first time I speak in front of the two new commissioners it's a wonderful addition, and I appreciate the fact that you are resilient, receptive, and accessible. So thank you very much. I sent you all an email regarding this item, which was originally put forth by Mayor Lago and also favored by Kirk Menendez. And it failed to pass by one single vote, which is the enactment of an HOA advisory board, which is long overdue in the city. And the facts of the details, I mean, the devil's in the details. I understand that from other comments I've heard, but I'd like to see us move forward, not just for the sake of Gables by the Sea Homeowner Association, in which I'm a board member, but for everybody concerned. So I'd like to sit back and listen to your comments. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. All right, now we'll move on, close the public comment, everything's done. I wanted to address, since Gonzalo's here, I want to address G11, please. This is sponsored by everyone in the commission. I think everybody's interested. We sponsored, myself, and I think it was Commissioner Menendez also. I can't remember. It's been so much time now. We sponsored a very similar item, which was a discussion about doing another board in the city that would potentially offer a voice to homeowner associations in the city. The discussion was back and forth, what constitutes an HOA, and I think that what we need to do is, and I'm going to draft the legislation, bring it back to the commission, everybody can co-sponsor they like. There has to be a framework, there has to be an actual framework to be able to be included in that board. It just can't be, an entity that was formed last year, 2 years ago, 10 years ago. It has to be tied to a certain area. There has to be an actual HOA. It has to be registered, and it has to be legally bound so that we can have that inclusion into the board. I think the good thing about this would be an opportunity for these HOAs to come together, share information on a monthly basis, but they also need to understand that there's a lot of benefits, but there's also a lot of oversight that will be required. They will have to do financials, they will have to provide a litany of information. Obviously, they will be under the scrutiny of the Sunshine Law, so they won't be able to be, with their friends at the Coco Plum Marina talking about, what's happening on the board. You won't be able to have that discussion. So these are things that I think that we're all in tune with, and I think we agree with. Now it's just structuring the deal.
I just want, through the mayor, I'm very supportive of this for many good reasons, many benefits, not only to the city at large, but also the effort of engaging a growing city, because there are parts of our city that, I think for at least the appearance that they don't have the opportunity, like maybe folks that live closer to City Hall, to participate in the process. So this is a way of extending the process so that people feel engaged, and we learn a lot on a regular basis. But I agree with you. I sat down with the city attorney, and the key is to make sure that it's structured in a way that it's airtight, so that they accomplish what they want to accomplish for the benefit of their area, but the benefit of the city. But we don't lose control, make it unmanageable. So as long as we can come up with airtight legislation on the structure of what this will be like, I think it's a great benefit for our city.
Perfect.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalo and I had a extensive conversation at Publix when we ran into each other there, and I asked him some questions like, what would be the parameters? You wouldn't want every HOA throughout the city because your concerns are along the waterway. So I had made the suggestion of HOAs south of US 1 and those along the waterway as a proposal. So I'm just sharing that with you all to know what I had discussed with him.
Okay. Colleagues, anything else?
Quick point. My concern was really about the Sunshine Law and what effect Sunshine Law would have on these HOAs' ability to work with each other outside of this group?
So the Sunshine Law would apply to the members of the board created by the city. So if a board member is part of one HOA and there's a board member obviously as a part of another HOA, and they cannot discuss matters that might come before their board, so concerns that are discussed before their board, they cannot discuss those outside of the Sunshine, and that also means no sending text message or phone calls or emails about those common issues if they're gonna come before their board.
It's exclusive to those board members? It
The board
does not
members.
preclude anybody else on the board from communicating with another board?
Right, if there's just one board member involved, they can communicate with their own HOAs, they can communicate with other members of the HOAs, but they can't communicate with their fellow board members.
Okay, because there is a group of HOA chairmen who already meet on a regular basis. The folks from Coco Plum, I think there's two other HOAs, a total of 5 HOAs that meet on a regular basis. So I don't know if maybe another possibility is to just have somebody from the city sit in on these meetings so that we're not precluding them from the ability to have meetings, and just throwing that out there.
Of course, that would be an option for the commission to decide, but if the commission does decide to go with the board, then I would suggest that the HOAs not nominate as a representative someone who sits on that other board of chairmen, because then they wouldn't be able to meet. But if it's somebody else, then it's not an issue.
Okay. So what I'm willing to do is anybody wants to work with it, I'm gonna redraft the legislation that we worked on before the election that we presented that narrowly lost, and circulate it to all my colleagues in the commission through the city attorney.
So establishing a board.
Yeah, establishing a board and present it in the next commission meeting.
I'll make a motion for that.
Second.
I don't think, do we, go ahead, Mr. Clerk. Aye.
So Mayor, just for some clarification, we'll work with staff to identify the HOAs, and then we'll bring, my thought would be that the ordinance establishing the board would list the HOAs themselves, would list them by name.
Yep.
And then obviously at first reading, the commission can tell us if there's anybody that we missed, any association that we missed, and we can include a mechanism for maybe adding any additional HOAs in the future. We'll include something for that.
And I think it has to be ironclad, like the breakdown of how you get, this is not this has to be an actual HOA.
Right, I
An
think we'll actually
an
name
actual
them as part of this way.
Homeowner area that is defined, that, that there's a board, and I think it would be great to maybe get some input from some of the members, like for example, Gonzalo's team, and maybe we can have Kings Bay, we can have Coco Plum, we can grab somebody and say, listen, what do you think is an opportunity to really make this board be really beneficial? Let's not just add a board to add a board, but let's do something great.
And to the mayor. And in terms of adding HOAs in the future, I'd almost prefer that it be on an annual basis, because I don't want to be adding every commission meeting, somebody created an HOA and now they want to be part of that. I want to be methodical, I want to be careful so that, again, it's manageable and it accomplishes not only the spirit, but the intent and the purpose of what we're trying to do here for
Understood.
Okay.
the association.
So moving on. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Wow, that's great. We got a clap. Thank you. We're deferring G1 is my understanding by the sponsor, Vice Mayor. Defer? G1?
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. Let's move on to ordinances on first reading. We have F5.
F5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City Code of Coral Gables, Chapter 82, Vegetation, Article 1 in general, Section 82-7, annual registration required in order to remove provisions conflicting with state law and add provisions regarding the proper parking of vehicles, providing landscaping and tree trimming services in residential areas, and amending Chapter 1, general provisions, Section 1-7, entitled penalties, to include penalties for violations of Section 82-7, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item, and Deputy City Attorney Stephanie Throckmorton will present the item.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This item is before you today on first reading, sponsored by Commissioner Menendez and the Vice Mayor. As you may recall, the Mayor brought forward legislation that required annual landscaper registration. Unfortunately, like in many other areas, we have been preempted by the state, and that program has to be sunsetted. As we are addressing Commissioner Menendez's and the Vice Mayor's concerns, we will be removing that provision from the code. So that's just to get get out of the way what's being removed. The new sections codify what have been our longstanding practices and handed out through that landscaper registration about parking requirements for landscaping vehicles who are doing work in the residential areas of the city. It also incorporates by reference the FDOT regulations for maintenance of traffic for county and state roads when blocking a lane of traffic. So there are some specific details, and as a general matter, vehicles should be parked on private property or in the grass swale area directly adjacent to the property being provided a commercial service. If they are unable to do so, there are some provisions about where those vehicles can be. The property owner is the one who would be cited for violation of this section, and that fine is incorporated into this amendment as well.
Thank you so much. To the sponsors, any words, any additional
This
comments?
basically, residents have reached out, and I've witnessed folks are having landscape services, and they have those large trucks, and they're working on property A, yet they're parked in front of property D, taking up the entire front of their house. And the more I looked at it, the more I realized it's sort of a little bit out of control. So I think like anything else, if somebody's working on your property, they should be parked at your property, not your neighbors down the street. So I think this is a way to sort of help manage the situation, because obviously we don't want resident to approach other residents because of this situation. We should take matters into our own hands and find fair legislation that sort of, aligns things in the right way. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, this was, for the mayor, a long time coming, and it's been outreached by several residents where this, they tried to have a conversation with somebody, the conversation didn't work, and this will be a useful tool to control where people park.
Mr. Mayor, I believe Commissioner Menendez had mentioned previously maybe doing some delay in the enforcement here or an educational campaign. I don't know if that's something you still want to address between first and second reading?
Yeah, I thought it was probably the wise thing to do, but I'd be more than happy to take suggestions from my colleagues on should we delay it a little bit and just, I don't know, e-news or something, somehow get the word out before we go from one day to the other, or, I'm open to suggestions.
I think it's a smart move.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is, but I'm a little concerned about the sunset provision.
So not a sunset provision, but more like enforcement would begin in 6 months, or this ordinance would become effective in 6 months following an education campaign, some language like that term. So not sunsetting you mean?
The landscape registration.
Oh.
We can make that effective immediately.
Yeah, that part can be effective immediately, and we can just mention that the enforcement of the bill. So the ordinance could become effective immediately, but the enforcement mechanism would be delayed following an education campaign.
And this will be usually during the daytime, so sunset won't kick in.
So how long
Sorry,
is
I
it
had to
usually?
say it.
Yeah.
I just had café con leche. I
love it.
Yeah. Con leche, huh? You got the upgraded model.
It's from last year, but it was still.
Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote, we have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item, Maria Cruz.
And just as Ms. Cruz approaches, just a quick question. How were you thinking a specific time period for that delay enforcement, or do you want me to work with the sponsors in between?
Just work with the sponsors.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clerk? All right, moving on.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank
Moving
you.
on. No, thank you. Moving on to F6.
F6 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables zoning code, Article 14, process, Section 14-103.2, membership, terms, vacancies, removal, to amend the manner in which one of the required 7 members of the Board of Architects is appointed, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, providing for an effective date. Deputy City Attorney Stephanie Throckmorton will present the item.
Hello again. This item is sponsored by Commissioner Menendez. As you all recall, we had discussion at the last meeting about Board of Architect appointees. This item changes the way one of the 7 required members of the board is appointed. There are more than 7 members on the board, but there are 7 members required in the code. This ordinance provides that one of the required 7 members will be a commission as a whole appointee. The city architect shall provide the city commission with a pool of qualified applicants as outlined in subsection 3, which is the same remaining provisions for the qualifications, which include being a registered architect, doing work within the city of Coral Gables for the last 5 years, a minimum of 10 years experience, be a resident or have their principal place of business in the city of Coral Gables. And those pool of applicants will be presented to the city commission for a city commission as a whole appointee for one of the 7.
And I just want to add from the last discussion, and I did mention last, I think this is a step in the direction a lot of people have been asking for us to take. I think it's a solid step, but I also see it as legislatively a vehicle by which in the future, if we want to not add not 1, but maybe 2 or 3, the structure of the vehicle's already legislatively created. It's just a matter of changing the number. So I think it sets the apparatus going forward in case we want to make modifications down the road.
Perfect.
And through the mayor, we've actually had several applicants already who have submitted applications this past month.
Right.
We had asked last time if we could ask people to apply, so they have.
But I'm all favor of it, you know, as long as they're qualified, as long as they have their office or they live in the city, 10 years of experience, and they have actual residential experience, not warehouse experience, residential experience, and they're vetted obviously by Mr. Riesco, which I have full faith and confidence in him.
May I say something, Mayor?
Of course.
We'll use the same as we do now, where the city architect and I look at the resume, and then the city architect reviews the portfolio of the architect. If the portfolio looks good, which is very important, then it will be recommended to the city commission. If I find more than one, then I'll be recommending some also.
How many people have applied already?
I'm not aware of exact numbers. Perhaps the clerk is.
Do we know, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
There were 4 that I got in my packet that you had sent me, so.
Sure, I'd love to see them, who they are.
I'd like to see them too, and I'd like to see their portfolios.
Yeah. So, I mean, if anybody has those, I'd love to see them. So, I'll entertain a motion. Is there any comments? What?
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm very excited, really excited that we're listening to the people. And I'm glad that there's some movement here, and maybe someday all the architects will be selected a different way, so we don't have to worry about just listening to one person. I think this is what people are asking. I'm glad that we're listening, and it's a great move. I'm very excited.
And with that, I'll make the motion.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, moving on to F9.
F9 is a resolution of the City Commission ratifying and accepting resolutions passed by Miami-Dade County approving execution of interlocal agreement and calling for a special election necessary for the transfer of control from Miami-Dade County to the City of Coral Gables by the Sea, Coral Gables Security Guard Special Taxing District located entirely within the city, and authorizing the city manager to do all things necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution. Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos will present the item.
Good afternoon again. So this item is basically just wrapping up the initial transfer of those 2 new districts. For maybe the newer commissioners that may not recall, the county does not allow any special taxing district to exist outside of their control if it does not fall wholly within one municipality. So Gables by the Sea is part Pinecrest, part Coral Gables. So the only way to get around that was to dissolve the existing district and create 2 new districts. One that's controlled by the City of Coral Gables and one that's run by City of Pinecrest. We're in the process, and that's not this item, in working on an interlocal, specifically with the Village of Pinecrest, where it's going to be a pass-through, and we are going to be the governing board for that district in its entirety. But this is basically just wrapping up the initial transfer, and it was a requirement from the county, and that's basically all we're doing.
Thank you, Gus. Any other further comments? Any comments? Any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second?
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F7, Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mayor.
F7 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 46 of the Code of the City of Coral Gables entitled Pensions, amending Section 46-87 Members Selection to have the Director of Human Resources and Risk Management serve on the Retirement Board and remove the Labor Relations, Resources, and Risk Management Director from the Retirement Board and providing for repeater provision, codification, severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor Commissioners. This is just updating the code. Currently, there are 13 board members of the Pension Board. One of them is a Director of Labor Relations. That position was absorbed by the HR Director position, so we're just changing the title of the ordinance to state HR Director instead of Labor Relations Director.
Since we have consolidated HR and risk, and it's a new title, that's all.
Yeah, which I wanted to mention first off, Raquel, you're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
It's been a long time coming. And by the way, with the consolidation, we absorb one director, which is a six-figure saving for the city of Coral Gables, which I think is incredibly important as we look for more and more money here coming up to budget season. You know, you're doing more work, but at the end of the day, we're saving a lot more money in the city and absorbing a director position. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your leadership on that. I know you have your hands full.
Mayor, this is part of our succession planning.
No, yeah, I know. You've been working on that, Mr. Manager, for 3 years, so we finally got it done. So thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, are there any comments?
No, sir.
Motion. Thank you, Raquel.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Motion.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on, before we get into commission items. Mine are coming at the end.
I think the chief is here.
I want to make sure everybody gets their items in first.
Why? Well, then you deferred yours last time. Let's start with yours.
Can we do the clock? Can we do item
C4.
C4, really quick? I'd like to see if we can get just a quick photo that I brought. So this is something that's being offered to the city. I've been to see it already in person. We have some renderings that were professionally done. This is a watch company called FP Journée. I don't own one of their watches. I wish I did. Hopefully one day I will. But it's something that I thought was beautiful. I bring it to the commission to kind of bring a little bit more cachet and quality to the downtown. This is just an idea. If you like the way it looks, they would pay for it all. It wouldn't cost the city anything. And if you look up the quality of this company, they're one of the top 3 watchmakers in the world. They only make 800 watches a year. It's a very boutique watch company, and I recommend that you look it up to kind of get an idea. There's also, this is just ideas of placements of where it could go. And I think it's a beautiful opportunity for us to do something in downtown. Do we have any more pictures, or that was the only one?
I thought there was another one.
I had seen it on the other side of the street before,
Yeah.
no? I actually
Yeah.
like it there more.
It's up to you guys, whatever you want.
The only thing I would say is I would like it in a place where people can actually take a picture in front of it. It's kind of there in a crosswalk. So one of the things I was thinking now that we're redoing Pond Circle Park, that might be a nice accent feature to the park, just as a thought. I think that's something that'll attract tourists as well.
I thought since it's Main and Main,
Yeah.
it could be obviously an opportunity to enjoy something that, again, it's being donated to the city, doesn't cost the city anything, except for maybe some of the infrastructure, electrical that may need to be run adjacent from it to obviously make it run, but the actual clock is,
a nice clock.
From what I understand, it's like about a $50,000 donation to the city.
It's very nice, except for there it's going to get hit by a car.
Yeah.
And we don't want people getting hit by cars while they're trying to.
So
or
why don't we do
blocking.
this? Why don't we, as a commission, accept it and then ask the manager to see if we can work around something in these 4 corners, because I would like to see these 4 corners as Main and Main, it's an attraction, and I think it's something that's very classy, and it would be a beautiful accent to the downtown. If you're interested in that, and the manager can come back and say, look, these are the options, and kind of come back to us for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine for display right now, but if it's frangible and all that kind of stuff, and it blocks the triangle visibility, it's above my pay grade.
It's a work in progress.
It's a work in progress,
So
yeah.
what we need to do is accept it, right?
Yeah, accept it.
So
We can
I'll
accept.
motion to accept it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
I did it again.
Sounds the same. And
Vice Mayor Anderson,
yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
He has to work on his
Since this was actually an item that got voted on, Madam City Attorney, this is something that we could have a discussion. We could have public comment on if anybody wants to talk about.
Yes, of course.
Correct. I don't know if I had anything. Did I have anything pending for? Okay, yes. Delivery of scooters. I want to show you some pictures, and this is where maybe our police chief, who is here, can provide us a little guidance on what we can do. Could we get the photos up that I took myself in the downtown? Okay. So as you can tell, it's now becoming, 1, 2, 3, 4, stacking of, again, I know they're trying to make a living. I get it. They serve a purpose. But now if you drive and you get closer, can you get closer to that picture? I mean, you got 2 entire parking spaces that are being taken up by delivery drivers. Plus, if you go back, so that's the other car that's parked there, that's my car, and then you have another set of individuals parked right in front of it. So they're literally taking up 3 parking spaces on Miracle Mile. So I think we need to do something. I'm just putting it in your radar. Think about it. Figure something out. Mr. Kinney, what are we doing?
And I actually drove by that same area on Saturday, and then I saw that there were Uber drivers who then couldn't use the parking spaces and were then blocking the road. So for about 10 minutes, there was 1 lane of traffic because they were basically stacked there on the road in front of the restaurant.
So they're becoming more and more, comfortable. We just need to figure out a way to.
So what if we get 1 parking and we separate it for scooters? And what, like 4 scooters fit in 1 parking?
So I tried to do that about a year ago.
We've already created 2 locations that are reserved for scooters. We have 2 others that we're looking at. So the 2 existing are one on Andalusia close to Starbucks, which is a popular pickup location. The other existing is in the small parking lot on Giralda, which is another high traffic location. And the difficulty is essentially, and the chief and I have talked about this a lot, the difficulty is they're paying attention to their phone because whoever can get there quickest when it comes on the app gets the job. And so they really prefer to be very close to where they're going to pick up. Wow. So, I mean, legally, that picture right there, if one person has paid for that space, as long as they're not encroaching into the sidewalk or into another space or into the right-of-way, they're essentially legal. Now, you, Commissioner, mentioned the double parking. That is absolutely a citation. Unfortunately, if it's one of my guys that writes the citation, it's a $36 fine, and it doesn't really matter. If the chief writes a citation, then it's a moving violation. It's a bigger issue.
So it's impossible to have a scooter park in the same parking spot of a car that's already parked there?
Double park.
No, if that space is paid for, it's legal for there to be a car and a scooter in the same space.
But so that space is paid for by the car, but then the scooter comes. Does the scooter have to pay for it again?
No.
Okay, so how do we?
But hold on, it does, because if I park my car and I leave, that parking is tied to my license plate.
Yes, that is correct.
So if there is a scooter, I'm willing to bet you money that none of those people there paid for parking.
I don't think so either.
And we should be able to enforce that.
We should enforce it.
They're parking.
But
What if we allow them to park?
Correct,
But to pay?
Specific, it's car specific in the zone. So our parking is zone related?
Right, but a space is paid for if one of the license plates.
Excuse me 1 second, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Sir.
Let me finish this conversation, and then we'll get on to that issue.
Since I wasn't on the mic, and though I talk loud anyways, so to that conversation. So there's a parking spot in front of, on the 200 block of Miracle Mile. and it's empty. The car was there, like the mayor said. It left. There's nothing, no payment tied to that particular stall.
Not once the vehicle's left.
Right, and that's discussion. So going back to Commissioner Castro, so when there's a car there, obviously 9 out of 10 times the car paid. If a scooter parks in the same spot with a car, that's a violation. The scooter can't be in the same spot as the car.
But the payment is for the space. Somebody paid for the space. So you can
But it's
share a space.
But that's not how we pay for parking in the street.
it's
in court.
tied to an account.
I get it, some spots, that's how we pay, but usually like our downtown, we pay the code for
Right.
the parking, and it doesn't tell you exactly what spot you're in. So really what you're paying for
Is
is
the
the
time.
time that you're in any of those spots.
But what I'm saying is, if somebody is in a space, so you showed the one picture with 4 scooters in one space.
Yep.
If one of those license plates has paid for that space is rented.
So I'm more than happy
you
to
need to change
sponsor
it.
legislation that you can only have one vehicle, scooter, car in a parking stall.
Well, beyond that,
Well, the problem that you have then
We're
is
not
that
fixing
it's going to
anything.
take up all the parking spaces.
No, I mean, that prevents a scooter parking next to a car in the same spot.
The intent of me bringing this up, now is the second year that I bring this up, is to highlight the fact that we need to work with these apps, and we need to figure out a way that just because you're closest to Starbucks, they're the ones that get the call, they have to be directed somewhere. For example, when the mobility hub is done, there has to be an area for Uber drivers to be able to, like Uber scooter drivers to be able to park, with a bench, with a garbage can, maybe some fans, make it appealing for them to come undercover, where they can charge their vehicles so that they're not taking this up. If you drive down Miracle Mile right now, or if you go to on Giralda, for example, they're all the way in the back. They've taken up an entire area of multiple different parking spaces, and that's just it. Nobody moves. One comes in, one comes out, one comes in, one comes out. So we have to find a solution for this. Either we start ticketing them. Either we have a ticket person that starts in the morning and just writes them a ticket. Don't move with the police officer. None of you can move.
So-
Okay, let's give each one of them a ticket. You see, I don't want to ticket these people. They're hard working class people, but they just can't be camped out in 3 or 4 spaces.
I will let you know that the chief has tasked officers with trying to get them to go to the locations we've identified. And when they're actually doing it, it's successful. It's when they go back into their vehicle and leave downtown, then it becomes
Vice
a
Mayor?
mess.
okay, thank you. In addition to the fact that whether it's parking revenue or not, parking these scooters in front of or behind of a vehicle is blocking the vehicle in its actual double parking.
Yes.
And could be, I would think, ticketed as double parking, illegal
Correct.
parking. And they should be encouraged to go in the back of the facility or whatever, because now we're blocking parking for actual patrons that we want to be able to get in those prime spots. Instead, we have delivery services taking all the prime spots.
So do we have something on the books that prevents that from happening?
So the initial effort from the chief and parking were to get them to go into the alleys, but that became an issue also. But the alleys are intended for delivery vehicles.
Yeah, but
we allow delivery from the alleys.
But people, sorry, through the mayor, we know very well because we're always dealing with people that do whatever they want to do, regardless of what our code says or what our rules are. So, gotta figure out how best to prevent people from unlawfully parking 2 vehicles in one spot when only one of them paid for it. I mean, we have to me, it's a no-brainer.
Got to put some teeth in it.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I'm ready to
Let's
do something with you all.
Can we craft some sort of legislation and work on something?
I will sit down with the chief and we'll talk about it. I will let you know that working between the chief and I and economic development, we have identified a couple of other locations where we would be comfortable with the scooters waiting. The issue is how we get them to cooperate.
Perfect. All right, we'll do that. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, the chief of police is on Zoom if you would like to ask.
Yeah.
him.
I mean, Chief.
Sir.
Just basically, I just wanted to see if we got a chance we can work together in collaboration with the manager and Kevin Kinney, just to see if we can find some options. I know you're doing your best pushing these people to the alleys. I'd like to see if we can get some enforcement because they're becoming more and more aggressive and taking up spaces on Miracle Mile.
Yes, sir. I've been following along. It is an issue. I think statutorily they can park there. I do agree that once they get into those spots, if it's just one there, the only thing we can do really is check to make sure that one of those tags is registered in parking. So trying to get them into the alleys in an organized way is probably the best thing that we could possibly do. It is going to be a constant enforcement issue with them down there. I mean, whether we prohibit them from parking along Miracle Mile on those spots, I would have to defer to the city attorney to see if that's a city ordinance that we would want to get them off the mile and into the alleyways. That would be an easier handle for us. And then on the side streets on Galliano and where they're at, where we would allow them to be similar to the bicycle restrictions by our city code.
Can you do me a favor, as per the request of Commissioner Fernandez, can you find out, and maybe through the manager, anyone, maybe Mr. Kinney's office, can you find out what other municipalities are doing in Miami-Dade County? Maybe, who knows, California and Georgia and Texas, maybe they're coming up with something where, I know what I've heard, they're trying to push them into like mobility hubs. But the problem is that they all want to be as close to the venue where they can get as many orders as possible because that's the way they make the most money. So I don't know, if we can just kind of brainstorm an idea, I'd love to be able to put up some legislation before it gets even further out of control.
May I say something? Yes, sir. We'll get back to you on it. And also, Mayor, the Miracle Mile is the most profitable parking space. Of course. So each one of those, $10,000 to $14,000.
But Mr. Manager, you know, it's becoming, since we started talking about this a year ago, they used to be in one space. Now they have 4 spaces. You know, before you know it, they're gonna have all, and they start at 7 in the morning, so they just start taking spaces and spaces and spaces and spaces. Before you know it, they're gonna own all the spaces.
Let us work something out with the chief and the parking director, see if we can get them in the alleys where it doesn't, where maybe that might work. And
okay, all right, we'll figure it out.
And Mr. Mayor, on the point that the chief and Director Kinney were saying about only one of the scooters needs to have paid for parking. If that's the case, it happens to me all the time with a golf cart. They come and park in the same space because my golf cart takes up less space. That means I'm encouraging them because I'm paying for parking. So the question is, can we make it specific? Maybe it's our code that we could do it specific to license plate, regardless of how many vehicles are in one parking space. Because as more people start using golf carts as well, we may have 2 people sharing a parking space, but both of them should be required to pay for parking.
One each
We'll
payment's
figure. I
based
think
on license.
it's a good
plate.
point, and I think that's the things we got to look into that.
We can research the item and look at, to the extent that there might be state law or county code preemptions, we'll look at that. It's also discussing with the parking director that maybe we can reach out to those third-party platforms, Uber, Postmates, et cetera, and see if they can come here and discuss with you all what ability they have to restrict their drivers, like we've done with the scooters, et cetera.
See what they've been able to do.
So we'll see if we can reach out to somebody that way.
And through the mayor, I'm looking forward to the research, but I doubt there's a state statute or county statute addressing 2 vehicles in the same parking spot. I understand limiting the type of vehicle, but we have one parking spot and there are 2 vehicles in there. One's paying, the other one's not. I doubt there's a state or county statute addressing that.
Yeah, we'll look at it. I believe the chief had looked at this item before and that was permissible, but we'll look at the item and we'll reach out to those third parties.
Thank you. I'm going to run through 2 quick items that I have left, and then I want to jump over to my colleagues, and then I'll defer the rest. Item C6 on 2801 Salcedo Street. Ms. Cabrera, could you give us an update? We had a discussion in the last commission meeting about permit costs. Were we able to find out what the actual permit cost was for that renovation project? I think they had said it was like $2 million or something to that effect.
Yeah. So Sonoma County Development Services Director was 3.12 for structural repairs and 6.75 for facade and partial interior renovation.
So we're talking about over $10 million.
Exactly 9.87.
9.8. Okay, perfect. No, okay, just wanted to make sure that was on the record. Thank you very much.
And And I think the concern on that, Mr. Mayor, was that a previous city manager had said it was going to be over $20 million. I think that's where the question came about from residents.
The issue that we had talked about there was and I'll let the manager explain because I had a conversation with him about it.
The issue is that we have a building that was designed more as an office building than as a public service, a fire department and a police department for those occupancies. So it was really not a very bad functioning building. Also the slabs were not designed for the new vehicular weights. So if you look at the actual parking was difficult for the officers and firefighters to get in and out with equipment. So it was really a poorly designed building. Some of the things that we would have had to do, a car dealership does not have to do. So our costs would have been substantially larger. It's a very non-functioning. It was a non-functioning building from a public safety perspective.
All right, so moving on to the other, I think there was Mr. Clerk, there was a comment in regards to C4 that they wanted to be made? Because we voted on the issue?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Maria Cruz?
Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. As I said before, I'm very excited that we're doing this. This item happened to come from the Mayor's Council. We had a meeting right after the incident with the football player that would have died if they had not taken care of him. And we felt that that was necessary to have a defibrillator. Now this has morphed into a project that is so big that doesn't make sense. Okay, the reason for a defibrillator at a park is for people to be able to act on the spot. And there are several cases where that has been proven to be helpful. If you have to use a camera to get the police there, it defeats the purpose. This is to be used on the spot to save a life. This is not to have a camera so we can reach somebody, so somebody can come. They might as well not put the defibrillator there because you won't make any impact. Okay, so I don't know how this happened, that it morphed into a humongous project, and my understanding is that we're concerned about the defibrillator being stolen. Well, I don't think in this city we can say that we have that kind of crime that we expect people to steal a defibrillator, because what would they want it for? Okay, this is a matter of life and death. This is why the Mayor's Council suggested it, and we suggested a defibrillator at each park. We did not suggest a camera to reach the police, for the police to come and then save a life. Thank you.
So to clarify on the item, we were talking about C4, the clock is what we voted on. You spoke about C5. That was the item that you could have spoken on because as a commission, we voted on it in regards to the discussion item. So we haven't even gotten to C5 yet. So since we talked about C5, we might as well do C5 too now.
He was waiting for that.
So Chief, good to see you again, my friend.
Good afternoon, sir. So we had prepared a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not sure if they can bring it up. All right, so I'll move along. Just to give a background, the commission tasked staff with evaluating the feasibility of enhancing the availabilities of AEDs, security and safety at our city parks that are not permanently staffed by personnel. The participating departments in the study were the Parks Department, Fire Department, Police, and IT. So just a background history, the Fire Department is tasked with managing the public access defibrillation program. What we do with that is we manage all the AEDs that are strategically placed throughout the city. So just a quick rundown, there's 44 that are located in city facilities and including parks. So for instance, in this building, Fleet, the public safety building, the youth center, the pools, and the larger parks. 150 are deployed in the police department units. 10 are deployed in fire department staff vehicles, not that are fire rescue or fire engines, but the staff vehicles that we use. And 11 are in the neighborhood service aid vehicles throughout each neighborhood. There are 32 out of the 66 parks that would meet the criteria that are not permanently staffed with city personnel. The staff prioritized out of those 32, the ones that were most frequented. So for instance, although a neighborhood 1-acre park would meet the criteria of not being staffed, the amount of park goers there in our preliminary study, there wasn't enough, as opposed to a park that is not permanently staffed, like a youth center, for instance, but does have frequent park goers because it has some type of amenity, whether it be a child playground, fitness equipment, an art installation. So in consultation with the parks, there was parks that we prioritized that had the frequency, although they did not have the staff. So our staff recommendation is a Code Blue Smart Emergency Station. This particular device has a camera, has a direct access to 911. It provides for the security and immediate access to emergency services when needed. And then it maximizes the AEDs that are in the area. So for instance, there's 14 police vehicles at all time on patrol that have an AED, as well as the NSAs. So in our recommendation, this provides the alert of an emergency in a park. It provides for the security that we were tasked with looking at, and it maximizes the infrastructure that we currently have in place, whether it be the AED that's in a police vehicle or in an NSA. So currently, even without looking at this study, I'll give you an example. If a cardiac arrest, a call for a cardiac arrest comes into our 911 center, fire rescue will be dispatched, but so will the police officers. Oftentimes, they deliver the first shock on scene prior to fire rescue arriving. So that chain of survival is closed with all entities in the city. Questions?
Colleagues, what do you think? Yes?
Yeah. I don't like the fact that the AED isn't on site. I think after experience that it's self-explanatory for any civilian, any resident. It guides you through the process, and every minute that we don't have it is a 10% increase in resuscitation. So I love the idea. I don't want it. I think these AEDs have to be in parks, like immediately. But I don't want it to be held back because this is so much of an expense. I like it, but I don't want it to be held back because we can't agree to this or it's too expensive. I know these AEDs cost what, like $1,500?
They're about $1,800, yes.
And if we're concerned of theft, AirTags, right? Or no?
So our concerns when we looked at it wasn't necessarily theft or the cost. It was, as a pilot program, was the recommendation that we made suffice a lot of the different concerns that were put forth and maximizes our current infrastructure. So we can certainly look at adding the feature of the AED now, even in the pilot program.
I would like that.
Through the mayor. on what's the cost of this system?
I believe
Each one.
IT priced them out.
75,000.
Not going to misspeak. I'm going to let Raimundo.
Sure.
Hello, Commissioner Mayor. With the cost of installation, construction, the materials, and $10,000 of contingency in case of cost increase, the total cost for the pole is $75,000.
So, in essence, for the cost of every park, we got one of these devices. So, I mean, it might just make sense to get the AEDs and put them at the parks. I was when I was working for Congresswoman Ross Layton is when the AEDs started making their way into the federal government. And at the time, the mentality was the closer it is to the potential patient, the higher the ability for it to actually work. So I understand we have a system. My understanding is there's a device that basically has the AED in place. You have to enter a code to get it out. The way to get that code is to dial 911, and the operator basically gets that call. So you're dispatched immediately, but there's a direct access immediately to the AED if it's necessary. So I'm just saying, if we're going to be spending $75,000 on one pole and talking about possibly two, it might just be more cost effective to just put the AEDs at all the parks.
Through the mayor. Yes. I would like to see the plan in some detail rather than voting on it here today and then put it on the next agenda.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fred, you talk because I know what to say.
We were all, I mean, in accordance to the AD as well, we in previous commission meetings, there has been some directive to address lighting in a lot of the parks, security lighting, so that's what, that poll kind of helps that directive as well. So specifically, the two that we were looking at for the pilot, specifically Rotary, that was one that's been discussed here on the dais to look at lighting. So that's why that poll is also, but I it is a cost. There's no question. But if we're addressing lighting and AED, then unfortunately that, the light is where the expense comes in.
So my thought was, and forgive me for not knowing all the details of everything that's been planned for this, is there a way to identify the parks that are most used and have the pilot program apply to those, Salvador, Phillips, the ones where you have a large number of people, and see how it goes, and then, if it works with whatever structure or the way it is, then we can move to the next phase and add more parks. Instead of just going all in with too expensive, we're finding out that nobody's stealing these, can we do phases to see what works best?
Yeah, we can identify the parks, and if we're going to a different system that's just the ADs and we're not looking at lighting, obviously we can. The two that we picked there are busy. Salvador is probably our busiest, and Rotary had a lot of discussion here about lighting and making sure that we had a little more vigilance there. So, but there's other ones, obviously, that we have that are bigger ones, JC, Kurdike, Phillips. We have a few that we can identify that are bigger, much more active parks.
I just throw it out there as
Mayor, if I could.
Yes, sir.
I heard a voice.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, just so you understand the thought process from the police side of this, and again, we've been asked also to look at what kind of security camera systems that we would use in our geofencing, along with the AEDs, and also the safety in our parks. With the intervention between dog parks, aggressive dogs, as we talked about earlier today, with the size of dogs that, the state wants to allow or not ban, there is a cost associated with it, and we kind of factored that in, that just because of an AED, it won't protect a child from an abduction. It will not make our parks safer, so to speak, in the totality of what it is. The AEDs are actually something that are one-dimensional, right? If somebody has a heart attack, if somebody has a bleed, if they're injured, if they need a tourniquet, those are things that we would add on to our response as we would with fire rescue. So the cost associated with it is kind of spread out and factored in our average police response, which is just at 3 minutes for an emergency. Now, I understand from the AED time frame that Commissioner Castro spoke of, that's what every house in Coral Gables gets that doesn't have an AED in it. This thought process is twofold. One, the reason why the price is because it incorporates a camera and can be used for an immediate 911 call for anything else that's going on in a park. And that is kind of the price that I think you all are going to have to juggle is, do we sell ourselves short with buying one AD, paying what it costs to encase it safely? There is an aftermarket value on stolen AEDs, depending on what that's taken for. Again, it would be a black market. But again, these polls and our recommendations on this was because this would make our parks as safe as it possibly could to contact us. If somebody is running and they don't have their phone with them, somebody can hit that blue button and we can see right away what's going on in the park, because we're not going to monitor it all the time, or whether it's an AED or the response that we would need. Again, at night, if somebody's walking in the park after dusk and they see something and we want them to say something, this is the easiest way to go about doing that, along with our other platforms.
Chief, through the mayor, I've seen those polls with the button on college campuses, if I'm not mistaken, throughout the country. My understanding is it's a trend, a much needed trend, unfortunately, because of incidents that have occurred on college campuses. Is that more or less an accurate statement?
It's an extremely accurate statement, Commissioner. I believe, dialing 911, these polls tie directly into our system. Some of our polls up in the north end, or some of our cell numbers in the north end, if they're outside of our geofence, could go to Dade County, could go to different places. We've discussed that on other issues. But more specifically, the dispatchers are going to know the GPS logistics of where that person is, where that pole is, and the closest unit in that area that we're going to be able to get there, because it does come in as a 911 call. I know we have had concerns in parks before in the north end over predators, over people that we've been looking for that are around those parks. This just gives us a much quicker response time than somebody trying to call the non-emergency number or the emergency number, or trying to give their location or what park they're at. Pushing this button, we are going to know exactly where they're at. Not everybody knows, where Salvador Park is versus San Sebastian Park or Phillips Park. So there is a delay. It's not a big delay. I don't want you to think that it is, but this gives us eyes on it right away with the cameras into these poles, which is why IT priced out this poll specifically, because it is a multi-dimensional tool to get us to make our parks as safe as we possibly can be.
So, through the mayor.
That's you.
Well, he only stepped down for a second. In my experience, and I know that people are more likely to have a physical problem when you're out in one of the larger parks. You're not talking about your pocket parks and things of that nature. And there's times when you trip and fall and you fall on your phone. I did it. I crushed it. It didn't function afterwards. And so you need that pole there for, a backup supply. And the appearance of the poles themselves will help deter crime. So to put it in every pocket park is not going to be feasible. But I think in the primary parks where you're most likely going to have, a little football game going on, someone falls into another one, you trigger, a hardtack situation. Correct me if I'm wrong, that happened to a football player, correct?
That's correct.
That's where you need it.
Yeah. So, again, we have to make a decision. This is about a budget tip. This is about a budget issue. I think we all want to drive the Rolls Royce, but can we afford to drive the Rolls Royce? This is the Rolls Royce. So I'm asking my colleagues just to kind of talk with the city manager. See if we start a plan over the next 5 years where we budget. I don't need to have this impulsively from one day to the next. We can work on it 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, whatever you deem appropriate, and we start putting these in. It's not just a defibrillator. We can do that. We can put that somewhere in this, and put it in a box and adhese it to a wall in one form or another. But I think this is a lot more than just that. This is a serious piece of technology that offers different options for not just saving a life, which is critically important, but I'm saying obviously offers a one-stop communication with
Mayor,
police.
may I
Of course,
say?
yeah.
We're looking at maybe potentially have 2 parks with a pilot program. The reason that we went with these poles is because they offer more versatility for different things that can happen, and the fact that all our police officers and NSAs have a defibrillator in their vehicle and generally arrive before fire. Fire is right behind them, and so it gives you the same type of capability as you would have if something happened in your own home. And they also have the camera, so there's the security aspect of it. So what we thought about is doing maybe a 2 or 3 park kind of trial to see how they actually work, and look at that as our initial pilot program.
You know, I think this could work incredibly well. For example, in Rotary Park, where we had some issues already, where I know Zuri was with me there when we actually, we had some issues with some homeless individuals and certain people that were using the park for things that were inappropriate. We installed the cameras.
And Mayor, that's one of the parks that we talked about for the pilot program.
So I think you could have.
Actually, that's one of the parks that we talked about for the pilot program.
I just-
The Rotary Park, and it was, which other park it was?
Rotary Park and Salvador Park.
And
Those are the
Salvador
2 that we recommended.
Yeah, that's good. Go ahead.
Could we separate the 2 items? I love the pole idea. I like the lighting, but I know it's gonna be, we're gonna have to look for the money or put it in the budget, and it's gonna have to be 3, 5 years, whatever the case is. It is important that we have an AED. It's not a lot of money, and if we could, how the mayor said, put it on a wall or whatever the case is, and then later on, when the other thing is budgeted, we'll figure out how to put it inside. Is that a possibility?
I mean, again, I don't have an issue with it if that's what you want to do, but I would like to do the pilot program and start off with the ADs, put them where they need to be placed, and then move in the direction of doing the pilot program.
As I
So
mentioned-
there is a blue pole that has the AED in it also.
As I mentioned earlier through the mayor, well, first off, with regards to the pole and the technology, something we should look into is if we qualify for some kind of federal, state dollars with regards to that, because that would be a nice chunk of change to help. And I think with the pole and the technology, and total support of having phased pilot program, but with the specific AEDs, I would like to take that same approach. Maybe not every park, but identify the parks that are actually, there's use, maybe the top 5, and go with that, see how it works, and then if it works well, we'll have more information on the polls, but at least we know we got the AED where you have a large number of people every day. I think it's just a nice balance.
And something else we could consider is the possibility of maybe the AEDs being branded, where there's an advertising component where they could pay for themselves too.
Listen, I've always been a little skittish. I like the idea, but I've always been a little skittish about advertising because that opens the door for us becoming like any other city. We've turned away advertisement on multiple different fronts. That's just, it's a slippery slope, but we can talk about it. So you want to, Mr. Manager, you want to move forward with the ADs in obviously the parks, and then start a pilot program for these 3?
We can bring the AED solution at the next meeting.
Okay.
And if the commission agrees with that, we'll move forward with it.
But I also want to move forward with the pilot program.
Yes, we're looking at least 2 parks on the blue pole pilot program.
And I think that Rotary is a perfect example for that. I like Rotary. And they need the cameras, they need the presence.
Rotary and Salvador is what we discussed.
Especially what we found there, I want to make sure that we attack that, okay?
Mayor, we can work with the manager and staff to bring back a resolution addressing both programs.
All right, I'll be the sponsor of that. If anybody wants to join me, they're more than welcome. Let's move on to, thank you, by the way. Unless there's anything else pressing on it that I need to talk about here, other my stuff, I'm going to move on to commissioner items. I'll come back if there's time. We're going to move to G2, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. G2 actually came about from an email from a resident following an automotive event that was on Alhambra, and there were concerns about there not being an ADA accessible restroom at the event. So I briefly spoke to the city attorney, and they kind of broke down what our requirements are. But I guess since you handle events, why don't you?
So for special events that are not put together by the city, we do have a process, and we do have a special event committee. They come in with, there's a lengthy application. It goes through a permitting process. The ADA coordination and all the requirements are in that application. There's many conditions, electrical, structural, all kinds of things for different events, especially one of that scope, which takes up several blocks and works with it. So we don't necessarily, when we go out, we'll check and see what the layout looks like as the event is starting. It's difficult at that time. We had noticed that we were missing that. We talked to the organizer. There was a mix-up on the order. They were trying to rectify it. So what we have is kind of, a process where we'll look at it after the fact, and we don't have to bring them back. We do have a performance bond. We can keep some of the money. We haven't returned it yet. So those are kind of the things that we have at our disposal in terms of the permit. When there's one of the things that's difficult, and we really haven't in the past had a direction to do that, is shutting down the event until they comply when you have hundreds of people that are already there. So we make sure that they sign for it, that they're going to do it, but none of the events necessarily go according to everything that they're supposed to do. Some of them do. Some of our really good ones, those are the ones that come back and back, but we don't necessarily have to have them back. And that's what we discuss every time there's an event. We've had other events that had other transgressions that we don't ask them back.
Vice Mayor?
I had talked to staff about the fact that they have to put up a bond, but there's got to be some teeth in it. There can be arrangements when you're talking about accessibility that either you provide an on-site restroom or you make an arrangement with a restaurant or business nearby where they have a documented, for lack of better terminology, lease of the restroom facility there for the duration of the event. And if they fail to comply with it because they never followed through or there was a renege on a deal and they didn't deliver the bathrooms, then they forfeit the bond. The bond would have to equate to the cost it would be to either rent the bathrooms or arrange that lease agreement. Otherwise, why I'd forfeit if it's only $100.
No,
a cheaper option.
It's depending on the event, but it's a little bigger than that, and we have it. We haven't returned it yet. So depending on what it is, and we'll look at it absolutely.
I'm going to ask you to look at the language, and let's talk about the language to make sure there's a forfeit provision in there if they fail to have the restrooms accessible, and make sure that we have it automatically goes so they don't think that they're going to walk away without a penalty.
Understood.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So we have marching orders, Mr. Manager, on that item.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to G3.
G3, okay. So I think we've seen it the last couple of meetings where our presentations and protocol documents have kind of been lengthy. One of the things, an idea that came around during the campaign from speaking to some members of staff was actually the possibility of maybe having a quarterly event where we just do presentations and protocol. That way, we don't take away from the time that we could be more productive. Because at the end of the day, if we're here until 8:30 at night, we're not exactly very productive. And it's a set date. Staff can always plan for it. And we can do it every 3 months. Every 3 months. And have the opportunity for folks to come out. We can do it at the police and fire headquarters where there's more room for photos. And just make it more of an event at that location. That's the idea that I had.
Mayor, I had a question from Commissioner Fernandez. Are you anticipating just employee staff type, this awards, or are you also thinking about doing proclamations like the one we did today for Mayor Thompson?
I would say proclamations as well. In fact, the idea came around originally when we were talking about Teacher of the Year and Rookie Teacher of the Year. maybe having an event to recognize them, because a lot of times the teachers couldn't be here at the time of the commission meeting. So that was when the first idea came about, and then I started thinking about, a lot of times we're taking staff away from their duties because we're having them here at the commission meeting and sometimes waiting for over an hour and a half. Whereas maybe we can have something that's scheduled and we can say, we're going to do it on, I don't know, the last Friday of the month, just to give a date. And police will be done at 8:30 in the morning, fire will be done at 9:30, so we don't have people just waiting around all day. And then proclamations, we can have a time certain for.
Yeah, the proclamations, I think, are something that we have to keep on going every month because, you have May for, this event and June for that event. It won't work out on a quarterly basis, but as far as a employee of the year and employee of the month, we could do it possibly. I don't know what the rest of our colleagues think.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Because of the monthly, I was thinking, by the way, I like the idea a lot. Because today I think we started around 10:30 when we finally got 10:45 when we got to the actual agenda. We started at 8:30. To move all those types of items, I was thinking once a month, but even if it's once every 2 months, we still cover the employees of the month for those two. Instead of quarterly, once every 2 months, we pick a day, one day in the month. We start in the morning, and who knows, maybe we're out within an hour and a half or 2 hours. And the other thing I was going to suggest, which is more detail-oriented, and I think we did it today, when, let's say, police has 5, 6, 7, or fire has 5, 6, 7, we can have all the presentations, recognitions, and then when it's all done, then we go up and take the photos with each individual, because just that thing about getting here, going there, going here, you'd be surprised how much time that eats into the actual morning. So in terms of making more efficient. So I think once every 2 months, set a day for that. And then within that day, find a way to make it most efficient. I think probably very welcome by a lot of people.
Commissioner?
Acknowledgement and recognition is extremely important for employee motivation and morale. As a professional expert in this field, I recommend that we divert our complete attention to recognition at a separate setting solely dedicated to our employees. These events could take place every 2 months, and we could provide probably a lunch or quick bites. Studies show that a culture of adequate recognition develops engaged and loyal employees, and I know that we're having a little bit of a problem in employee retention. So in retaining top talent, increase motivation, increase employee engagement, and encourage high performance.
Sounds good.
Okay. So what I recommend is put something together in writing so we can digest it, maybe pass it on in a memo, kind of with different ideas, and then through the manager's office, we can put together a plan of action so that he can bounce it off the employees, the police, the fire, to see what best fits everyone's
Every 2
schedule.
months, Mayor?
Every 2 months.
Mayor.
I'm up for whatever. I just want to.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't.
No, I don't. It's all good. Dale.
Apologize. I got excited.
It's all good. I'm even willing to start at 8 o'clock in the morning if you guys want to start. I don't care. To me, it's fine.
That's I think where we're going to end today, more or less. But more or less, what I was thinking is, geez, I lost my train of thought.
Gotcha.
Take into consideration, I wouldn't necessarily make it. We will look at the calendar because also we have to consider the holidays. The month that has Thanksgiving, that has Christmas. But I think conceptually, every 2 months, but taking into consideration the flow of work and the flow of, the folks that we're going to recognize.
Mayor, if I may ask for clarification, so what I'm understanding is that you all are interested in seeing something come back, but only with respect to the employee recognition, not with the proclamations?
Everything.
Everything.
To me, everything.
Okay, understood.
I mean, we can always have a moment like we did with Jack and Timothy Thompson.
Okay.
To me, that's a special type of moment.
We can also bring something back, and then obviously it'll be discussed, and it can be tweaked and changed, so.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Moving on to G4.
G4 was brought up at the town hall meeting that we did. It was regarding the parking at the Adult Activity Center and valet parking versus parking on location.
So I think that was brought up was in reference to something that was discussed in the past, where we looked at maybe just having valet solely versus parking in the garage. We nixed that. That was during, like, as we were getting ready to open after COVID. The Adult Activity Center stayed closed a little longer. We, at the point right now, has been discussed and was discussed with our board there. We need to have both options. A lot of our participants want to park in the garage, and it's at a cost to the city, but I think it's important to continue to do that for our activity participants.
I think some people weren't aware that there was a valet option, because I had a couple of residents approach me after they didn't know that there was a valet option.
Well, and that's a good point. We've made it clear many times, but I think we'll do something at the front desk to let people know that that's an option that's available. I do hear a lot of more cons and pros on it, and I think that's just our customer base at the moment. But we will make sure that they know that it's aware that it's available. But we do have a lot that want to use the garage. Sometimes they don't want to wait. There's a bunch of different reasons.
So, Mr. Director, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Because again, just trying to find money for projects and different things, like we were talking about right now about the defibrillators. How can we fund it? What is the cost for us to use the parking garage every year? Can we say like, it's safely that it's 50 feet away, valet from the front door of the actual adult activity center?
Yeah, it's across
So
the
would
street.
you say it's closer to park in the parking garage or closer to parking valet to the front entrance?
Well,
what would you say? I want you
Yeah,
to.
I mean, if you're looking at just steps, probably across the street is
Or
closer.
valet's even closer.
Yeah.
But the issue is obviously you crossing the street.
Yeah, you're crossing the street.
I see both sides of it.
You
I
have to
understand.
wait. You have to wait to drop it off. You have to wait to get it picked up. Some of our participants do not enjoy, having people in their car.
I understand that.
So there's a lot of different reasons why they don't use it. We do, when we have full operations, it's been in the past anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000 cost. But we didn't have as big enough of a cost, obviously during the COVID as it slowed down. We've just recently started to get all of our numbers back up, and we're hitting, full classes. So based on, we really haven't had payment information for quite a while, since 2019.
Like, for example, that right there, let's say it's 50,000, could potentially fund almost 25 to 30 defibrillators for our parks.
It can.
So, this is a situation where you got to balance. Is it, you have to find ways and say, listen, we need you to help us with this because it's a benefit for the community. I'm not afraid of rocking the boat on issues where you're providing an excellent service. You're telling me you're going to be getting a valet service for your car. If you told me that you had to park on the street and you had to park, at a surface parking lot 5 blocks away, I'll be like, no, we'll eat the $50,000, not a problem. But if you're telling me we're literally parking closer and it's a valet option, and
But I think
at the end of the day, it's just
you make a good point. The only thing that I would say is we do have larger classes, and the valet only allows us 35 at a time, according to what it is. But we have 70 people in some of our fitness classes. So you know what I'm saying? I'm just, I just listen to our customers and what they really enjoy parking in the garage.
So we also got to make sure that
I understand.
40,000 here, 50,000 there, 100,000 here, and it starts adding up.
Yep,
It starts adding
I
up.
understand.
And we got to find costs. I mean, is there any appetite for the commission to have that conversation, or do you think the status quo is the way you should leave it? And just keep spending the money.
I think if we start maybe informing people about the valet, we may start transitioning them to using the valet service. I personally am not a valet user. I've had my car crashed twice on Miracle Mile by the valets. So I've decided not to use the valet, but that's a personal choice. I think with freebie expansion and with other things that we're contemplating as well, we may see a reduction in the use of parking. I think the commission and you have done great work with the trolley as well, getting more mobility into that area might help alleviate some of that cost as well.
Through the mayor, my hesitation with valet is something that's been brought up before. That street during the day is very difficult to cross. the amount of cars that go through there heading towards Douglas Road. And believe it or not, sometimes cars stop, so it narrows the road even more and it makes it treacherous. I'm concerned about having people crossing from the valet over to the adult activity center because, believe it or not, it's sometimes it's taking your life into your own hands.
How much, sorry,
Go ahead.
through the mayor.
Go ahead.
How much are we saving by doing valet?
50,000.
So how much are we paying for valet?
We do not pay
We
for
don't pay
valet.
for valet.
It's part of our deal.
It's part of the deal that because we own the palace. The city owns the palace. It's a land lease.
Okay.
So we can either have them use the valet, ask the members of the Adult Activity Center to use the valet for free. And that way we would save money and we could use that money to immediately, hey, Mr. Manager, take that $50,000 and buy the defibrillators we need for all the parks. Done. Or we can continue to spend the money on parking in the parking structure, which is, again, people who don't want to get their cars, they don't want to valet, but it's a great service when you think that, you know, the Adult Activity Center is a city-run facility, and sometimes we have to have concessions. It's not like we're asking you to walk 5 blocks. We're literally asking you to walk across the street.
Through the mayor, would you be able to talk to your clients, customers, and ask them how they feel if they were giving the option for complimentary valet, but if you didn't want a valet, for the option to actually pay for parking, how they feel about that, if they're very against that?
We had this discussion when we talked, when we were coming out of COVID and we were looking at doing it. It was not met with positive reaction. We got a big opposition to it, and people were upset. They wanted to continue to park in the parking garage. So we did broach this discussion before.
Through the mayor, I'm going to suggest you do it again. Times have changed since we were coming out of COVID.
Yeah.
And, you know, putting a sign up there saying free, the word free first, valet across the street.
Yeah.
Free valet parking, you don't have to pay at all.
Right.
You know, there's a point of negotiation too with the other side. If we start using this valet, we may, you know, gain a little leverage. So if it's used enough,
Mr. Mayor, I think this was before
we
your
may be
time,
able
wasn't
to do better.
The negotiations? 'Cause my understanding was that we've actually told folks that they were going to have free parking. And that was part of the issue. They were told they were going to have free parking or free valet.
When there was discussion as to the development of the Adult Activity Center, this is going way back.
Right.
Before we even had the building. That was one of the things that the senior board at the time really wanted to make sure, because there was discussion that there was going to be a facility in downtown. They didn't know it was going to be the palace. There were still negotiations being made with a couple of city managers ago. The board wanted to make sure that they would have access to free parking.
Which is fine. They have access to free parking with valet. And that's free parking. But again, listen, I just want to put it on the record.
I understand.
There's a ripe $50,000 to pay for a project that we want to do in the parks, and we'll keep the status quo. No problem. It's all good. Thank you, sir. As always, I appreciate you. Moving on to G5.
Discussion regarding the online portal for all current city projects. This is an idea that I had, I believe it was at the town hall, or it might have been at the last commission meeting, about possibly having a portal so that residents can have a place where they can go and get an update on what the status of projects is. I think it's good, not just for the residents, but also from the city perspective, because people have a place to go and they can see that there's a realistic timeline of construction. So I think, Director, you were working on something already.
Yes, Commissioner. We worked with the Communications and Public Affairs team, and we put together one page, and we got information from Director Hermes Diaz, and this is the page.
So just a little bit of reference. In the past, we've done websites for specific large-scale jobs, right? And those websites have been overall, we work with, I think, something very simple. And the purpose is to have a conversation here whether that would be acceptable. And the Doral website is very similar to that, just very straightforward information. And, just to kind of get your input, whether that's okay, you want more, you want less, you want,
I think that's perfect because it provides a basic information. People can see that there's progress,
Right.
when we're expecting completion, and people can find the information there. And if they have more questions, they can always reach out to the city. But I think this is a good place for people to just to go and get the details of what they're looking for. The other question I had is, can we put possibly the diagrams of what it's going to look like? Or link?
Not every project has a.
Right, for the
rendering.
ones that do, obviously.
The bigger jobs, sure.
Yeah.
We have to discuss about the ADA issues with.
Yes, we have to make sure that everything that's on there is ADA accessible, and then there's also some site plans for city buildings and whatnot that are confidential, so we
Right.
have to be cognizant of that as well.
Right, I guess whatever is public facing.
So for the projects who are of a sufficiently, that maybe they do have a rendering, maybe we can include a link with that information with that as well. So that's.
Also on the,
We have had some ADA issues putting plans on.
Correct.
And our HR director can actually discuss that. So it would be,
So before we, I'm
be an
going to ask you to scroll back up. So I noticed that the anticipated construction completion date has been moved now for the Salvador Dog Run, and, I hadn't received an update from y'all. They said that it was
I'm sorry, can you-
kicked another month. Salvador Dog Park,
Yes.
the communications previously were mid-June.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why I said July. The last meeting I said July, and then it is June.
It is
It's not
June.
July.
Okay.
It is
So
June. That's my mistake.
the dogs are in the back seat going like this. Is it
Yes,
here yet?
100%.
Yeah, owners are like that too.
And when this came up the last time, it was the same thing. And
Yeah.
and I just-
Okay. Just
So
I-
yes.
I didn't want
I
to
don't-
get tarred and feathered after this meeting because you
Okay,
put down
all right.
July now.
And I get feathered and tarred and as well, so yes, please correct that.
we like to add that we have a financial transparency portal that has the information about all the CIPs, the capital improvement projects with cost information too, in the Smart City Hub and in the finance department page too.
Thank you.
And today, we went ahead and on our cover, we put as news for the city, we put that this was available, and Raimundo and I are looking for other avenues of how we could make this more prominent and possibly change with tiles, et cetera. So this is just a start. We're looking at other ways to show this, to showcase this.
And how can
Thank you.
people access it?
Pardon me?
How can people access it?
It's right now, it's in the Public Works page, but that's why we have it in the news section, so that people can click there and see it, so that it's more visible, but we're looking for ways that we could do it with greater visibility.
Yeah.
Commissioner Castro?
Yeah, through the mayor. How come we can't put it where it says new developments?
Pardon me?
How come we can't put it where it says developments? I know there's city projects, but there's no city projects in where it says development.
Yes, so that's what actually Raimundo brought that to me today, to change and to put developments, to change it around. So that's why we are looking with our developers, that's the site developers, to see how we can look for a way to showcase this in a better format in the homepage. But that's why we went ahead and today put it in our news section, so that people would know that this was available already.
So what is the criteria being used right now to determine what projects get posted on that tab where it says the DRC tab? In developments.
Mayor, may I answer? The DRC, those are projects that are large and come in for DRC review. And those are generally the larger projects.
So can we not post more projects
A
on
lot
it?
of our vertical, small projects like these are not DRC.
Correct.
We don't go there.
We were discussing today with Director Pantin to have that tile that says development, that says projects, then goes to a page, and we have development, but we also have city projects, construction, transportation. Why not?
Okay. Anything else? Go to the order before we move on to G6. All right, we'll move on to G6. Commissioner Castro, Evergreen Compensation Study.
Yes. I wanted to go ahead and talk about more than just numbers, page 3.2, Raquel. Okay. As far as job titles and job duties, you have it in front of you? No?
I do have it in front of me.
Okay. 3.2.
So I think what Commissioner Castro is referring to, during the compensation study, the Evergreen folks had various focus groups with our employees. And during those focus groups, our employees said many positive things about the city, but also expressed some concerns about the city. So I think it's chapter 3. So is that what you're referring to, chapter 3?
Correct.
And so just for clarification, the compensation study did not look at that. The compensation study was really looking just at job descriptions and salaries. But to that point, there was, can I read it just so that everyone knows
Absolutely, yes.
what we are
Yes.
discussing?
Just on the same page.
So you are referring to section 3.1. And again, this is general feedback that the Evergreen folks received from our employees. They probably sat with about 97 of our employees in 12 different focus groups. So one of the things they said, and you're referring to section 3.2 that says job titles and job duties. Sometimes job classifications and job descriptions do not encompass the many duties assigned to the employees. Most employees wear many hats and have taken on the responsibilities of vacant positions. So that actually was one of the few things that was addressed by the comp study. So job descriptions have been updated, and some of the I believe about 10 job titles have been updated.
Okay. After talking to unions, I think one of the things that we could improve in is that when we offer a promotion, we need to go ahead and not offer it for that specific employee, but post it so that the rest of the employees, even though they might not get it, know it's available. That there's another way to go, that there's way to escalate, right? And then I guess.
So all vacant job positions within the Teamsters Union, all of them are advertised and posted.
Okay, that's not what I heard, but okay.
May I ask a question to piggyback on that? So where is it posted? Because I had an experience some years ago before I was an elected official, and there was a job opening in one of our departments, and there was a gentleman that had been working basically temporary or part-time for 20 years there, and that opportunity was there right in front of him. And when I and others reached out, are you aware that there's an opening in your very own department that you qualify for? And they said, no, nobody, I didn't know about it. It's not now, it was maybe like 5 years ago. And, the good thing is that person applied and actually got the job. But if somebody didn't pick up the phone and say, hey, the opportunity of a lifetime is right before you, they would have missed it. So I just, I share the concerns. I don't want to make sure everybody who's already employed at the city knows in some form or fashion, other than a bulletin board in the, the lounge, here's a new opportunity that, you should consider.
To the mayor, why don't we have an email sent to everybody in that department, letting them know what opportunities are available?
We currently do not do emails, but that's something that we can certainly do. A lot of our employees do not check their emails, but we can certainly, at least for those employees that check our emails, we do have a lot of employees that work, outside. They're not office employees and don't regularly check their emails. So we can certainly do that. They are posted on our website continuously. All our vacancies are posted on our websites with a closing date. So we post them at least, anywhere between 7 days minimum to, depending on the position, to 30 days. But we can certainly look into sending mass emails each time there's a new posting.
Will you do me a favor, Madam Director? Will you send to my colleagues examples of previous postings so they can see that they are posted and that they are readily available?
Will do.
And that it's with all due respect to the employees, they have to check once in a while in regards to openings. They have to take it upon themselves to look to see what's available in the city. It is posted.
It is.
And by the way, the city wants to, under, at least since I've been here, the city wants to have the best, most qualified people in position so that they can serve the residents of this city. The last thing I want is to have bad employees who are not, in the sense of not bad employees, but employees that are not capable to handle a job as a favor for somebody else. You want the best of the best.
Correct, and we always strive to promote from within, right? Because we want that
try to
upward
find the best.
mobility, and it just, it also creates, it has a domino effect, right? If we promote from within, it also creates maybe another possible promotion opportunity for another employee. So we always try to promote from within when we can.
Mr. Mayor, something that I could suggest, instead of having every time there's a position posted, send out an email, maybe you can just have a weekly email on postings from that week and send it out to everybody, and that's just easier for you.
Okay.
And that way, it's once a week, everybody knows when to expect it, and they can check on a regular basis. Because usually postings are more than a week to apply, correct?
Yes, we try to like to do at least 3 weeks, but
Right,
it's
so
usually
be plenty
between
of time.
7 days and 4 weeks.
Sounds good.
I think that's an excellent idea. Wish I had that when I was finishing up in law school. I missed my cap and gown deadline because I didn't drive back up to Nova to look at my folder.
I think it boosts morale.
Yeah. What are we doing to retain our top talent?
In terms of, we recently did a compensation study that was implemented in April. So now we believe that we are fairly compensating all of our employees. In terms of, we have tuition reimbursement, we have a lot of benefits, we have a lot of educational opportunities. So we do a lot of things to motivate our employees and keep them interested in the job, and hopefully, loyal to the city and continue to work for the city. So I think we provide an overall very good employment atmosphere when it comes to their offices, the supplies. We give them all the tools they need, all the education that they need, any certificates that they need. We do provide for all of that, and we believe that they're fairly compensated as well. So I think we do a really good job in retaining our employees.
I have a question in terms of I remember some years ago, do employees get discounts to maybe play tennis or golf? What are the little?
I don't know the specifics. It's posted on our websites and in our collective bargaining agreements.
Fred is coming in through the door. I can see him.
I think,
See? I knew
we
it.
get the residents rate.
Got it down. I looked immediately to the door.
Yes, there is some benefits where there's golf, tennis, and use of Venetian pool. It's usually for the employee, their spouse, and any dependents under the age of 18. And there's also a 25% discount at the youth center, more or less giving them resident rates.
Resident rates.
That's good to know.
Okay. Merit pay, I think, was one of them on a separate page. Yeah, on the next page, merit pay, if you want to go ahead and maybe read that one.
I'm not sure, which one are you referring to?
The following page, merit pay.
Compression?
Below
Oh, merit
compression.
pay, I'm sorry. So just so that everyone knows what we're reading, page 3.3, under merit pay, it says, currently, everyone who at least meets expectations on their performance evaluations receive the same percentage of merit pay. There is no incentive for employees to exceed expectations. Staff members voiced concern about this and requested a change in policy in order to motivate employees.
How do we feel about that? I mean, I believe if we maybe would start employee evaluations, but employee evaluations telling the employees what they're doing correctly and what they're doing wrong. And if they're exceeding their goals or their job, to have an incentive, to have a reinforcer, to get a little more of something to promote high performance.
So we do conduct performance evaluations on a yearly basis. All employees are evaluated. In order to get a merit increase, at least for the Teamsters and the excludeds, they need to get a 2.5 or above to receive a merit increase of 2.5% unless they are topped out. In terms of any incentive for our exceptional employees, for the Teamsters, that's stuff that has to be negotiated, so we can certainly look at if we can incentivize employees to go above and beyond. We want all our employees to go above and beyond, right? And if they're going above and beyond and they're working outside of their classification, there's provisions in their respective collective bargaining agreements and within the rules that also gives them a economic incentive, or not incentive, but does provide percentage increases if they are working above their category or above their pay. So we do have those mechanisms in place. We can certainly continue to explore them going forward.
Okay. It has also been brought up to my attention that certain employees would like more flexibility in their schedules. As I understand that not all positions have the availability, we should also try to incorporate hybrid rewards for overachievers, maybe a day every 2 weeks or whatever schedule fits the department.
So again, it gets very complicated, right? Because we have office employees, we have code enforcement, parking, solid waste employees. So it's really hard to come up with a fit that would work for everyone. Not everyone can work from home for a day, right? We have a lot of employees that just cannot work from home. So it's something that we can certainly look at for the office employees. Our directive is that this is a city that we need to run, and we want everyone in the office as of right now.
Absolutely, but as a reward, as very good, great job. This is maybe something, and we're not talking about everyone, we're talking about one certain person. Somebody who's an overachiever, somebody who really deserves it, right? Not because you worked and it's part of your benefits, but because you really worked for it. And I know every department is going to be different, but it's something that maybe we could keep in consideration.
Will do.
Okay. I think we're having two problems, and one is compensation and the other one is management, okay? Not everything is wages. It's a combination between atmosphere, work setting, quality of life, work life, and compensation. What is our employee retention rate now? Because I've heard these past 2 weeks that more people are leaving.
So I have the numbers. Let me 1 second. So I don't have the retention rates. I know that our turnover rate is about 12% and our vacancy fluctuates around 7% right now. So considering the fact that we've added 25 new positions in this budget year and our vacancy rate is less than 8%, I consider that to be above average. Our turnover rate did increase during the COVID years, but so did the turnover rate of the majority of definitely public sector and the private sector. So our turnover rate, when compared to other turnover rates, it increased, but it did not increase more than other employers. Our turnover rate tends to be around 10%, except for those 3 COVID years that they were a little bit higher than 10%, and now we are trending down again.
Okay. Okay, do we have a program, or how do we assure employees that they can raise issues of concerns and there won't be no type of negative consequence or retaliation from a supervisor or director?
So they can always come to HR to make any complaints. We always encourage employees to go through their chain of command. Obviously, there is no retaliation. We do train employees on a yearly basis. Not to retaliate against employees. We do not have a history of retaliation of our employees. Our employees, I believe, feel that they can certainly go to their supervisor to make any complaints. If they do not feel comfortable with that supervisor, then they can go to that supervisor's supervisors and continuously, or they can go straight through HR, and if it's something that human resources can address, we will address it. If it's something that needs to be addressed within the department, so not all issues are addressed by HR, right? We don't get involved in the operational aspects and certain issues. We will refer them, or we will work with that supervisor, manager, or director so that that issue is addressed.
Okay. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to say something, Ms. Cabrera?
We're good.
You're good? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Raquel. As always, a pleasure. Moving on to G7. Is that right? G7, correct?
Great. Discussion on executive benefits. So this topic came up last year, and the commission had said that we were going to have a sunshine meeting on it. Never happened. So it was a topic of conversation in a lot of households during the campaign. People wanted to understand what the executive benefits package was and for it to be explained to residents. I don't know if staff brought that information today.
Executive benefits?
Yes.
I actually do have a slide.
Perfect.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so these benefits, they're basically enhanced benefits. So obviously, all employees have a benefit package. So in 2017, there was some enhancements made to the executives, and so This chart this chart shows what the benefits were prior to 2017 and what the benefits or the changes were made to what we decided to call back in 2017 the executive group. And so annual leave accruals prior to 2017, 12 days during the first year. Obviously, these are prorated. You don't get the 12 days your first year of employment. And then 15 to 29 days per year during subsequent years, depending on your years of service. The more years of service you have, the quicker you accrue those days. So it was changed to 15 days during the first year and then 19 to 31 days per year during subsequent years. So that was the enhancement for annual leave accruals. That was similar to what the shift firefighters have, or not similar, that is what the shift firefighters have in terms of accruals. Annual leave cap, we can accrue 300 hours, or prior to 2017, we could accrue 300 hours. We are now eligible to accrue up to 400 hours of annual leave. Sale of annual leave, prior to 2017, we were allowed to sell 60 hours annually. Now we are allowed to sell 120. And if you are in your last fiscal year of employment, meaning you're about to retire or leave the city, you are allowed to sell 160 hours. This is also similar to what the firefighters currently have in their CBA. Cellular telephone, this is sort of a mute point right now. Prior to 2017, we were issued a city-issued phone, and then if we wanted to use it for personal usage so that we didn't have to carry two phones, we would pay $20 per month. And then after 2017, we were given two options, the prior option, or we were giving a $100 monthly stipend in lieu of the actual city phone. Currently, we just get a city-issued phone, no personal usage, and no stipend. So that's a moot point. Annual health screening, we currently do not have any annual health screening. Did not in 2017. After 2017, the executives were allowed to have an annual physical, which is something similar to what police and fire have in their CBAs. Floating holidays, prior to 2017, we had 3. We now have 5. Post-employment health, the city prior to 2017 put $950 annually into our PEP plan. They now put $1,200. Sick leave transfer, this is also a little bit of a moot point. Sick leave transfer, when you retire, you are allowed to, or prior to 2017, you were paid out your sick leave. So whatever sick leave amount you had, it was paid out to you. After 2017, it was decided that it would be rolled over to the PEP instead of paid to the employee. This also was a little bit of a savings actually for the city because there's no FICA and taxes paid on that when you roll over. It is no longer rolled over to the employee. It reverted back to the employee getting it paid out when they retired or left the city. You had to be eligible. Like if I leave the city today, if I'm not eligible to retire, I'm not eligible to receive those sick leave hours. Excess sick leave bank. This is all hours in excess of your sick leave bank. So if you, I believe we're allowed to accrue 512 hours of sick leave. If you accrue more than 512 hours, the value of that excess sick leave is captured by the finance department in an Excel sheet. And so and upon retirement, you get that money paid out. So after 2017, we were trying to get rid of or diminish that Excel sheet and try to minimize the number of hours or the value of the hours in that Excel sheet. So we gave everyone a one-time option, to everyone who was eligible, meaning if you were eligible to retire, you would be able within 30 days to cash that out, to cash out that sick leave, the value of that sick leave that was in that Excel sheet. And then going forward, everything is automatically rolled over into your PEP. Tuition reimbursement, prior to 2017, we received $6,000 per year for an actual accredited program, bachelor's and associates. We expanded that, not only for an accredited education program, but for any job-related certifications and our professional job-related programs. This is something we offer basically to all our employees. Every department has a tuition line item that they can use for their employees. So most of employees do take advantage of this. And then our monthly vehicle allowance did increase from $225 to $300 for assistant directors. Actually, it's a little bit more. This is an older version. And $450 to $500 for directors and $650 for special operation assignments. The $300 for assistant directors, and the 500, it's really $325 for the assistant directors and $540 for directors. And so that's
present
it.
day.
Presently. Well, that's the 300 and 500 is after tax.
Got it. Okay. Can you put that up one more time? All right. Can you scroll back up a bit? All right. So what is the current cost of the executive benefits package?
I do not have the current cost of the
Okay.
executive benefits.
That's what I would like to know, what the cost is of each one of these categories, because I think that's one of the questions that residents had, what this is costing. I know some of these things are not really a tangible number, because when you're talking about hours of annual leave, it does have a value, because that's hours that we don't have an employee working. So that's the breakdown that I would like to see. And I'll open up to the rest of the commission to any questions.
I just have a real quick comment/question. Could you put that up again? I guess it's a very popular screen.
So just really quick to address Commissioner Fernandez, these benefits have been in place, obviously, since 2017. Those that with a direct cost, right? So our auto allowance, our increased contribution into the PEP plan, those always, it's easy to cost. It's just, you multiply that times, the number of employees, and those have been budgeted for, have been approved in the budget, since 2017, every year since 2017. The sale of leave, that is also budgeted for during the budgeted process. Annual leaves, like you said, that's a little bit more difficult, right? It depends on the number of days that an employee takes time off. So those are not usually, there's not a direct cost associated with that, but we can come up with.
You're right, but there is a value, because it's based on your hourly rate.
Correct.
So with regards to the benefit types that were on the screen that's there now again, having worked in local government before, those things that are listed on the left side, those are pretty much standard benefits that you find in other full-service cities, in Miami-Dade County and in South Florida. It's not an aberration. It's not something we invented, but that's standard. Those are standard benefits in the industry.
So the column on the left, I would say, are standard benefits. I would say that the column on the right are also standard benefits, but the column on the left are standard benefits in 2017. There are the benefits that the majority of our employees have. The column on the right are just some enhancements made to upper management employees. That's the only difference.
Yeah, like I said, the years I was at City of Miami, recognized a lot of those benefits that were made available to assistant directors and directors. Okay.
Any further comments?
Through the mayor. As some of you may know, my husband used to work for the county, for Metro Mover, in a lower level position, not in a director position. And a lot of these accruals of leave and so forth were pretty normal. He didn't get the vehicle allowance because, again, he wasn't a director, or a cell phone allowance because he wasn't a director. But when you're talking about sick leave and floating days, and the remainder of this is very normal.
Yeah.
So.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to G9. Vice Mayor Anderson. Thank you, Raquel. Great work.
Well, I wanted to bring up two things. G9, I've had a lot of requests from residents to do the bike lanes all the way to the Adult Activity Center, because folks would like to bike in there. And, while thinking about the mobility hub and the number of parking spaces that we need, we also need to account for the parking spaces that'll be lost to put in that bike lane that's very much needed. The other thing is people have been asking for shade trees in the blistering hot sidewalks of our downtown. And one young lady came in and also showed me an aerial view of our CBD and the fact that it's just cement, asphalt and cement. And again, asking that we do something about putting trees in. We can't put in trees without losing parking spaces. So I compiled the numbers in a chart to just show the effect of the parking needs that those things will create, even if we put in small trees. And that was the number I was able to get, was 79 small trees. Those like a silver buttonwood. That's not going to do much for shade. I would say that, in a small tree such as the silver buttonwood only needs a 6x6 planting area, but we need a 10x10. So the number is actually a little larger than the 1027 at the low end. I circulated this memo around to you all. But this is to give us comfort to know that when we're talking about the number of parking spaces, we haven't overshot the goal by putting in, a parking garage for 626 based upon the study that recommended an additional 800 parking spaces to 1,000 parking spaces, that this will help our city become a more walkable downtown. So my suggestion is we build the garage, and after we build the garage, we start greening our city streets. So when you get out of the garage, you can go walk down to Chocolate Fashion. You can go walk down to the other businesses that are in the area. So that was the purpose of doing this memo to you all. I'd say to the public, so they have the calculations of the numbers. The next item is more about design.
So through the mayor, so it says actual proposed is what's currently proposed. The ones you're recommending are the numbers right above it, right? 1,027, 1,227, 1,127?
No, I'm not actually making a recommendation. I'm just taking the study, saying they suggested 800, adding to it the parking that'll be lost. This is up for discussion. If you all think we need more, then say so. But to show the justification for the number of spaces, because we've all received some emails, some people saying that we don't need the parking, we got enough parking, and I've seen the backed up lines. I've walked the mile at night with my 2 dogs. I've seen people leaving the backed up lines to get into the garages and not going to the next garage. They decide to go on to the next city or the next event because there's just no place to park. And that's the concern for our businesses downtown, that we have the adequate facility to do that. So I think the core idea behind the garage is solid. We just need to move on to the design discussion.
So, again, I want to commend you for putting this memo together. I know it took you a lot of time.
Oh, my Saturday and Sunday was shot.
It took you a lot of time, so I want to commend you for this because,
I didn't get out.
I've written a lot of memos, and my staff has done a great job. They deserve all the credit, but this was comprehensive, and you took a lot of things into consideration. Like
Yeah.
you said, the bike lanes, the trees, and I think we've all come to the conclusion that the mobility hub is a requirement. Now we're just talking about the design. So I had never looked at it the way you look at it right now, though. So I want to give you credit for that, taking into consideration the trees and the bike lanes. So, when we start talking about, when Mr. Kinney starts talking about, we need 626 spaces. Okay, well, how many spaces do we really need? And what is an extra floor or a lesser floor gonna result in? Do you understand? When we talk about height of this project. So these are things that I think this memo is gonna serve us well as we drill down on the design and we finalize the scope of the mobility hub to really move forward in a way that, again, takes everything into consideration. This is great. Really good job. Really good job.
So this is attached to the agenda, so the public, if they want to drill down into the ADA accessibility issues, they understand we're going to have to sink $1.5 million into this old facility just to bring it into compliance, and we're going to be losing more parking by doing so. Structurally, it's got issues. I mean, I took a picture of rust that someone else sent to me, and I've seen worse in this garage than this. We just can't ignore it anymore. We need to move forward.
Very well done. Can I move on? May I move on?
Yes, you may.
Moving on to G10.
Now the fun starts. I sent you all a memo just to try to abbreviate this presentation somewhat, to give you an excerpt of some of the presentations I've done in the past. You saw the Chia Pet version of the garage. I've also passed down to you in this. City Clerk, I'm going to ask you to bring up in color because it does it more justice. Well, there's the Chia Pet, or one of the versions of the Chia Pet. You got airflow, and you got some green. And then I have this Art Deco building as well. It's not in that package. Well, you can go through a couple of those pictures. I was concerned about the heat mainly on the old design, but I think everybody here knows that. Another green garage. A lot of residents like the green garages. There's a lot of different ways to do it.
I like the green garage. My only concern is, and we'll talk about it in the sunshine meeting,
Right.
it's just the maintenance. You know, you gotta be really on top of it, because if you look at,
The Chia Pet.
if you look at PAM, the Paris Art Museum, they had to remove a lot of those hanging gardens, because the cost to maintain them, and they weren't maintaining them, and then they were just dead, and it was just, it looked horrible.
There's ways to do it.
I know.
And
Just
we have
putting it out there so we're talking.
we have an excellent landscape architect. I think with drip irrigation, you could do it. That is an Art Deco garage on the beach, and the reason I brought this up is because if you look at our zoning code and you search for the word compatibility, zoning code, you'll see it highlight throughout the code.
Yeah.
And compatibility is like one of the key aspects that we look for when we're talking about architectural design. That block, if you go drive around it or you go do the Google Drive around it, you'll see that where Supercuts was, I don't know, what's there now? I don't know. You have a rounded face. You have,
Starbucks is now.
that's where Starbucks is now. Then you go to the Miracle Theater, you have the rounded sign. It's an Art Deco block.
correct.
So this would be a nod, as you would talk in architectural poetry, as I call it, to the rest of the block. And you have a restaurant on the opposite corner. Also, you could see the Board of Architects required this rounded front to the restaurant. So my suggestion is a combination of, and give some direction to the architects to bring stuff back to us that is satisfying some of the desires of the residents that I've heard. They wanted something green, they wanted something Art Deco. This would be open enough, airflow-wise and light-wise, to be able to satisfy those needs. If you all have some other design ideas, I mean, we can skin the cat a different way, but.
With, through the mayor, again, going back to earlier discussion, the architectural forum on Mediterranean, and, within that classical architecture style, there's Art Deco and there's Mediterranean and others, and the one that they said that lends itself to light air going through is an Art Deco inspired structure. And, the three main arguments were with regards to the mobility hub: height, and we discussed that last time in terms of the John Martin's parking garage, the architectural outer style, and they always referred to the Miracle Theater. It's incompatible. Well, if the Miracle Theater is Art Deco inspired, then it would make sense to me to make an Art Deco structure next to it, so it's sort of a homage to that style, to that vision of the past, but it also provides what we've been talking about, light, making it welcoming to patrons. So I think it covers definitely something to explore and maybe give guidance to, but it really addresses almost every single issue or concern that was discussed on many occasions.
And through the mayor, I actually had a conversation with the manager about the possibility of maybe making it somewhat artistic, making the side that's on Miracle Mile Art Deco. Maybe the other side can be brutalist, which is similar to what's there now and the construction on that street. Or some adaptation of what's there now, of the design that we currently have, where it's not it's seen from Miracle Mile, but it can be on the other side for some of the adaptation that the manager and the mayor have been trying to secure in that building. So that's just a topic of conversation for the future. As far as the height, there may be something that can be done by just removing the park on the roof and still keeping the same number of parking spaces. So just things to consider when we're discussing design.
I look forward to the sunshine meeting. I think it's important. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I think one of the key issues that came about in that series by the Institute of Classical Architecture was the definition of Mediterranean and the incompatibility of Mediterranean with a parking garage that, as you mentioned, has to be a shoebox. And they talked about Mediterranean being dictated by solidity, by small openings, by certain verticality of those openings, which is truly not compatible. And the fact that articulation cannot happen because of the shoebox effect. So that, and we've been saying this for some time, the Mediterranean is not really compatible with an open, airy, usable garage. And so the Art Deco concept was actually discussed, and we have contacted Gensler to provide us some costs for looking at an Art Deco solution in addition to the modern solution. But I think it was clear through that series, and there was very good questions that were asked by Commissioner Menendez and by the Vice Mayor, did a great job at the end in discussion with three major architects as to what constituted a good parking garage. I think even the parking garage across the street, done by a great architect who's a friend of ours, who told me that the only reason he did that is because there was a program provided by the city and he didn't like it. So, and he allowed us to say this. So, we've been saying this. It doesn't work unless we want a garage similar to the one on the other side.
So, you know what I think, Mr. Manager, and if I may, Vice Mayor, I don't want to overstep. You've been talking about this for 2 years. We all came to the conclusion that this is needed, so we're beyond that. Now we're moving to have the town hall meeting, not town hall meetings, sunshine meeting, whatever it is. At this point, you can call it anything. Just to kind of discuss a little bit about what is the next step moving forward. I think we're going to also have a discussion about parking fees and have your team with Kevin Kinney. I don't want to have it now. I don't want to have it now. Trust me. We have a lot more stuff to talk about.
He's ready.
And Kevin Kinney and our finance director to talk about literally in comparison to where we are in regards to parking rates throughout Miami-Dade County. We're cheap. Not saying I want to raise rates, but, obviously, we're looking for money to do projects. We're looking for money to do other things. I want to make sure, and we've talked about this a bunch of times, that when we embark on this, that this is a facility that everybody wants to use, and that it is an asset to the downtown. That property values go up. When property values go up, we get more taxes. That this is going to be a ripple effect. We make more money on the parking. We make more money on the tax revenue. People are safe. They come and spend more money in our downtown. So, I think the design, we can really massage the design to find a design that doesn't make everybody happy, but at the end of the day, it's a design that is competitive in regards to what we're looking for. It's not ultra contemporary and it's not Mediterranean. It's something where in the middle, and it's something that I think we'll be very proud of. But now's the time to, when Gensler tells us, listen, we'll be ready with some renderings, finalize the sunshine meeting. I'm in no hurry. So I want to do this right. Have a sunshine meeting, have a conversation, invite the public, people can sit there, people can talk, show some of the renderings, do this as we've always done things in the public, in a transparent way, and start moving in a way that, okay, we find out. Also talk to Gensler. If we move with a redesign, what is the cost for a redesign? There's a cost, bottom line. What is the cost for removing, like we talked about, the park? I don't want to lose a park, but again, what is it going to be the results of doing A, B, and C? What if we can't do A, B, and C? What if we only do A and B? So those are all things that I would love to see answered at the sunshine meeting so that we can really take advantage of and start moving on this.
Just to add,
And Mayor, we're working on all that information.
Okay.
We're working with, actually, we have a lot of it already. We are working with Gensler to give us some timeframes and some costs as to different alternatives. There's also the issue of usage.
Yeah.
If we look at a facility that's easy to use, comfortable, and safe with security, our usage is going to skyrocket, which is also will pay for part.
My mom, who has Parkinson's, will not use our parking garage. She's told me, Vince, I won't park in those parking garages. And she shops on the mile. So, she either valets, she doesn't feel comfortable parking in the Aragon parking garage. early 70s. She has slight Parkinson's. So we want to make it as inviting for everybody. That's the key. And I would love to take a field trip so people understand. Not that I know more than anybody else about parking garages, but so people can become more immersed. Like when you're there, you're inside a parking garage. I'm not saying we're going to use the one in the design district. We're not saying that we're going to use the one in Aventura. I'm not saying that we're going to use the one just to look at a new parking garage and get an idea of, what is 9 feet versus 10 feet? What is 8 feet versus 10 feet? What is, less concrete? What is more steel? What is more aluminum? What is more metal?
Flat floors.
Those kind of ideas so people can see it. It's a lot easier when you're sitting in front of it. Yes, it's going to take a few hours, and we'll take a trolley tour. Not really a trolley tour. We'll take a van. But I think it's important to do that with licensed architects, our consultants, so that we can say, let's visit 4, spectacular, the latest new parking garages with the latest technology, so we can see it like the tangible outcome.
No, I just want to say that with Art Deco or whatever the design, doesn't mean we have to settle for something that isn't iconic. I think as long as it's done well, tastefully, well thought out, it could be one of those iconic buildings that Coral Gables has that actually draws people towards the mile, just not one of many other parking garages, but one. And I'm all for trying to do everything possible to maintain what was planned for inside the parking garage, the Uber and the charging stations. And if we can find that balance, I think we could have one amazing opportunity to do something long-lasting that really draws people and makes, coming to Coral Gables not only a pleasure, but make people really want to come and enjoy what we offer.
Through the mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
how much would the new designs cost? Have we spoke about that or
Can
no?
I answer that, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
There's no way we know yet.
So we haven't spoke about it at all? So
No,
they're
no,
already
but he's-
working on
no, no, no,
designs
no,
and we
no,
don't know
no,
how much
they're not
we're gonna
working.
pay?
They're not working on designs, but the manager is going to get a number for them to, once we embark on, look, we like this. They're going to give us conceptuals, correct?
Yes, Mayor, as soon as we've developed an adequate program
Then we can
that
go
we
back.
can say, because I would not like to go there without really knowing where we're going a little bit better, because it's not, redesigns are not like, some people think it's like picking shirts off, it's not. It's a lot, it entails a lot of work. And so if we want to redesign, we're already in discussion with Gensler. We discussed about a Mediterranean option, about a Art Deco option. I think we've realized by this series in classical architecture that the Mediterranean option is probably not a good option. And so maybe we can opt out of that. So I want to make sure that we have a program that we can provide them. We have a little bit of time because construction right now, it's not the time to start. So it gives us a little bit of time to get this done, as the mayor said correctly.
So my last few comments.
Okay.
Because I've, many moons ago, started working with residents in my neighborhood on this project or that project coming in. And when a package I sent to you talked about when something is a delight to look at, the height becomes less of an issue for folks when they like the building. Even the feedback that I'm hearing on a particular project that everybody was against because of the height off of Ponce. Some of the height stuff coming in is not being as objectionable to the folks now because it's a delight to look at. So I don't want to give up on the roof. I don't want to give up on the roof for a couple of reasons. One, it'll help draw more people downtown.
I'm with you.
Especially pickleball players would love to be on that roof. And I spent a lot of time.
That was his recommendation.
I spent a lot of time. You think the time I spent on this memo this weekend was a lot? The time I spent, 2 years ago, trying to draw buildings, research other buildings to try to stimulate a conversation for a different design was immense. And I toured the buildings inside as well. I've also, while I was on the sustainability board, hit on the fact that there are trellises with solar panels involved. So you could dress out the solar panel array on the top of the roof to look like a really elegant looking trellis, which would also provide shade for those playing pickleball, who would then come play pickleball and come down to get something to drink or something to eat and activate the mile more. Not every floor in this building needs to be 12 feet. And we'll leave the top two, the bottom two, and the sandwich in between can come down to a less extensive height. We'll save, on materials, it'll bring down the height a little bit and create a balance.
We could rent the pickleball court $5,000 an hour and make up the difference, right, in about a couple of years. Best pickleball courts in South Florida, overlooking the city of Coral Gables.
There's going to be so much space up on there. We're so short on space for recreational activity. People will come.
Yeah,
What a
the
place to
conversation I
have.
had with the manager was about maybe creating that as a parking floor at first until we have the budget to make it into a park and use it as parking. One of the concerns that the manager shared was, nobody likes to park on the roof. And that is true, but in the case where there is no other parking option, that's an option. So it would create an opportunity for us to reduce the height by one floor for the time being, and maybe 5 years down the road, we'll have the budget to build a park. And if our belief is that eventually we're going to have less cars using the facility, it's a solution that'll work itself out. We will still have the 626 parking spaces.
Well, we're not going to put a ramp up to the roof. You just leave.
Well, the manager
blank.
said that would not be an issue because since it will be an adaptive, and I'll let you answer it.
Well, what Commissioner, we discussed is removing a floor. So the ramp would be the existing ramp. So we could design that floor to remove the ramp. The building is designed to have the ramps removed.
No, I understand, but I was here when the pickleball folks came in and they told us what the demand was. I don't think that idea is going to go over very well.
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's about budget, and I think that is the biggest budget item on this project. The estimate was what, $6.2 million?
$2 million at that time.
Just for the roof park. So that's why I was giving an option that would give us the option of having a park eventually when we have the money for it. But if we don't have the money up front and we're trying to reduce the cost, we're trying to reduce the height because residents want a lower height. It was just throwing ideas out there.
So I think 626 we need. The roof is the roof. It's not going to be parking. And pickleball courts are paint and nets.
We could do that on the first floor instead of retail.
I don't think so. That's charging stations for scooters, places for parking of bikes. And it would be interesting. I think we're going to have some rental space for like a bike shop, some grab and go food. So if you want to grab.
Our current zoning codes don't allow us to. We must have an active streetscape, so we don't allow. We want retail and storefront on the first floor, so we don't have a dry floor. So we have the streetscape activated. So what we're doing is the same thing we ask others to do, is activate that first floor and activate the streetscape.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yeah, I just want to add.
I'll hit my gavel.
Through your chair, his chair, somebody's chair. Downtown, the school, downtown Doral Charter, there's a downtown brand new school, relatively new. They have all their activities on the roof. You can find it, you can Google it. They have high walls, but you can see outward. They have basketball courts, they have tennis court, everything on the rooftop of the school.
So they don't lose balls.
No, because of the height of the perimeter walls. But it has I don't know what kind of design, but you could see out, but it's safe. And all their PE and other activities take place on the rooftop. It's amazing. I was in the area. Somebody wanted to take me around to see downtown Doral, which was quite impressive. And when they showed me the school, when I realized, wait a second, there's the same issue we've been discussing, activating the rooftop, and they've got it down. I was very impressed.
We have it right down the street off Sunset at one of our schools. I think it's the preparatory school down there. I sat on planning and zoning, was coming through, and one of the questions we had is, you have this plexiglass there so the balls don't go flying. I've played in Coconut Grove pickleball on a parking garage. It was dual, use type court. It adds an element of, you get the wind kind of aspect in there. We had a blast. Bunch of ladies from the garden club playing. You can join us. They actually wanted to play tonight, but we've gone on too long.
Well, the clerk played after our marathon meeting last time.
You played pickleball?
Yes, ma'am.
Billy, oh, you did? Did you win?
Always.
Always? Oh, I can't play with you then. You'll smear me, right? I'll tie one hand behind your back, right? Is that? All right. Any other comments, folks, on parking garages?
No.
Okay.
I really like the picture you showed with plants or grass or.
I figured we can get a hybrid going, maybe.
I
Share
that would
your
look
I
comments.
think there's a
nice.
lot of great ideas that can be implemented.
That would look nice in back of the Actors Playhouse, like a backdrop. How Miss Pardo was saying.
I figured you put a piece in there that's Art Deco, whether it's that picture, some of the other stuff that I haven't circulated. I mean, that's Art Deco. That's a building now. The idea is, the lines in the building will nod to the design of the rest of them. And then the rest of it, you can put green, okay, which will block the headlights.
Not a bad
All right,
idea.
anything else, guys?
Perfect. We're done with G10? All right, so we're moving on to G12.
G12.
Oh, that's fine.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes, hello, I'm still here. G12, I recall, I think it was last summer, or the summer before, I think it's probably last summer, that we started scheduling or rescheduling some workshops and town hall meetings, sunshine meetings. And I started getting feedback from residents over the summer months as to frustration that we were scheduling things, I don't want to say last minute, but with a few weeks' notice, when families had already planned their summer time away, their family vacations, going out of town. And a lot of residents said, they felt like it was almost being done on purpose, though it wasn't. It was just a scheduling issue. But they said they prefer that we try not to schedule things in that manner when families are normally not in town, because they want to be part of the process. So my suggestion to us as a body is, our commission meetings, our budget workshops, those types of things are already scheduled a year in advance. It's on the city's calendar. And I think between all the events that we've had, if June, July, and August, we try not to add additional town halls, additional workshops, so that families can feel that they can get, take time off during those precious months and not have to be looking over their shoulder to see if we schedule something maybe dear to them that they can't participate. So I think it just makes, and I think also for staff, that, people look for June, July, and August to be able to be with their family, take that time to sort of re-energize, and also for the community to participate. So I don't know if it's, it's something that you would consider maybe agreeing to not June, July, have additional things added to the calendar, and just obviously keep the things that we already have. I think it's fair to everyone.
So I got a question for you. Do you want to wait to do the sunshine on the mobility hub until?
That's the only one because of this discussion, is the only one I figure. It all, to me, is
Actually,
what's the urgency?
The mayor said we can hold off on that, because we still have to get word back from Gensler, so that really won't happen probably until after budget anyway, in September.
I do believe we have a little bit of time because of the construction issues that we have now.
Right.
And we have a little bit of time to get it just right.
Yeah.
Right.
So if that can be held off, then I think everything else, we just go based on what the schedule is already out there. We have a June meetings, we have a July, we have a late August, but that way people can stick to their plans. Folks have plans to visit their grandparents and stuff like that. It's, let people be people.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to agree collectively to not add additional town halls and workshops during the summer months. What we have scheduled, we have scheduled.
So this would be going forward,
Going forward,
June, July,
in August.
and August, every year.
Let's start with this year. We'll do it this year.
Fair enough.
Your thoughts?
I made the
I'll
motion.
second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
G13.
Commissioner Castro.
This is just a quick announcement. It's not an update. I think we've spoken about freebie enough. But it's just an announcement to the residents that we're expanding to the country club, the Coral Gables Country Club. And I want to thank you guys for working this out so marvelously. And I'm very excited. Very, very
You're going to let
excited.
them know what the date is?
Day is the day after school
Cool. So-
is over.
June 8th.
June 8th.
Wonderful.
June
And
8th.
we're
So
working
that-
with communications to announce that in e-news. Freebie can announce it through, working with Freebie to announce that through their app, and then through social media and so on and so forth. So make sure everyone's notified of it.
Yes. Great progress, guys. Thank you.
Are we still working on the 3-year grant and potentially moving forward
should
to
know.
getting the Teslas?
Hopefully at the end
Yeah,
of the
we
summer.
submitted for that a couple weeks ago, and then we should be waiting. And it's probably going to take a couple months for us to hear back from the state on if we receive that grant.
I know, because the good thing is that if we get those grants, like we've been working on this for some time.
Yes.
If we get those grants, it'll reduce our costs and obviously have a much safer option in regards to traversing through some of the thoroughfares, which the manager, which is correct, and I agree with him. You know, those golf carts right now are, the last thing you want is to have somebody, traverse Lejeune and then have a tragic accident, and then, that's on us,
Yeah.
so.
The interesting
So while I didn't want to agree with him, he was right. I gave you credit. Okay? I gave you credit. You're right.
Okay, so
I didn't want to agree with him either, so.
And I don't want to agree with him. I was like, because we wanted it to go to different areas, but hopefully now with the Teslas, it'll be, no, not hopefully, it will be a very safe ride for people.
I wanted to mention through the mayor that I think it's wonderful that we're going to be finally reaching the country club, because right now, obviously, we have a country club where Mitch is doing a great job with so many activities. And the pool's open for the summer. Obviously, we have Le Parc. Even folks, I would imagine, that want to play tennis there can jump on a freebie, walk across the street to the tennis, have lunch, and, down the road, the pro shop and, the diner. That already is, but it's going to be really a center, a key point in our city where you're going to have so much community, so much activity, that a freebie is just a natural evolution of that area. It's not a high traffic area, but it is an area that people walk, jog, or ride bike. Freebie is an extension of that. So I think it's phenomenal.
Yeah. And thank you to Commissioner Castro for pushing this forward. Thank you. Anything else?
yes.
For the good of the order? Okay, you're still going on this?
Yes. I just want to let the residents know that this is something we're doing now, because we could take action now. But in the future, we will be considering expanding to another area, depending on what the commission agrees to. This is not it, but this is a big step that's pretty immediate.
Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yay.
Moving on to G14.
Okay.
My name's not on that.
Discussion on resident concierge service for development services. Resident concierge service, a department that picks up the phone, returns calls, and replies to emails. This department will answer questions and provide guidance regarding permits, plan submission, code violations, and related processes. Online, as well as an online live chat for the ones that are a little more tech savvy, that could support residents with information during open office hours only. I recommend Tony Celio. He's already partly doing this job to be in the front of the house during office hours. And if it's not him, then we can probably, somebody that's cross-trained and well-equipped to help residents. Residents should feel welcomed and that they're eager to, and that we are eager to assist them through the process. The person should be cross-trained in all departments and should not have to rely on another department for an answer, as well as have the knowledge to assist a resident on how to fill out an application on a city computer. During this demonstration, they should also show them how to look up comments I would love for us to have a separate resident phone number that residents can call, and we need to enforce return calls and email times. We also need user-friendly and how-to videos that are short with visuals of how to apply for a permit, how to look for comments, how the round of reviews work, and submitting corrections or revisions. Is this a possibility?
So, I mean, Madam Cabrera, if you would come up and talk a little bit about this, but I think that we do a lot of this already.
Yes, we do.
And as a matter of fact, yesterday, and I think it's a great idea, anything we can do to add more to the residents' experience is great. Completely by coincidence, I think it was today or yesterday, I forwarded to all of you.
I was just looking at it.
Literally, I got a buddy of mine, he's a buddy of mine because I work out with him, and he's a Marine lawyer, lives in North Gables, and I didn't ask him to. He literally said, hey, I'm gonna write you a note thanking you. I said, I didn't do anything for you. He's like, no, the guy that you introduced me to, Tony Cilio, did an incredible job. So I forwarded that to you. I think I copied you and the manager because I knew that we were gonna have this discussion today, and I wanted you to get an understanding. Tony is an incredibly capable person. And every time that I've called you, every time that I've asked you to come during my office hours, every time that I've asked you for a resident, I know your residents go and speak to you. So I think that I don't know what we could do to kind of provide more concierge services. I'm all for it, but I want to understand a little bit about what we do already.
How about a person that's in front of the house so that when somebody walks in and it's a resident little desk that's not inside, that they know that they're welcomed and that's the person that will help them if they're confused?
We have a sign-in, that if you're a resident, you sign in as a resident, and then you have priority.
Okay, so can we have somebody outside welcoming on a desk, like a little concierge service?
You mean the lobby?
In the lobby.
Sure, I could move somebody to the lobby.
And Commissioner, I want to echo your sentiment. I just want you to know, I think it's a great idea. And personally, I think doesn't, and if I'm wrong, let me know. I don't think it has to be a permanent thing, but we're getting a new system, new building off the ground. And I think the perception of the community to have somebody there goes a long way in terms of, I don't know, for people to embrace the good work that everybody's doing. I think it's a resident-friendly move. And I think if we can find a way to obviously advertise it, I think all the misunderstandings that have been circulating and still to this day, if we show that we have somebody there greeting them, is probably, even if it's for a 6-month window, as long as things get off the ground, I think it's a positive step.
I just want a specific person as far as accountability. Like, this person is responsible, and if it doesn't happen, it's on this person. You get what I'm saying?
I do. I'll put it in the budget.
Okay.
We can have a person at the lobby. Let me say something about Mr. Cilio. He has almost 3 decades of experience in the city. He's a code enforcement officer. He's a certified building inspector. He's worked in public works also. So he is a very unusual person. He's got experience throughout the entire city. And that's very difficult to find. And that's why he's so effective. That he knows everyone, has worked in almost all departments, and is even a certified building inspector. So to find somebody like him is going to be difficult. However, I think what we can do is put somebody in the lobby, which we have discussed.
I'm usually that person.
Yes, which we have discussed.
I do that. I do that now.
Before, so we can have somebody in the lobby as a greeter, somebody that can go ahead and help people, especially residents when they come in.
But can we put a desk that says resident concierge service, so that when a resident walks in,
You know what it is.
Oh, they could help me.
And we actually talked about that, putting it next to the stairs. So we even have the area there. So let's move forward with it, and we can
And market it in a way, even with a photo online, the person sitting in the sign says, welcome, or whatever. And that kind of, and by the way, I agree with Tony. Whenever I have a question or the resident has an issue that sometimes dips into different areas of the city, Tony's probably the first guy or one of the first people I call to help find solutions for residents. He's phenomenal. But in this situation, I think it goes beyond just providing information. I think it really does create the the atmosphere that we're trying to create in terms of a friendliness. And if we do it right, I think it's going to be a great thing for.
But let me add something to that too, just besides the fact of an incredible job you're doing. And I deal with the city of Miami every day. I deal with the beach. I deal with Miami-Dade County. I'm also in the permitting business as a result of my business, having to go and pull permits and all kinds of things and call inspections and deal with inspectors and reviewers every single day myself. No other city has a mobile permitting service like we do. We invented it, and other cities have now gone and mimicked it. But we see close to about 300 people a year doing that.
In the mobile permitting?
Yeah, mobile.
Yeah.
So that is a service that we provide already. That is concierge. Okay, we come to your house.
Yeah, and Tony Silu's fantastic,
But also, I have to give credit to your staff, George Pino.
exactly. I really can't.
They do. an
George Pino,
incredible job.
Virginia,
Max,
Max, Annalyn, Maria.
They are
There's
all
so many of
fantastic.
them that do give, but I will be happy to put a desk that says residents only and budget for a position for somebody to do that. But right now, we have a fantastic staff that does that for the residents every day. If you visit the library, there's never anybody waiting to be seen. When that lobby was packed with people, I would be the one down there asking people, what is it that you need? What is it you need? And we had a resident, we would give them priority. But I don't want it to go unnoticed that I do have a staff that does take care of.
And through the mayor, I'm not, to me, this is, my participation has nothing to do with the amazing work that you all do, considering the volume of work and everything that you had to overcome with technology and the changes in system. You all do a fantastic job. Trust me, I did the tour and I was in awe of what everybody does. I just think, at least for me, on a temporary basis, this is a nice layer coating to the cake. We
will absolutely do
just
that.
right. But the cake itself, you all are the cake. You're the foundation of that cake. This is just an additional layer that I think people will perhaps appreciate as well.
Commissioner, if I may, and I want to put this on the record so that since we're talking about this, when we come back 6 months later, or 4 months later, or 3 months later to talk about this, I want to put on the record because this is what we need to really address in the room, okay? Because we're doing a lot of concierge stuff already with Tony. We're doing already with the mobile. We're doing with every time that I call George Pino, he follows up. Max, Virginia, the level of follow through is incredible by your team. The biggest problem that we're having here is not transparency. Everything's online. You can see where your plans are, how it's reviewing. We're having incredible turnaround times for reviews. The problems that we're having here, most of my meetings with Surami and with Doug and with the team members, when I have to bring a resident, is a person who's gone 7 times to have their plans reviewed because they're not correct. They're not correct. There is a code. There's a code that has to be followed. And when they're not designed accordingly, and they come and they say, well, why isn't this approved? Why isn't it approved? I go, because it doesn't meet code. It doesn't meet code. Well, we schedule a meeting with the zoning director. We've met with this individual. They need to go and get a variance, or they need to go and do the following. These are setback issues. There's this. You don't understand how many times in the last 10 years that's all we've done. And it's frustrating for the resident, I understand, but there are rules and guidelines here in the city of Coral Gables. That's what sets us apart from every other city. So driveways. How many times have we had conversations about a driveway, the width of a driveway? I'm sorry, you can't have that driveway, that width. We're not that city. So what I want to put on the record is I agree with you. Let's do whatever you think is appropriate to move and to be even more hands-on. But I have to acknowledge that our staff goes above and beyond. And it's been a hard 6 months with the new technology, with the new building, with training every single person. It's been difficult. We're getting rid of over 7,000 expired permits that you've addressed. So I'm excited to see where we are in the next 4 or 5 months moving forward. But I know where we're going to be. We're going to be with people who call your office, call my office, call her office, and say, hey, I can't get my permit done. Well, how many times have your plans been reviewed? 7 times. Why can't you get it reviewed? It's not that it's not being reviewed. I mean, how fast were the plans turned around the other day where I said, I want my colleagues to know how fast things were turned around, but you said, listen, Vincent, we do that, they're going to expect it to be turned around in 3 days like that.
The turnaround for your project was 48 hours. The average
Not
turnaround.
for my project.
For somebody you brought to us. For somebody you brought to us whom George Pino helped.
Yes.
Was 48 hours. but the average turnaround for that type of work is 5 days.
Yeah. So the resident was like ecstatic. They were like, wow, this is incredible, you know? But
We've been at this for 6 months. There's nobody that is more frustrated with what the system used to be. If the system worked, I wouldn't have spent the last 5 years fixing it.
Okay, I think one of the problems that we're having is that residents are contacting me about is lack of communication and the fact that they don't know what to expect next, okay? There is a process, and I think every city has to go through it. If you get denied, you know, corrections and the whole review process. But as far as expectations and having that concierge service to guide them and tell them, oh, some people don't even know there's different departments, okay? And they get lost, and they don't even know how to put the little arrow down to look at the comments, and they think comments haven't been given to them. So this concierge service would be to guide them, because this is probably the first time they're permitting. These are residents. And if maybe you could choose one of the employees you already have, one of the clerks you already have, but in specific, one person, not lay the responsibility within the whole counter.
We'll change the process to be just one person. We'll see how that works out.
Through the mayor.
yes, ma'am.
Some of the complaints that I've gotten from residents, you know, when I went in to research them, why there was a delay for a pool permit, why there was a delay for other permitting issues. What it turned out to really be was that the contractor was blaming the city for the delays. Whereas, you know, the contractor didn't comply with the notes that were provided and this was before we had the speedier service, that they didn't follow through on their end. And yet they're telling the resident that it's the city's fault. Had someone come in and tried to get a metal roof. They missed the deadline for a notice of appeal. Contractor failed to tell them that the city declined, the Board of Architects declined their roof. Otherwise, they could have timely appealed it. Communication, you know, goes both ways. So the contractors themselves, see, you know, the city's an easy scapegoat, but we have to realize the problem's just not the city. It's the contractors as well. I think you've done magnificently in turning around an old paper system, getting it all documented, the amount of backlog that we had going in such a short period of time. It was such a long ordeal. And hopefully, you know, with having the designated person there, it will be the learning gap that residents need to understand that this is the process. Very few residents, though, are doing these jobs without a contractor. So we're still going to have that disconnect with contractors. If you have some ideas on how to tackle that, I'm all ears.
So we do. We have been working on videos to teach people how to use the system. We've been looking at incorporating a QR code that when you submit a permit application, you get a QR code, so you don't have to know how to use the website, you just scan it. But, you know, I don't think people have any idea what it takes to take a building department from where the city was to where it is today, or to where it has been for the last month. Because in reality, we had to start by paying back the general fund for all the money that it has subsidized the building department. And we did that by doing a permit fee study. Then we had to start a new system, Energov. We had to find a space to put all these people and these computers, so that's 427 building. So there have been many steps.
I'm sorry, Director. When you took over, we were in the negative. Now
Yes, we were.
Now we're in the
paying back the
positive.
general fund.
Now we're in the positive by millions.
Yes.
That's you and the manager.
And the 427 building was funded, more than half of it, by those permit fees, from the permit fees that we changed. That was step number one.
I think that's a great job, and I'm very proud of you. But when I provide input, it's not to say that you're not doing a good job. It's to say we could improve and we could better things out a certain way. I just hope
I
you
understand,
could be
but I also
receptive.
get the emails
The emails of what?
during the campaigning. I got them too.
Of
So
what?
forgive me.
What emails?
Not from you.
Okay.
Just critical emails about.
People take pride. People take pride in their job, and you know.
Yes, I do, and in my staff.
And staff and people, when they get criticized and they work very, very hard. Like I sometimes I'll leave here at 8 o'clock at night and I'll see Max working there till 8 o'clock at night. I'll see Tsunami till 8 o'clock at night, or I'll see George Pino who'll call me at 6:30 in the morning about a resident.
And our inspectors
And
are
I'll
here,
be
many of them
literally
at
walking
5:30 in the morning.
I'll be walking out getting dressed, and he's already calling me about a resident issue that was from yesterday. You know, these people, and you guys are gonna realize it. Like, I'm getting a text message right now from Omar Hassan about garbage cans right now. You know, he's talking to me about this is. I'm serious. Like, look, to show you. Look.
I get emails and texts all the time.
I'm saying Omar is one of our best guys calling me about, hey, we got to do this. They're giving me ideas about garbage cans. Our employees are incredible.
They are.
Nobody's perfect. So what happens is that when they're attacked over an issue, and this is the point that she's trying to make, and she's taking it personal. I told her not to, because she's an exceptional employee. I love how hard she works, and she takes it personal because she loves the city, and she's made an immense dedication and change in the city. And just sometimes, you know, I think that we have to be, including myself, we have to be a little bit softer in the way that we approach things, and we have to move in a different light to come together and work as a city and address issues, even in disagreement. So it's just
People don't need to be softer, they just need to be accurate.
But to your point, Mr. Mayor, the managers here, we had a conversation the other day, and I offered to sit down and find a path forward. There are a lot of issues out there that residents have with your department. I would say that the number one department that I heard complaints about was your department. That's a fact. And you and I have had many communications over the past. And I told the manager the other day, many times we had a very quick resolution, and I appreciated that. But we can't have people here calling residents stupid, because that's completely unacceptable.
Who called residents stupid?
You did,
I
last
wanna go there.
commission
I
meeting.
didn't say that.
So if I may, can I-
Let me, if you just allow me 2
Okay.
seconds to finish my comment. What we're trying to do is give some constructive criticism. You've done great work. You've gotten things to where they are today. And I think the suggestions being made are not something crazy, you know? Adding somebody.
I agree with her suggestion. I already said I would implement that.
It's going to
Right.
happen.
And as far as, and
thank
actually,
you.
I think you were the one that came up with the recommendation at the town hall of, for the communication issue where the residents aren't finding out, maybe having a resident email on the platform so the resident is notified when there's an update to their file, whether it's a denial or what have you, so that the resident is informed. That may be a quick and easy solution to the problem, because it's not just the contractor or the architect or whoever's being notified. The resident's also getting a notification from the city, and they know, hey, I got to call my
Of
contractor to
course,
see
but
what's
they have
going
to
on.
provide their email address for that
I
first.
agree.
It's an
And
IT
We do
thing.
that now. If you're a contact, you get the information.
Okay,
But
good.
if you don't give us your email, we can't contact you.
I agree, but again, we got to find a path forward. You know, residents have concerns, and that's why we're bringing them up here. You know, and if you want to have a sit-down conversation, I'm more than willing to sit down. We can air out our differences. That's
I
fine.
have always been open to that.
Okay, good. All right.
So I'm going to end, if you don't mind, sorry, through the mayor. So this goes back to a conversation we had multiple occasions when I got elected, and this was almost exactly 2 years ago. And it's not anything about anybody here. It's the cycle. And unfortunately, when people express their frustration with things, they don't do it the way we do it in a public forum, using the wording that we use. People sometimes misunderstand, don't have the right information. Sometimes they do have the right information, but they express themselves in a way that sometimes for many people could be very hurtful. And she oversees a great many hardworking employees that perhaps some are minimum wage, some are just doing the best they can. And when that type of communication, be it verbal, via email, via text, reaches those people that are working their butts off every day, coming to work in their cubicle, it's like a beating.
It's just demoralizing.
It's demoralizing, but it's a beating, and it could be inhumane. So Surami is in a position where she is, you know, besides supervising them, she's sort of their protector. So when she sees her people hurt, I understand why she would get upset, because it's almost like you're a parent and your kids are being bullied, you know? And so it's a very emotional, very sensitive issue. So we need to make sure we focus on the issues, on the points that need to be addressed and do our best to take out of the equation the personal, the emotional. If there's something that needs to be addressed and improved upon, let's focus on that, not on the person who's associated with that or the person who's asking for it, but let's focus on that and let's stop doing things that demoralize, like the mayor said, and create division, because we're not here for that. We're here to make our city better, and it starts here in this dais.
And I'll give you an example, okay? You took a tour the other day of code enforcement, right?
Me?
Yes, or someone.
Okay.
You took
Me?
a tour, yes, you
Yes, I
took a
did.
tour, and you brought Maria Cruz with you.
No, actually, I didn't bring her.
Oh, the open house.
The open house.
I didn't bring
So,
her,
but I'm
no.
saying, but she went
She
to
was
the, she
there,
went to the open house.
and I bumped
You
into
know,
her.
what I'm saying is that I heard from employees that, you know, she was having conversations about Surami, and that she was basically being a little bit not positive about you know, Surami and things like that. And to me, that is just not the way to conduct yourself.
Who? Me?
Okay, not you. I'm not
And I
saying
didn't hear
you.
Maria
I'm
Cruz.
not saying
Maybe
you.
that was before I got there.
So my point is that if we're gonna do things, let's have conversations. Let's elevate the conversation. Let's address issues. I'm all day. We can disagree on things, and we can have it as long as it's constructive. Not a problem. All day we can have it. But I'm gonna stand up for the employees every single day, and until someone can show me how to do something better, and show me, roll up their sleeves and show me how to do something better. Bring the legislation, ordinances, resolutions. I'm all for it. Because as you know, I've written a lot of ordinances and resolutions in the city, and I'm not afraid to put my face in front of anything and address issues. But I'm not gonna allow, as the mayor of the city, for employees that work for the manager to feel, you know, that they're being mistreated or they're being talked down to or they're being disrespected, because in my opinion, we can have a disagreement on issues without a problem. All five of us we can argue about it. But this is a good woman who has done an incredible job. She's more than competent, and she deserves the respect. And if you want to have a conversation, have a conversation. In private with the manager, sit down and have that conversation and talk about it and see how you can do things a better way. Bring ideas. For example, I had an employee that came to me in office hours and came to talk to me about mobile permitting. I have a great idea. Pino has come to me and talked to me about it. I said, hey, let's sit down with Surami and the manager and let's see how we can do it. You know, the manager has had ideas, the vice mayor, the commissioner, bring the ideas. But let's not parade the ideas up here to take shots at somebody, because I think that's not the way that I do things in the private sector, and I don't think that we should do it here like that.
But it isn't about parading ideas, because I actually had a conversation with the manager. I actually asked the manager if I should sit down with the director, and the manager said it wasn't necessary. So, I mean, I have tried. I mean, we brought up issues at the last meeting, and we brought up recommendations, and I thought they were very respectful recommendations. I mean,
Through the mayor? Okay.
if you have a different opinion of it, let me know.
I do. I have a very different opinion, but at the end of the day, it's been a long meeting, and out of respect for the employee who's here before me, that's a conversation that, again, we'll have another day, but, you know, I just do things very differently. I do things very differently. I guess it's my, you know, I just do things very differently. I don't come in, you know, guns blazing and shooting up a place. I like to be very thoughtful and methodical and see how we can address issues and sit down and understand what is really happening before me before I make a decision. But yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I have zero tolerance for bullies in any government, private sector, public sector.
Me too.
Okay? So I don't know, I'm lost somewhere because I don't know what emails you're talking about. I don't know nothing about what you're saying about campaigning, and I guess everybody else does. I don't know. And if I've ever made you feel uncomfortable, please, I would like for you to let me know, because that's not my intent. My intent here is to work together and better things. And if I'm coming off wrong, please call me out on it.
No, I think this is just constructive conversation, and, you know, I do sit down with staff and, you know, brainstorm ideas. I call it brainstorming, you know. I can always think of some way better I could have done something that I did yesterday, because that's how it's kind of like a layering, like an onion. You build upon each other's experience and make it better and make it better.
Do I make you feel uncomfortable?
No.
Okay, do I put you?
None
do
of you
feel
make me feel uncomfortable.
Okay, do you feel like I put you on the
do
spot?
I get frustrated when I hear lies? Of course I do. But I don't feel uncomfortable.
Commissioner, you don't, and you don't. It's just,
No.
it's the public sector, and they are on occasion targets from members of the public who want to express their frustration for whatever the reason is. But they are sometimes an easy target because they're here in a public television, or they're being discussed publicly. But a lot of these are private people, and it's not the two of you. I'm just saying it comes with the territory. But if we aren't sensitive to their predicament, it can only get worse. I'm just bringing attention and awareness that employees in the public sector, sometimes they're treated as if they're public figures. We're the public figures. We can be, they can say stuff under the First Amendment, or they're celebrities, but they're not celebrities. They're not public figures. They're real human beings that come to work and go home to their family, but they're targeted because they're an easy target when people get frustrated.
Right.
And I think today is a day where we can move forward with that understanding, and we'll focus on the issues, and we'll do our best to make sure that while we're making changes for the better, we're going to make sure that the people that work for the city of Coral Gables, under the guidance of the manager, his team, and under our guidance, that we're going to make sure they're given every opportunity to make the system better, but we're going to make sure that they're protected. Because to be in that predicament and you feel you have no one to turn to, it's a horrible way to live and a horrible way to come to work.
Madam Director, thank you very much. I appreciate you a lot, a lot. Moving on to item G15.
Oh, that's me?
That's you, yes. Yeah.
I turned off. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Update on the implementation of the new telephone system for the Development Services Department. I had spoke to the city manager previously, and you told me that there was some sort of data that wasn't really good, but I'm guessing it's probably some type of baseline to know where, I guess, what I'm asking is, can I have access to it? Any data that we have?
The new telephone system is, may I answer, Mayor?
Of course.
Thank you. The new telephone system is being implemented now, and it will have the data of number of calls returned, when they were returned, and that I believe that our IT director can update us on that.
Yes, our network manager, Gisela, she informed me today that the configuration was finished. The configuration of the system was completed. We're going to proceed to work with development services to provide training to employees so they can start a new method. Basically, that the calls, the call takers will have to log in a system, and there will be a call accounting system that is employee-based instead of line-based. So today is one line, and you have the statistics for that line, but the line can be picked up by multiple call takers. Now it's going to be per individual.
Because, yeah, so we need a baseline to see our improvement. And we need to know where we're at, to know that we're progressing, that we're improving, right? To have something to compare to. How long is it going to take?
The system was configured, was finished. Now we are working towards the training and the employees, and we're going to work with Director Cabrera to move forward now to implement the process. Now the technology was done, now is the process part and the training of the employees.
The training of picking up the phone?
You know, they have to log in a system. It's a basic training, so it's not a...
So give me an estimate of time when you think this is going to happen.
Yeah, we're coordinating this week because we just finished the configuration. So we're coordinating with them to do the training with the consultant that did the configuration. The consultant is going to help us train the staff.
So to be fair, we could say in 2 weeks, to give you a little lead time, that we can start implementing this new service, phone service? Because we've been talking about this for years and years, and I'm happy it's finally happening.
Yeah, we have been. We just got to train the staff. I don't know exactly. I mean, this is really an IT issue of bringing in this call center type of software. It's not just answering the phone. They have to log in, log out. Like there's like anything, and it requires training. Even a new phone requires training.
I just want to know when to follow up again with this, so it doesn't just linger.
I mean, to be fair, Raimundo's not the person in his staff that's taking care of it, and she's not here to give you an up-to-date exactly when, but we have been in the process for a few months now. It was presented to me, then it was presented to the city manager, then we had to find the money, and finally, she was given the go-ahead to place the order, and then she has to get on the schedule of the developer to implement it for our city, how many staff members, who's going to be on there, who's going to be on the tier 1, tier 2. So we've had those discussions, and now it's just a matter of implementing and training. Probably.
I'll take a stab at this. 6 months?
No, we are
No.
going to train now.
We have the
ready
phones.
now.
We have the phones, or just the software that we're buying.
It's a
Mayor, may I say
software.
it's a matter of weeks, not months.
It's a matter of weeks
It's
at this point.
It's just training.
But
at this
listen,
time.
we want to get all these things done, and I appreciate that and I value that. But let's do things slow and steady wins the race. Let's do them right, okay? I'd rather do them right. I know that the commissioner wants it done as quickly as possible, but we got to train everybody. By the way, when you're training people, you're either doing it during working hours or you're doing it off hours, so it takes time away from people being on the floor, people from reviewing. So.
And Mayor, if I may say, this is part of finalizing all the perks of our Development Services Center. So this is something that we've been initiating. We just can't initiate everything at once, but this is part of our new telephone system that creates a line for each individual person.
How much did this cost?
What was it?
What it was?
Sorry, what is the
How much was it?
75,000, was it not?
Oh, yes, it was the
I don't know the
configuration.
cost.
I think it was about-
The system was in place, is the Cisco system, the voice over IP system.
But did it have an added cost?
We had to add added cost for implementation of this call service.
How are we paying for that?
Permit fees.
Yes. So I teed that up for you perfectly. So I want to say thank you for that, by the way. If it wasn't for you, we'd be negative. So thank you for allowing us to be able to implement this new software and paying for it through the new permitting fees. Thank you.
When can to bring back for an update a couple months from now? Gives
I'll
ample
give you an
time?
update the next commission meeting.
Perfect. All right. Sounds
Yeah,
good to
this
me.
is not something new. This is something that we've been wanting to do for some years now. It's not just out of the blue
Right.
fast.
Well, for an
Yeah.
update, I just want to give them
Perfect.
enough time to
That
give
would
us
be
an
amazing.
update.
That would be more than amazing.
And if I may say, the more time that passes, the better the 427 building will be operating and the more technology we get.
Yep.
But we have to give it a little bit of time because we just moved in, the team just moved in 5 months ago, and this doesn't happen overnight.
Thank you. All right. Anything else, Commissioner Castro, on that
That would
item?
be all. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so moving on to city manager items. I-1, or I can see the light. We're almost there.
I-1 is a resolution of the City Commission amending ordinance number 2015-17 as amended to revise various local business taxes by the Finance Department, parking fees by the Parking Department, administrative fees by the Development Services Department, and certain parks fees by the Community Recreation Department, providing for severability and an effective date.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
Okay. Seems pretty simple.
Yep. Good afternoon. Diana Gomez, Finance Director. This resolution increases certain fees for the upcoming fiscal year, effective 10/1. The business license fees, or BTRs, are being increased by 5% as allowed by state statute every 2 years. Parking fees are being increased according to the scheduled rate increases. We're adding construction regulation board fees to cover certain administrative costs, and there are certain parks fees for non-residents, as well as corrections to some country club fees that are being changed as part of this resolution.
Any comments from the commission? Anybody like to make a motion?
Motion. Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to I-2.
I-2 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to the provision of fire protection services, facilities, and programs in the city of Coral Gables, Florida, establishing the estimated assessment rate for fire protection assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, directing the preparation of an assessment rule, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, and providing an effective date.
This is a resolution initiating the annual process for setting the proposed fire protection assessment rates for the fiscal year beginning 10/1/2023. There are no changes in the proposed rate nor methodology, so it remains at $70 per single-family home and based on square footage for commercial properties.
Do you have any comments? Any public comment?
No, sir.
Could I get a motion from the commission?
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, moving on to I3.
I3 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to the collection and disposal of solid waste in the city of Coral Gables, Florida, determining the solid waste costs and the solid waste service assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, and providing for an effective date.
This is the required resolution to set the maximum solid waste assessment for the upcoming fiscal year. The resolution also allows for the billing of the early payment discount, which allows for a discount payment if paid by August 15, 2023, this year. If not, the full assessment would be on the tax bill. There are three components to this increase, to this recommended increase. The first is the annual pass-through for the county and waste management tipping fee increase. The fiscal year 23 increase was 4.5%, and the estimated one for fiscal 24 is 4.5%. In order to cover both last year's and this year's increase, it requires an additional $17 to the early payment discount and $19 to the regular to the regular payment. The second component will cover the cost to hire temporary help to offset those full-time employees on light duty and out on sick leave. This will help alleviate the use of overtime as well as maintaining service during absenteeism. There's not been an adjustment for this waste fee to cover temp services in over 8 years. This will increase the annual payment by an additional $10. The third component will cover the cost to adjust the annual budget for holiday-related overtime, given the annual cost of living increases provided to employees. There's not been an adjustment to the waste fee to cover holiday overtime for over 8 years. The required additional cost will increase the annual payment by an additional $7. So these recommended increases allow to the solid waste fee will increase the early payment by $34 and by $36 for the regular payment. And it would generate approximately $370,000, of which will be used to cover the increases to providing these services that we discussed. And the increase does not significantly lessen the subsidy burden that the city continues to cover. In fact, the subsidy is increasing as the expenses go up.
Yep. Okay.
Motion.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any comments?
No, sir.
Motion.
You have a motion?
I just noting when looking at it, I mean, we're talking about a total of a $34 increase.
For the early payment, it increases by $34, and for the regular payment, it increases by $36.
I'll move it. I'll second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Reluctantly, but we have to address the garbage. We're gonna have to address it. Coming forward, we're gonna have to address it. In the next 6 months, there's gotta be a plan.
Maybe we can have a sunshine meeting later.
We gotta sit down with the guys. We gotta sit down with the guys and gals in the back. We gotta have a real conversation. And we gotta listen, and we gotta sit with the manager, and we gotta understand what to do in regards to garbage, because it's only gonna continue to go up. And that also means with the company that we're waiting on right now, that's in the county, and also in Polk. Polk, correct?
Yeah, Leon.
That's in Leon. I don't know why I keep saying Polk. I apologize. Leon. And we need to figure out options to try to lower those garbage fees. Moving to I-4.
Mayor, for I-4 through the last one, I-15.
Yes.
If we can consolidate them for purposes of public comment, I can read them all at once, and maybe we can then move a little quicker. We do need an individual vote on each one, but we can do it after I read them all in.
Oh, we're ready.
All right. Well, we'll just listen to you.
Okay. I-4 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Sunrise Harbor Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of the security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security assessments role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. I-5 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Snapper Creek Lake Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of the security service to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. I-6 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Pine Bay Estate Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. I-7 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Old Cutler Bay Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of the security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. I-8 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Kings Bay Amended Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and providing an effective date. I-9 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Hammock Oaks Harbor Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of the security services to be assessed for this fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and an effective date. I-10 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Hammock Lake Banyan Drive Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for this fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and an effective date. I-11 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Banyan Drive Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. I-12 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Hammock Lake Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and an effective date. I-13 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Cocoa Plum Phase 1 Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of the security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare an updated security services assessment role, establishing a public hearing, and directing provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date. I-14 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to the provision of street lighting services, facilities, and programs within the Cocoa Plum Phase 1 Street Lighting Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of street lighting services, facilities, and programs to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, directing the Finance Director to prepare or direct the preparation of an updated street lighting assessment role, authorizing a public hearing, and directing provision of notice in connection thereof, providing for severability and effective date. I-15 is a resolution of the City Commission relating to security services assessments within the Gables by the Sea Coral Gables Security Guard Special Taxing District, estimating the cost of the security services to be assessed for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2023, establishing the method of assessing security service costs against assessed property located within the Gables by the Sea Coral Gables Security Guard Special Taxing District, determining that such real property derives a special benefit from the security services. Directing the city manager to prepare a preliminary security services assessment role based upon the methodology set forth herein, establishing a public hearing to consider reimposition of the assessments and the method of collection, directing the provision of notice in connection therewith, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
And you did that on one breath.
It's incredible.
No, there were more.
I'm
Drink
impressed.
some water.
All right.
Bet you Miriam's impressed, too.
We got one more, right? Oh, you're done.
We got a vote.
Done. Yes. We can't, we got to vote
So
one by one.
motion and.
So you, first, if the clerk can confirm, is there any public comment?
No, ma'am.
So we'll start off with I-4.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I-5.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I-6.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I-7.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I-8.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 We
lost
our
track.
rhythm. We lost our
Aye, aye,
rhythm.
aye.
I-9.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I-10.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I-11.
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
I-12.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I-13.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I-14.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I-15.
I like to defer it. No. Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, you just played your first
All
game
right,
of pickleball.
Congratulations.
I have 4 items that I'm going to defer again. C1, C3, C7, and C8. I sent you a memo on the TPO, which you can review the memo along with a report from the county. I think it's interesting to review it. There's a lot of great ideas there. I just want your input to see what we can really chase down, so you can get an idea. Does anybody have anything they want to talk before we adjourn?
Yes, I have my resolution that the attorney's
Right here.
office.
And I'll read it into the record. It's a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, urging Governor DeSantis to veto Senate Bill 942, a bill preempting local government regulations specific to dog breed, weight, or size.
So I would like, once we pass it, to have direct our legislative team to directly deliver it to the governor and the governor's office and his staff from the city of Coral Gables.
Certainly, as soon as the clerk gets us a final executed version of this resolution, we will send it right away up to
So I'll make
Tallahassee.
the motion on that resolution.
Second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
I only have one request for my last thing to say for the manager's office. I have a question, if next commission meeting, you could help me, for outdoor cafes on Giralda, downtown, which is wonderful that we have that. What is our policy and rules with regards to do we have a uniform? People have to use a particular type of equipment, furniture? How does that work? And if there's an answer now, be more than that. If not, we come back. I just want to understand the outdoor cafe rules.
We provide that to the applicants, and there's a certain type of furniture that doesn't damage the pavers, and that's provided to the applicant when they submit for the outside dining.
And if they have the wrong, let's say they have a furniture that doesn't conform to what the city wants, how much time are they given to replace that to one that
Part
conforms?
of the permit is having the right furniture, so they should not have the wrong furniture there.
Okay. And if they do, we cite them, I guess, and,
It will damage the paver,
okay.
I think it's 200 a day maybe that
especially in Miracle Mile.
get cited.
Is there anything else?
No, that's it. I just, I'll follow up offline to learn a little bit more, but I just want to better understand that process.
Vice Mayor?
Share with you a conversation I had with our code enforcement manager regarding the condition of the alleys in the Central Business District. And I asked him to research and get back to us about bagging the garbage in those dumpsters, because we're having a problem with, receipts and papers, flowing out in the alleys and into the residential areas, that are adjacent to these alleys. So, Manager, I hope to, maybe we can have this discussion at the next agenda, and see if we
That would be waste management, and I'll speak to our public works director about that.
Well, we may have a resolution already in place requiring it. If we don't, then we need to look into that. I don't have the answer to that one yet.
Commissioner Castro?
I have nothing to say.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I just want to thank the community recreation staff for 2 great events, a soccer event for the FIFA World Cup and the Literacy Festival, which was a huge success this past weekend. I heard a lot of great reviews from residents who were there. I was there probably an hour and a half, and I saw more people than I did last year. So I think it was a huge success, and they always come out on weekends with smiles on their faces, and they're there from early in the morning until late. So just wanted to say thank you.
Yep.
They did a great job.
Mr. Diaz, I skipped you again in regards to sidewalks. Can you do me a favor? Can you have your really competent team, not today, we're not talking about today because it's already late, 7 o'clock. Can you have your competent team be ready to discuss that item number 1 in the next commission meeting? I want to know where we are with all those sidewalk projects, all of them. You've been working on, I know you've been working hard, so I'd like to see what's going on with Alhambra, University, Doctors Hospital, Blue Road. Connecting all the sidewalks would be really, really good when we can start. Also, thank you, by the way, for your team. To all my colleagues, to all the employees, to all the residents and business owners, I look forward to seeing you on Thursday. Simple town hall meeting like we've been doing for the last 8 or 9 years. All it's going to be is maybe a 10, 15-minute presentation from the city. Kind of just be piggybacking off the great job that the employees already did for our Sunshine meeting, and also what you had at both of your sunshine meetings, which talked a little bit about what the city's doing. It's just going to be a quick recap, maybe, you know, something that deals with police, the manager, something with parks and projects, and then we'll just open it up for an hour to public comment. Everybody's welcome. The purpose of continuing to do this is very simple. We do it twice a year, like we do Open Door Fridays, and it is to get input from the residents, business owners, and the meeting will be sunshined so that all my commissioners can attend. I understand that it is right before a long weekend, so trust me, you're not gonna hurt my feelings if you don't show up. I understand that. Trust me, it's okay. But I would like to have you guys there. You're more than welcome. With that being said, God bless all of you, the city of Coral Gables, and God bless the United States of America.
I'm gonna try to be.